Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. Today is likely going to be a very long afternoon and evening as we are expecting the potential for a tornado outbreak across parts of the Midwest, the Central Plains, and even back over into the Southern Plains, where there is a potential for several tornadoes this afternoon and evening, starting off in Minnesota and Iowa, and it's going to ramp up as we go over the next few hours. I do expect the peak of this tornado threat to be from about 4 until 10 p.m. here, beginning with the Midwest, and it will eventually ramp up back over in areas like the Central and Southern Plains. And we are already beginning right off the bat with a tornado warning. This is going to be a storm off to the northwest of Minneapolis. We have a very favorable environment for tornadoes today, and this storm is very discreet right now, approaching I-94 just south of St. Cloud near 15. It's going to be moving to the northeast just north of Annandale, currently moving northeast. This storm looked a lot more organized about 5-10 minutes ago. We've actually had a little bit more of a couplet here just over the last 10 minutes near Kimball, and it has weakened just a little bit here over the last couple scans, but a tornado will remain possible with this storm as it approaches I-94 near Clearwater over the next few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Keep in mind with today's severe weather event that we are expecting the potential for strong and long track tornadoes with any discrete supercells that we have, and this one's not really any exception. Even though it's further north of our storms that are over in Iowa, it is still in a favorable environment as it is just to the south right now of our warm frontal boundary. So we need to keep a very close eye on that storm. Back over to the southwest of Minneapolis, this is going to be our concern for those over near Minneapolis as well. We do have a line of thunderstorms that has formed, which this was forecasted to happen near New Ulm, back through Windham, and also back near Estherville, Iowa. And this is currently producing the threat of some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, and we could see a couple of tornadoes come out of this line of thunderstorms as it moves towards Mankato, Mapleton, and eventually going towards Owatonna, and as well as Northfield in southern Minnesota. So be ready for that. Additionally, west of Minneapolis, we are starting to see a couple more discrete cells try to fire off here near Hutchinson, Litchfield, and just west of Buffalo. These ones are going to be tracking more in the direction of the Minneapolis area, so we need to watch these storms really closely here over the next hour for the potential for a tornado or two. Further down to the south and west, we do have some storms ongoing currently in northwestern Iowa. These were also forecasted to happen. So far, these have not really had much success at producing any sort of tornado threat. With that said, we actually did have a report of a brief land spout moments ago back off to the west of Estherville, and so that is a storm that we are going to have to continue to keep a close eye on, as it is a bit more discreet and it's also out in front of our line of thunderstorms. So the tornado threat could be a bit more elevated with this storm as it moves into southern Minnesota towards Fairmont and as well as Blue Earth. Now, this is not the only threat of severe weather that we have. Even though the Midwest is going to be our main area, we are expecting severe weather across a fairly large area for today. Let me go ahead and pull up our entire risk area for today. So the Storm Prediction Center has changed our outlook just a little bit. We do have a moderate risk of severe weather that's still in place for northeastern Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, and western Wisconsin, where all hazards of severe weather are expected, including the threat of strong and even long track tornadoes. And once again, the peak of our threat of severe weather today should be from about 4 until 10 p.m. So this is the time frame that you need to make sure that you are being weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts. We are expecting, again, the potential for a tornado outbreak, especially if discrete supercells are able to form, which we do think there will at least be some in this region. Additionally, we also have a couple of changes to our outlook. We now have a 10% hatch tornado risk that actually goes into the Kansas City metro area. There is going to be a threat for a couple of supercells to fire up around 4 to 6 o'clock back over near Kansas City that could also produce the potential for strong tornadoes. Additionally, there's also an enhanced risk of severe weather now that's in place back over in Texas and Oklahoma, where there's another threat for strong tornadoes. There's basically 3 different areas, I think, where there will be a potential for strong tornadoes today. Despite the Storm Prediction Center not having a 10% hatched area here, I do think this is an area to watch for an isolated strong tornado this afternoon and evening. The other area will be back over in southern Iowa and as well as Missouri near Kansas City. And then this is, again, our main mode of severe weather back over in most of the Midwest. So we basically have 3 different areas where our greatest risk of severe weather is going to lie today when it comes to our threat of tornadoes. Here's your tornado risk as of right now. We do not have a hatched tornado risk in Oklahoma and Texas, but I do expect that there will be a potential for at least an isolated strong tornado or two. And then also back over in areas like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas, the threat for strong and long track tornadoes is in play this afternoon and as well as into the evening hours. And we are also talking about the potential for some giant hail as well out of the supercells that do fire off in this environment. So you definitely want to be staying weather aware if you are anywhere from the Midwest back into the southern plains. Additionally, these these are some of the mesoscale discussions that we've had issued over the last hour, beginning with those in the anywhere in Minnesota, so mainly around the Twin Cities, back over to northern and northeastern Iowa. There is already a tornado watch in place. They just issued that within the last 15 minutes. The severe weather threat is expected to increase here over the next few hours, with very large hail, tornadoes, and damaging wind gusts expected. And this includes areas like Minneapolis. They've also outlined an area where the greatest threat of strong tornadoes is going to exist, which also includes areas near the Twin Cities back into northern Iowa. Also note that their most probable peak intensity, according to the Storm Prediction Center, does have tornado potential as high as intense to even violent tornadoes. So again, any discrete supercells that are in this environment this afternoon are going to be capable of producing strong and long track tornadoes. So we need to keep a very close eye on every storm that fires off here over the next couple of hours. Additionally, some very large hail is expected. We could see hailstone sizes as large as the size of apples, perhaps even up to softball sized hail back over around and just south of the Twin Cities, and then damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be a possibility. Additionally, we will likely get a new tornado watch at any moment. I don't know if we have it already. Yeah, they just issued a tornado watch, but this is a different one. Okay, so we got a new tornado watch for Texas and Oklahoma. We'll go to that in a second. This is another area that we are about to get a tornado watch in, back over in areas like Kansas City, central and southwestern Iowa, and back into northeastern Kansas, where there's also a threat for very large hail, damaging winds, and also a few tornadoes. So a tornado watch will be issued there in a moment. They just issued a tornado watch for parts of Texas and Oklahoma as well, where giant hail, more tornadoes are going to be a possibility, in addition to the threat of damaging winds. And this is an area that will be seeing some storm initiation, I think, by around 5 to 6 o'clock around Oklahoma City, back near Wichita Falls, Texas, and also through Abilene, where a dry line will be the thing that initiates some supercells here over the next few hours. So we just got a brand new tornado watch. Let me pull that up. That's going to be back over in Oklahoma and Texas, and this is a large tornado watch. So here's your tornado watch. It goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. It includes Stillwater, Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, back into Wichita Falls, Texas. The probabilities on this watch, I believe, is a 40% chance of at least one tornado, and then a strong tornado. The probabilities are about 20% across this region. But the biggest concern here across Oklahoma and Texas will be large to very large hail. We could see hailstone sizes as large as the size of apples. I honestly wouldn't be surprised, though, if we got hail as large as the size of softballs in this environment later this afternoon into the evening hours. So let's talk a little bit more about our timing of severe weather today and talk more about the future radar, just to give you an idea of what's going to be popping here over the next few hours. So this is what it looks like right about now. We already have storms out there just off to the west of Minneapolis, storms ongoing also in northeastern Iowa. By around 6 to 7 o'clock, we do anticipate our greatest threat of strong tornadoes, high winds, and hail to exist in southeastern Minnesota, right around the Twin Cities and Owatonna, and also back into northern Iowa, where we will most likely have a cluster of storms or even some semi-discrete storms that produce all hazards of severe weather. Notice back over near Kansas City, we are going to have some supercells firing off here, and these ones will be capable of all hazards of severe weather by around 5, 6, 7 o'clock. So be weather aware if you're back over near Kansas City. By 8 to 9 o'clock, we got a slew of storms ongoing and even some supercells ongoing here, anywhere from around Des Moines back towards Kansas City, and our line of thunderstorms will continue back up towards the Twin Cities, moving into western Wisconsin, and a few elevated hailstorms will also be possible behind our dry line and cold front back over in southwestern Minnesota. So keep an eye on that. Even if you've already seen severe weather in southwestern Minnesota, you are not quite done as of right now. Eventually, by around 10 to 11 o'clock, this line of storms will continue to push to the east, with damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes continuing to be a possibility. And then eventually into the overnight hours, things start to fizzle out. So again, our greatest threat of severe weather is from about 4 until 10 p.m. And if you're back over in Oklahoma and Texas, we are expecting an explosion of supercells here over the next few hours, with damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes all being a possibility. We're going to go more in detail about our timing as well a little bit later in the stream. Again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning currently in place back over to the west of Clearwater in Minnesota. This is our only tornado warning as of right now, heading up in the direction of St. Cloud. The storm should just stay south of St. Cloud, but stay weather aware if you are in the St. Cloud area. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This storm, again, currently tracking to the northeast and will be coming up on Clearwater in Minnesota. And once again, our storms back over to the west of Minneapolis. These are mainly damaging winds right now, but I do think our tornado risk will start to to increase over the next hour or two as these storms do move into a much more high shear environment with a lot of low-level wind essentially in this environment. Our low-level jet is still very strong, so our tornado threat should be a bit more elevated across this region, mainly going towards Owatonna and Rochester within the next hour or two. And then again, back over in northwestern Iowa, nothing too concerning as of right now, but we are keeping a close eye on those storms as they continue to track off to the northeast. Also, this is storm chaser Chelsea Dahlman currently, who is back over just to the west of Estherville. This is what it looks like right now. Pretty ominous skies. I'm not seeing any clear lowering. I do know that Storm Runner Media had a shot of a little wall cloud. This is also back over to Brandon Kopic, who does have a slightly better view here of this storm near Estherville. There was a report again within the last 10 minutes that there was a land spout on this storm. So this is what it looks like right now. Very, not really a low wall cloud, but there's a small little lowering there in the middle of your screen. So we'll have to keep an eye on this storm. If it can stay discreet, our tornado threat would be a bit more elevated as this moves to the northeast into southern Minnesota. So this again, Brandon Kopic. We're going to go ahead and go back to our 3-cam view. Also, these are your significant tornado parameter values for today. These are relatively high. Over the next few hours, we are going to be talking about our greatest peak of tornadoes, likely sometime around 6 to 9 o'clock tonight. That should be our peak for tornadoes, so really within the next few hours. The greatest threat, once again, will be around areas like back over near the Twin Cities, back into western Wisconsin, where our significant tornado parameter values are forecasted to almost be maxed out, right around 8 to 10 in most of those areas. And then our values will still be pretty high across the board, even back over into Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. Our threat is a little bit more conditional the further south you go, but I do think if we get any supercells in this environment, all hazards of severe weather would be possible, including the risk of tornadoes. So definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware across this entire area. Notice even by around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, our significant tornado parameter values are still pretty elevated, meaning that our tornado threat should continue even towards Des Moines, back over into eastern Wisconsin by around 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, and same thing back over near Kansas City and also Oklahoma City, where multiple supercells are expected to fire up here this afternoon. Again, I do think we're going to start to see a big increase of storm activity within the next hour. You got to make sure, again, if you're anywhere in the risk area today, that you are staying weather aware and you have multiple ways to receive alerts. They have just updated our tornado warning back over in central Minnesota. It is still radar indicated rotation as of right now. This has not been a confirmed tornado, despite us having strong rotation about 15 minutes ago back over near Kimball. As of now, the rotation is a bit broader, but we are still watching a potential tornado threat as this heads towards Clearwater in Minnesota. So if you are in this tornado warning, make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. There are a couple cameras in I-94 that we're going to be keeping a close eye on that are going to be looking at this storm, and we'll be checking those out here in just a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, one of the things I've been monitoring in the background is what we refer to in the chasing community as the cheat code. So this is our mesoscale analysis for a combination of 3 CAPE, and that's the red lines, and the blue lines, which are vorticity. We see on SPC, the website, that we have quite the area of overlap in Wisconsin and, or not Wisconsin, in Minnesota and Iowa. In the areas where we see both of these values overlapped as much as they are, this is an area where basically any storm that does manage to stay in front of the line will probably produce a tornado. So this could actually become even more significant as it works its way off to the east. So although a lot of our convective models don't show a normal tornado threat, that's one of the things that people have been sort of criticizing about this event is like, hey, I'm looking at the HUR, I'm looking at the NAM, I'm looking at whatever model, and I don't just buy it. You can buy it by looking at this. This is very significant. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. I don't think our models are modeling the storms going up very well. That's one of the things we've been seeing with issues with morning convection already. So definitely something to keep an eye on to see what actually happens on satellite.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, this is what it looks like on satellite right now back over in Texas and Oklahoma. We are starting to see some cumulonimbus clouds develop now back over near Wichita Falls, so our severe weather threat should be increasing in the next hour back over near Wichita Falls, Texas, and also into southern Oklahoma. Again, very large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes are all going to be possible if you're in Oklahoma and Texas. That is another threat that'll likely be pretty significant this afternoon and evening. Also, if you look bottom left of your screen, that is a live live shot from where near this tornado warning back off to the west of Clearwater. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on some of these Minnesota traffic cameras. As this storm continues to move northeast, there will be a potential once again for a tornado threat. And again, if you're back over near Clear Lake or Santiago or back up near Princeton, definitely stay weather aware. If this storm can stay discreet, there will be a more elevated threat of tornado, again, just south of St. Cloud in Minnesota. Looks like we do have at least some sort of wall cloud forming. This is back over to Storm Runner Media, back over in northwestern Iowa. This is their live shot. So this is right along the line of thunderstorms. At least a little bit of a lowering forming here. This is a storm near Estherville.
Come on, Storm.
It's going to be going up towards Keelan and as well as Fairmont in Minnesota here soon. So it's about across the border. But there's definitely a little bit more of a lowering developing here just over the last few minutes. Huge shout out to Denim Donuts with a very generous super chat.
Yeah, definitely starting to look a little bit better.
Really appreciate that from Midland, Texas. Hopefully you stay safe there today. Really appreciate the super chat.
Warren, I don't
By the way, we do have a concerning trend. I don't know if you want to talk about Riley Eichen, though. This is
Now I'm going east through town.
a pretty concerning trend. Riley's going to talk about it. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max. So I just and of course, it's not letting me take the off the screen. Funny enough, but this is this is our satellite map over here in Iowa, and we're showing a lot of clearing. This is something that we weren't seeing on a lot of the earlier models to happen, and this is something that would cause extra convection. So that's why I've gone ahead and circled this area with an increased tornado threat and an increased chance of discrete supercells as we see this clearing heat the surface, leading to more instability.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, again, this is that's definitely not what you want to see. We have a lot of clearing out in front of our dry line, and what this essentially means is that we are likely going to start to see some storms bubble up here soon. Instability is currently growing across western Iowa, so this is definitely a concerning trend. We need to keep a very close eye on this over the next hour or two, because again, any storms that fire in this environment will be capable of producing the threat of strong or even long-track tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds. So definitely a trend that you do not want to see. Also, something that I just saw on satellite that we are starting to see back over in eastern Iowa, there is some convection bubbling up. None of this here is concerning in my opinion. It's just kind of some elevated stuff that's forming. And again, I don't really expect much to come out of that activity. We do have a storm that's actually heading in the direction of Stevens Point and as well as Wisconsin Rapids right now in Wisconsin that is producing some small hail and gusty winds. That storm should also not really be that concerning when it comes to a tornado perspective or even a damaging wind perspective. Those storms are not going to be as concerning. The ones that are the most concerning are the ones that are going to be forming in parts of central Iowa and also back into Minnesota here over the next few hours, at least in our Midwest severe weather threat. Here over the last couple of scans back over near Clearwater, Minnesota, we are starting to see a little uptick in our rotation. So there may be a new tornado warning here in a moment. For right now, our tornado warning does expire in 2 minutes back over near Becker, north of Annandale and just south of St. Cloud. But keep in mind, if we get a new tornado warning, which we might, it would include areas near Princeton, Baldwin, and around Becker in Minnesota. So be ready for this as this storm continues to track to the northeast. We are starting to see a much more definitive wall cloud, by the way, back over to the west. Let me go back down to Iowa. This is gonna be off to back over near Estherville. Much more definitive wall cloud is forming on this storm that's about to cross into Iowa. Storm Runner Media has a really good view of this right now. That is a pretty large wall cloud that's been forming here over the last few minutes near Estherville. This is coming up near Ceylon and as well as Fairmont in Minnesota. I'll have a view again here in a second.
Fairmont, I think. East then north to Fairmont.
It's not really super low to the ground, but it is at least starting to develop right now. This is a bit more of a discrete cell just out in front of our cold frontal boundary, so it's in a bit more of an unstable environment, so this one could try to produce a tornado at some point. For right now, the biggest concern is hail and wind. They do have a tornado possible label on this activity as it heads up into the Fairmont area of Minnesota. There's clearly a lowering on this storm. This is a cleaner view of it. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat. My husband and I are happy that we found you. We appreciate the thoroughness and explain things so everyone understands. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I can help.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be in Minnesota. This will be for the storm that's heading up towards the St. Cloud area. So they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning southeast of St. Cloud, just off to the west of Princeton, just north of Becker. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a live shot on one of the traffic cameras here near this tornado warning. This is on I-94 looking to the northwest. So we're looking in the direction of this supercell right now. We might be able to see something here as the storm does cross the highway over the next few minutes. Riley, keep me updated if there's any cameras there. I think that's the main one right now, but again, this is gonna be back over near mile marker, I believe 180, again on I-94, looking near our tornado warning. This is an environment where there's really not many chasers, mainly because of the fact that the the road network's not very great up here. So that's one of the biggest reasons why we don't have any chasers up here. This is another live shot on another Minnesota traffic cam, also looking at this storm. We're going to keep this bottom left of your screen, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as this storm continues to move to the northeast, again, eventually going towards Princeton, and again, crossing over I-94 as we speak. The velocities are not really strong right now, but there's at least a broad area of circulation that is moving into Clear Lake in Minnesota, and we'll be coming up on Briggs Lake and eventually going towards Route 10 and 25, and then Santiago and Glendorado will be in the track of this here in Minnesota. Also off to the north near Rice, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning near Morel as well. That's producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on that storm. We are keeping an eye on our tornado threat as well with this line of thunderstorms. It's about to move into Mankato. This is not necessarily a significant threat of tornadoes as of right now. We don't have anything really rotating rapidly, but this is an area of storms that could produce a couple of tornadoes embedded in the line as it moves into a higher shear environment over the next few minutes. So definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware if you're back over near Mankato. If you're over in Mankato in Minnesota, there's also some cameras in Mankato that might have a view of this. So we'll have those as well if there's anything there. Once again, Storm Media currently is looking at a bit of a lowering, a little wall cloud, still a bit elevated, back over near Estherville, Iowa. That's a live shot right now of this storm. Does not look super healthy on radar, but it is a storm that we need to keep an eye on. It is still in a favorable environment for tornadoes. They're currently repositioning, but that is a view there of a little bit of a wall cloud that is formed again just off to the northwest of Estherville.
Honestly, the real reason is my maps is not automatically bringing that up, and I'm too.
By the way, huge shout out to Jem with the very generous $100 super chat, checking in from Minnesota. Thank you for everything you do. You're helping so many people with your channel. I appreciate that, and thank you for the very generous super chat. W's in the chat for Jem as well.
The real reason is I'm too lazy to manually navigate.
You have me right here.
Half the time you don't tell me where
We're gonna go back to here. We are starting to see that storm now back over near St. Cloud. You can see bottom left of your screen. That's the storm near St. Cloud that is currently tornado warned. Area of rotation is now moving over Clearwater and is coming up again towards Santiago in Minnesota. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you are in your safe place right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is back over to a live shot of that storm right now, and I'm not really seeing anything in particular right now that stands out to me with the supercell near Clearwater. Velocities on radar, again, not super tight by any means. We definitely don't have a tornado actively. Doesn't look super organized as of right now. This is looking northwest on I-94. Also near Mankato, damaging winds are likely going to start increasing here very shortly. If you're back over near Mankato, be ready for that. Off to the west of Minneapolis, we are dealing with at least some supercells that are trying to form. Currently, mostly just gusty winds and small hail. Nothing severe as of right now, but as long as these storms can stay discreet, the tornado threat should be a little bit more elevated. But for right now, they're really just semi-discreet, kind of clustered together. I'm not super concerned yet about a tornado threat out of those storms. We are in a little bit of a radar hole here near Sheburn and Fairmont. We have been noticing a little bit of a wall cloud again forming near the Cellon area near Sheburn in southern Minnesota. This is a storm that is now moving towards Fairmont and I-90. Bottom right of your screen, Storm Media still has a view of that wall cloud. It is still a storm that we need to keep an eye on as that continues to move to the northeast. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let's go back over to Storm Intermedia. Left side of your screen, they are coming up towards that lowering.
Not that anybody listens to me, but I'm going to be the lion here, and I think that everybody should probably be on the cell in about an hour.
Let's see here.
It's going to be go time. Well, I agree with you, Connor, just because of the positioning of where this thing is at.
Thank you, Grim, for the super chat. I'm in Farmington, Minnesota, in a trailer home. So I'll be honest, like, I know a lot of people, not a lot of people, but there's at least some people that do live in like mobile homes. Some people live in trailer homes and RVs and all that sort of stuff. If you are in any of those places today, today is a good day to make sure that you know where you're going if you're under a tornado warning or even under a severe thunderstorm warning here across Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, really anywhere in our risk area today. Again, it is a really large risk of severe weather that we have at stake today. And I know some people do try to ride it out whenever we have severe thunderstorm warnings or even tornado warnings in a mobile home, but the best thing to do is make sure you know where you're going. If you have a sturdy structure, that's the place that you want to go. If you have, you know, maybe a friend or family nearby that has a more sturdy structure, you're going to want to make sure that you are also, you know, going to that place maybe ahead of time before storms even arrive to your location. Worst case scenario, you just got to ride out a storm in a ditch, because like it's not safe being in a mobile home or a trailer home when you have 70+ mile/hour winds or a tornado in progress. It's just not safe. Same thing with an RV, same thing with, you know, a trailer home. Those are all pretty dangerous places to be. So definitely be ready for that. I think the timing for the Minneapolis area will be right around 5 to 6 o'clock, and then Owatonna and Rochester and Austin, as long as no discrete cells fire off in front of this line, your threat is going to start to ramp up here, probably right around, I would say, 6 o'clock or so. So the threat is going to be ramping up here pretty soon. Rotation has been intensifying a little bit here over the last few minutes, back over near Clearwater, and this is a live shot currently near Clearwater. It looks like some low clouds right now, moving just past I-94 right now, east of Clearwater, Minnesota. So there could be some rotation back in there. I do think there's at least some broad rotation, at least a wall cloud forming back off to the east of Clearwater. This will be coming up towards Santiago, Minnesota over the next few minutes. So we definitely need to keep a close eye on that. We're going to keep that bottom left of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it sounds like the NWS Twin Cities has reported that there are reports of strong rotation on the storm, but there's not a funnel or a tornado. But I would believe that it is warned because of a spotter indicated rotating wall cloud.
All right, thank you for the update. So that right there on the middle of your screen is likely our wall cloud. And again, this is on I-94 in the Minnesota traffic cam. This is going to be coming up towards Becker here over the next few minutes, and the velocities have definitely been increasing a little bit here, scan over scan. And bottom right of your screen, you can see the greens and reds coming together a little bit more. So the rotation is definitely starting to ramp up a little bit, heading up towards Santiago and eventually going towards Princeton in Minnesota. So definitely stay weather aware, be in your safe place. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, this is also what Storm Intermedia is currently looking at. They're back over on the storm in northwestern Iowa, crossing over towards Fairmont in southern Minnesota. Looks a bit elevated to me as of right now. This is a storm that is going to try to probably produce a tornado threat here, as it is, again, a little bit more semi-discreet.
Minneapolis to Rochester for like the good terrain.
Let's see the storm. Definitely mean looking. It's definitely going to be producing damaging winds, hail, and a potential tornado threat as it moves to the northeast into southern Minnesota.
Which is hard enough when we got a million chasers out here.
Thank you, Jordan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. And thank you, Ethan, for the super chat.
Yeah, that's why I'm staying way out ahead of the scene, because I will not be missing a tornado because I'm stuck in a chaser.
Definitely a mean-looking storm. Looks like a large shelf cloud, not really a wall cloud right now. And we also just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Florida. That was not my bingo card today. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I think you just touched on it, but I'm going to touch on it again. I would support a tornado warning for our storm near Fairmont, East Chain, and Granada, Minnesota. There's tightening rotation on the last few scans, and I would expect a warning in the next few minutes.
All right, thank you for the update. So this is the storm that Storm Intermedia is on right now, bottom right of your screen. Tornado threat is attempting to increase right now, heading towards the Fairmont and Truman areas here in southern Minnesota. If this storm will probably continue for a little bit, it will eventually head towards Mapleton and Blue Earth. Again, it doesn't look super great on radar, but we are in between radar sites, so there's not really a clear...
This is an urgent alert.
Okay.
A tornado is on
confirmed.
the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so we now have a confirmed tornado in progress near Fairmont in Minnesota. So this is near Fairmont going towards Winnebago. If you are in this tornado warning, got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is heading off to the northeast. Storm intermediate is coming up on this right now. This is, again, a confirmed tornado. This is going to be via weather spotters. This has been located near Celion. This is literally right next to where Storm Intermedia is. Let's go to Storm Intermedia. They're right on where this tornado would be.
Okay, never mind.
Are we about to get run over by a tornado right now?
So they're right now in the confirmed tornado warning. They are the closest chaser to this. You can see the clouds spinning a little bit just above their head.
Quite see right now, but that kind of surprised me.
Oh, up in. Oh, well, actually, right here.
It would be right about where they are, I would think.
Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Where? I'm looking right at it.
So I was like, we're right under this thing, and we don't see it.
So again, this is Storm Intermedia. They're on this confirmed tornado warning. They're coming up towards it right now, going towards Fairmount and Winnebago. This is, again, a confirmed tornado in Minnesota. Long-term going towards Mapleton and Minnesota Lake. They are right where this tornado would be. We're not seeing anything right now, but it would be right in their area. The clouds are spinning a little bit above their head a minute ago. This was located over near Ceylon. I think it's Ceylon, Minnesota. That's where this was confirmed by weather spotters. This is also Brandon Kopic, who's coming up on this right now. Here's another live shot from a distance. Brandon Kopic is coming up on this storm as well.
Channel 5.
It's a very ominous looking storm, that's for sure. The tornado, if it is on the ground, it'll be coming up towards Welcome and Fairmount over the next 10 minutes. Strongest rotations located over Highway 263, which is right where Storm Intermedia is. Brand Kopic's also on YouTube. This is his live shot right now of this confirmed tornado warning coming up towards Fairmount and Fairmont Estates. So once again, bottom middle, bottom right of your screen, those are both chasers inside this tornado warning to send up towards Winnebago and eventually Mapleton back over in southern Minnesota. We are starting to still see a little bit of initiation back off to the west of Des Moines. We need to continue to keep a close eye on that. Also, this is from Rabbit is Good, Rabbit is Wise on Twitter. This is back over in Vernon, Texas, just moments ago. This is mammatus clouds back over near Vernon. Look at that. You don't see these very often. We also call them Dippin' Dot clouds. Okay, Storm Intermedia might be in this. They're in really strong winds right now. Storm Intermedia is right inside a huge RFD surge. This could be a rain-wrapped tornado. They actually might be inside where this tornado is. That is really strong winds. So they might be inside of where this tornado is. This is again coming up on Fairmount right now. Tornado would be right in front of them.
Definitely some intense wind in here.
That is a serious rear flank downdraft surge that they are driving through right now.
I may be able to south actually.
My goodness, look at how strong these winds are. This is easily 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Assuming there's a tornado here, it could be easily strong coming up towards Fairmount in southern Minnesota. This is a rain-wrapped tornado though for sure. These are really strong winds.
There's a car right there.
Yeah, he's flipping around too.
They're turning around, probably for their own safety.
Jeez.
They're definitely in the RFD surge.
At the bare minimum, there is a strong RFD surge, which means very high winds coming from our supercell. There is likely a tornado wrapped in rain, though, coming up towards I-90 right now and Fairmount in southern Minnesota.
I'm trying to see if I see anything. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something down real close to us.
This is Brandon Kopic, who is outside of this storm right now. This is also in the same confirmed tornado warning cell. You can see how low the clouds are. Once again, this is a pretty significant storm. Even if there is not a tornado, which again I think there is, even if there was not a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds and hail coming out of this supercell as it moves into Northrop and Granada and Fairmount over the next few minutes. So once again, that's a view from outside of this confirmed tornado warning. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. Very low clouds right there on the left side of your screen. Fairly scuddy. I don't think that's where our tornado would be. I think it would be further to the north where they just were. That could be a different area of circulation developing, though, on the left side of their screen.
Yeah, no kidding, chat. What roads am you're wanting?
I just have to find a road to turn around.
I don't really see it rotating right now there on the left.
They're probably following. I hope they're not following.
I've launched a drone on it now.
I'll say that's the same guy.
Well, he turned around when I turned around, so.
Storm Media is going to try to drive back into where there might be a tornado. Yeah, and there are low clouds right there. I don't think that is our area of interest, at least right now. Our tornado, I'm pretty sure, is going to be wrapped in rain heading up towards Fairmont. They're going to drive right back into the supercell that is actively producing a tornado. While they do that, this is Brandon Kopic coming up on this right now.
I just pulled a U that struck right on the highway right to the right of me.
Apparently lightning just struck next to a chaser. I don't know which one.
That's amazing. Now you know what it feels like. I'll wake you up.
So once again, this is our confirmed tornado warning. Storm Intermedia is driving through it. We're going to put Brandon bottom middle, and we'll put Storm Intermedia bottom right of your screen. And once again, this is a confirmed tornado warning. It is heading up in the direction of Winnebago right now and Fairmont. If you are in either of those areas, you've got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is a dangerous tornado that is moving to the northeast. It's about to cross over I-90, assuming that this is still on the ground. And it will be coming up towards, again, Winnebago and Truman. It is a pretty discreet supercell. I mean, this thing is kind of connected to our line of storms, but it's kind of its own separate storm right now. And as long as it stays that way, this thing's going to continue to produce a potential for a tornado. We do still have a tornado warning north of Minneapolis, east of St. Cloud. This storm's still rotating a little bit, coming up towards Santiago and Princeton. They may issue a new tornado warning here soon for the Princeton and Baldwin areas. It's still about 20 minutes or so, though, away from those specific locations. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media. They are now driving, I believe, eastbound. So they're kind of punching towards where this tornado would be. Within about a mile of where it was. Again, they were just in a strong RFD surge a few moments ago.
That's what we were in.
Probably should have come the way they went. I thought I could beat it.
It's the probability of a tornado emergency tonight. That's not really something you'd predict.
How crazy was that, chat? How do you guys like that? There's mixed feelings, but...
So yeah, they're driving right through this confirmed tornado warning. Brandon Kopic's coming up on it right now as well. We're keeping an eye on him. Again, confirmed tornado that's going to be heading up into Fairmont in Minnesota over the next couple minutes. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Dangerous storm currently moving northeast. Iowa's going to pop tonight. I mean, with the trends that we are seeing, I would find it hard to believe that we are, you know, not going to at least see a couple supercells fire off in Iowa. Look again at the satellite imagery. This is a pretty telling sign. We have a huge area of instability that is currently growing across western and central Iowa, and this is out in front of the storms that are forming near our cold frontal boundary. So this is an area where our tornado threat could be increasing within the next hour. So we need to keep an eye on Iowa for sure. This storm's also, again, this storm's up in southern Minnesota right now. Storm Intermedia is starting to drive through some wind right now, so I think they're getting closer to the area of circulation. And from our understanding, this is a rain-wrapped tornado that is in progress. If it is still on the ground, it will be coming up into Fairmont over the next few minutes. The confirmation was approximately 8 minutes ago, I believe. No, the confirmation was 10 minutes ago. That was the cap over Fort Worth. I don't expect much in Fort Worth today.
How far away is it from Fairmont? I'm 10 minutes out of town.
This is once again inside of our storm here near Fairmont. We still have a pretty strong inflow. If we go over to radar, again, storm intermediate is just trying to get back out in front of this right now. They're kind of in the middle of all the rain, but we have a pretty strong inflow going into the supercell and a large hook echo. So as long as this continues, I do think our tornado threat will definitely be elevated on this supercell. This is by far the most dangerous storm that we have on radar right now that is currently producing an active tornado threat. This will once again be coming up on Winnebago, eventually going towards Mapleton and Minnesota Lake over the next few minutes. So if you are in any of these areas in the tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, your safe place, whatever that might be right now. And if you're back over near Mapleton and Minnesota Lake, be ready to go to your safe place and have that action plan ready to go, as we are expecting the threat of a tornado to continue with this supercell as it continues to move to the northeast. And let me see, I think we have some cameras coming up on the Mankato area. Back over near Mankato, I believe we are starting to see at least some high winds. This is a live shot from Mankato right now on the Minnesota traffic cam, and you can actually see the camera starting to shake right now. Further to the north in Mankato, we do have some strong storms currently rolling through that area. Line of thunderstorms is moving through. I do think our tornado threat will try to increase over the next hour as these storms move towards Owatonna and eventually going towards the Twin Cities. But again, this is a live shot on the Minnesota traffic cam of the winds beginning to pick up in Mankato. So we need to keep an eye on those storms as they continue to move to the east. As of right now, though, no severe warning on the storms near Mankato. This is back off to the north, back on our tornado warning west of Baldwin. Latest couple of scans are still showing an area of rotation over Santiago. It's going to be coming up on the Baldwin town in Minnesota here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're back over in Baldwin and Princeton, be ready to go to your safe place. This is a discrete supercell that'll likely produce the potential for a tornado here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. This is back to Storm Intermedia. Again, on the confirmed tornado warning, they are now getting out in front of this storm. We have not had any reports of a confirmed tornado in the last 6 or 7 minutes now. If we have a tornado, it would be near I-90 near Fairmont.
Guys, there may be a new meso trying to develop to the south. I'm punching through the hook right now.
This is CJ Ziegler's view as of right now
Swinging around it.
of this storm. I think I have on one of these things. Here's CJ Ziegler's view right now of this storm. This is the one that has again a confirmed tornado. That is a really crazy looking storm here. How am I feeling about Chicago? I don't think Chicago is going to be too bad tonight. Damaging winds would be the main concern over there. A conditional risk for a tornado is still going to exist. I think CJ might fly his drone. I'm not sure. I know he has a drone, so he might fly his drone, and if he does, we'll have a better shot of this.
I think so, yeah.
If he does, we'll definitely keep an eye on him. All right, we're gonna have CJ. We'll have CJ bottom left of your screen. And this is a confirmed tornado warning near Fairmont. I'm not seeing a definitive area of rotation, but keep in mind that this was an observed tornado. Our strongest area of rotation is right over the north side of Fairmont, and it's going to be coming up into the town of Winnebago and Truman over the next 5 to 10 minutes. This is, I believe Brandon, Kopic, and Storm Intermedia are kind of in the same spot. This is Storm Intermedia. So they're now out in front of this a bit more. We'll see if they can see something.
A little bit disorganized looking at the moment.
They're going to turn left here, and we might see something. I don't see anything in particular. I still think this tornado is just going to be fully rain wrapped. It's probably a rain wrapped tornado crossing I-90 if it is still on the ground. I'm gonna put them back bottom right of your screen. Latest radar scan is still showing a couplet, pretty strong area of rotation, traveling right up Highway 15 right now. So assuming we still have a tornado, this is going right up Highway 15 and heading in the direction of 53. So I do think we still have at least a strong area of circulation, possible tornado still in progress, setting up Highway 15 right now here in southern Minnesota. Amboy and Winnebago will be in the track of this here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Also, a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings have popped up near Estherville, mainly for damaging winds and hail. There is a new storm forming off to the west of Emmitsburg that could become tornadic at some point, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on that storm. Granite Copic has a really ominous view bottom middle of your screen. Real quickly, what's going on back up here? There's a camera looking at... Okay, so back over near Clearwater, this is a new storm that just formed. We got a little mezzo on this storm near Clearwater. Reason why I am pointing this out is because if we go over to a live shot here, back up near Clearwater, there's actually a wall cloud forming along I-94. A very raggedy, it's not really organized right now. There's at least a wall cloud attempting to form. This is a really small little storm along I-94 with a little bit of rotation developing near Clearwater. And this is a storm that is behind our active tornado warning back off to the east of St. Cloud, Minnesota. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm right here as this moves off to the east-northeast, because it is getting a little bit more ominous now back up near Clear Lake. And that'll eventually go towards Princeton as well. So we have two different supercells now that are ongoing here back over near Becker. All right, let's go back down to the south. I think we're going to go back to Storm Intermedia here in a second. They are coming up on this area of rotation. The latest radar scan is still showing our main area of rotation near Northrop. Again, the velocities are not really that impressive on radar. Once again, we are in a radar hole, so it is hard to see the rotation here on radar. But the strongest area of rotation is going to be over near Northrop, going off to the northeast. It looks like Storm Intermedia is once again driving through the heart of this storm. This is right back into they're coming back into the RFD surge right now. The winds are starting to pick up once again. They're coming into the hook echo here over the next couple minutes. There's very little visibility as well driving through the supercell. They have downgraded the warning. It is back down to radar indicated, so no longer a confirmed tornado, but there is still a strong area of rotation just off the north of Fairmont. Also, this is CJ Ziegler. Look at this. This is the storm that is currently tornado warned. Unbelievable view right now of this supercell from the outside. Looking in.
We got people from around the country and around the world watching right now.
The chaser conga line has caught up to us.
Just back over to Storm Intermedia. Inside of the storm.
I mean, this is a whole linear segment now, so you could be looking at a whole different segment.
Yeah, they're driving right into the RFD surge right now. This, again, the rear flank downdraft is what we call it. Still some very strong winds here. Again, not really strong enough in terms of like being 60 plus miles per hour, but there are some strong winds here. And so they're on the kind of the south side. If we draw it on radar on the bottom right, that's kind of the winds coming from our storm. And then we have our inflow that's coming from the other direction. So they're basically getting the winds that are going left to right here, which would be your RFD surge. So they're going to continue to drive through that here over the next few minutes. Let's go back over to that. So once again, this is coming up on Granada here over the next few minutes, and we'll eventually go towards Winnebago. So if you're back up near Winnebago, definitely make sure that you're staying in your safe place. This storm is still capable of producing a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast. Also, Freddie McKinney is out in front of this. We need to keep a close eye on Freddie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for those in off to the north, back up towards Princeton, Peace, and Wynette. This is going to be for Mille Lacs, Santee, Benton, and Sherburne counties. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And main area of rotation is right now near Glendorado, and it's going to be coming up on Princeton, Minnesota over the next few minutes. Also, I think this storm should get tornado warned, the one over near Clearwater. We still have a mesocyclone on this storm just north of Becker. It is going to be just behind our other supercell. So we have basically two storms right now that are rotating, that are moving off to the northeast here, off to the north of the Twin Cities. This is what it looks like right now on this storm. We did have a little bit more of a wall cloud a moment ago, a little scuddy there in the middle of your screen. That's the area that we'll be watching for some some sort of development of a wall cloud just off to the north here of I-94. This is looking northwest, but this is looking at where our area of interest right now is. There's very little broad spin there on the top of your screen. So we'll have to definitely have to keep an eye on this. Again, the velocities on the latest scan over Clear Lake are much stronger. So a wall cloud might be imminent, potentially even a tornado here very soon. See that kind of moving off to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking southeast of Midland, Texas. We have a severe warned storm there with quite the hail spike on it. There was a spotter report of a 1.75-inch hailstone just scattered ping pong ball to golf ball sized hail, but I do think this is probably producing larger hail as it moves up towards Midkiff and St. Lawrence.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So Texas is beginning to ramp up a little bit right now. That's back over near Midkiff. So we are starting to see a little increase of severe weather. And again, we are expecting the threat of very large hail and tornadoes here to start to really increase over the next hour or two if you're back over in Oklahoma or in Texas. So definitely be staying weather aware if you are in those areas. Latest radar scan back over near Fairmont is still indicating that we have our main area of rotation coming up on Winnebago as of right now. So be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Still have a little wall cloud near Clear Lake on the top right of your screen that's now moving out of our shot, but it is rotating. So we might get a tornado warning on that here within the next few minutes. This is, let me go back over to, that's Copic. Let's go to Storm Intermedia. Storm Intermedia, I believe, is now on I-90. They're traveling right with this storm right now near Fairmont. This might be Highway 15. It's one of the two. Also, this is Freddie McKinney. He's a little bit more out in front of this. I want to go over to Freddie. Freddie is currently just off to the east of the Hook Echo. And so again, you can see the structure there. Pretty large mesocyclone on this coming up towards Winnebago. Velocities are still not super strong in the mid-levels. That's a look at the storm here from Freddie McKinney. Freddie McKinney was one of the chasers that we had on our stream yesterday that had the wedge tornado back over in Nebraska.
Our tornado threat is rapidly increasing with this storm. I think tornadoes are likely from this supercell in the near future. Maybe some strong ones. Also,
hail is currently happening in LeSueur County.
Tornadoes with this supercell.
Just a heads up.
This thing is really starting to trend.
This is CJ Ziegler also coming up on this. Look at how ominous the skies are. This is a crazy view of this storm too.
Yeah, I see it. It's in there somewhere.
The rotation, at least on based on rotation on the radar, even though it's high, it would be directed to our north, but
there's something right to our left.
By the way, this was, for those that are wondering, I was trying to pull this up. This is from yesterday. This is not live, but this was yesterday. In case you did not watch our stream from yesterday, we legitimately had a 1-mile wedge tornado back over in Nebraska yesterday. It was an unbelievable storm. The tornado was on the ground for over an hour. It was a 1+ hour wedge tornado pretty much that started back over. It was in western Nebraska. It was back over, I think, near Ashby, and it kind of continued north of Hyannis. So it was a crazy tornado. I'm not saying we're going to see something like that today, but I mean, honestly, that is a possibility in Iowa if we actually see a discrete cell fire off. So that is why today is so concerning as well. We legitimately could see something really big come out of our storms today. If we end up actually seeing a discrete supercell. So that's why today is just that concerning. I mean, we had it yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to happen again today, but it is a possibility with any things that do become discrete. Also, they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning heading in the direction of Faribault and Northfield. This is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there's also a tornado possible label on this storm moving to the east-northeast. This is our cluster of storms. Tornado threat is at least beginning to increase a little bit here. Heading up towards Montgomery, there is a little small hook that is formed on this. So this is an area that we'll have to watch for embedded tornadoes moving off to the east, northeast, and northeast. Off to the north of Minneapolis, we do still have a tornado warning back over near Princeton. Rotation has remained strong, and it is coming right now up towards Wynette and eventually Braham. So if you're over near Braham, definitely stay weather aware. Also, the cell that was back off to the west of Baldwin near Becker, that area of rotation has fallen apart. So we had some strong rotation there briefly, but it has definitely been falling apart here over the last few minutes.
Can we turn south up here? Because if we keep going, we're just going to drive right to the core.
This is Brandon Kopic.
people watching.
Who's also on YouTube. This is a live shot on our tornado warning near Fairmont.
7,100 people watching. And you want to tell us where you've been here?
Hey, Sharon, for the super chat, what are your thoughts on extreme southeastern Nebraska?
Pretty much every significant.
We're going to have isolated supercells down there. I'm not sure if we're going to see a storm in southeast Nebraska, but I definitely think there will at least be a couple within like 50 miles of you. It's going to be a bit more isolated, I think, though, than what's happening in Minnesota and Iowa.
All right, well, if you get something good, we'll be watching.
All right, sounds good. You guys be safe.
This is Brandon Kopic. I'm going to go back to his... This is a bit more live. It's also a clean feed. You can see on the left side of your screen, still low clouds here on this storm.
Would you go south or east? I'm thinking about going east.
Again, not actively producing a tornado from what we know, but one could drop at any time north of Grenada. It's heading up towards Amboy and Winnebago in Minnesota.
But I don't know. That was Sheriff Fletcher, guys. Live on patrol on YouTube.
NATO test favors Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Funnel cloud spotted in Princeton, Minnesota. That's what somebody just said in the chat. There could be a funnel cloud up there.
No. I was hoping to stay in Iowa, or at the very least, like far southern Minnesota, if we're trying to make it to Texas tomorrow.
I'm considering
Go back to this view. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking east of Salina, Kansas, which is actually in our general thunderstorm risk. There is a severe thunderstorm here and actually has a very small amount of broad rotation. This is going to head toward Junction City and Topeka, Kansas over the next few hours.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, brand new storm now firing off and another favorable environment here back over in Kansas. We do have a potential here even for an isolated strong tornado out of these storms that'll be firing up over the next couple hours. Biggest concern though is very large hail and damaging winds. If you're over near Kansas City, you need to be staying weather aware. Your risk of severe weather will be increasing here over the next couple of hours. Freddie McKinney has quite the view right now of this supercell back over in southern Minnesota, the tornado warned storm. This is Freddie McKinney's view.
Right. I almost feel like
This is a beast of a supercell.
There. Wall cloud's getting really low to the ground. Getting really low back in there.
Yeah, it is.
This is still a storm that is semi-discreet. As long as it stays semi-discreet, our tornado threat will stay elevated.
Wall cloud's getting pretty low to the ground.
Of course, we're going through a town.
And Freddie is saying our wall cloud is getting lower. That means a tornado could come at any time.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold it for a little bit.
Yep.
Just tell me when you're gonna turn.
At 63 degrees, I am not liking this one right now.
Steven asks with the super chat, what's the outlook for Madison, Wisconsin? I think Madison's going to be a risk of severe weather more after sunset tonight, mainly damaging winds.
I think this thing has
If you're back over in Madison.
potential in the next little bit.
But hail and an isolated tornado are still going to be a possibility.
Oh, I do too. I mean, it's just.
We'll put Freddie bottom left. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for those in Minnesota, Lake, Wells, Mapleton, Janesville, Waseca, and as well as Wilton and Alden. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and also half-dollar sized hail on this storm. And that is moving currently to the east-northeast. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning west of Northfield. Again, damaging winds and hail are the main concerns. There is a chance of a tornado, though, here as this storm does continue to progress off to the east. So if you are in this area, definitely continue to stay weather aware. Let's do that. Thank you, Goosey, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Do I cover hurricanes? I do cover hurricanes. And we are not talking about a hurricane today.
Smash that like button. What are we at?
All right, Freddie's gonna have a view here in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we're already starting to see people park under overpasses on I-90 and down closer on or down in Kansas near Abilene. I just want to remind everyone, please do not park under overpasses. It does not keep you safer. Keep moving on the highway. If you want to stop driving, pull off to the shoulder, turn on your hazards, and make sure you are completely out of traffic before coming to a stop anytime you're on an interstate or a highway.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, by the way, this was from yesterday. Real quickly, I want to show you guys this. This was from yesterday night. It was after we got off and Riley was still alive. Freddie McKinney almost got struck by lightning last night, or his car almost got struck by lightning. This was on stream, and you can actually see the lightning strike literally right next to the roadway. Once again, Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney. You can also see, this is when it struck. You can actually see on the left side, though, how close it was to his car. Literally within 50 feet of his car, this struck. Maybe even closer than that. I mean, it was... I watched it happen on stream. It was so close to striking his car. That was really kind of a scary sight. I mean, like, it doesn't really get much closer than that. So that was honestly pretty crazy. All right, back over to here. I'm gonna put... we got Brandon Kopic bottom left. We're gonna go ahead and put Storm Runner back on the bottom right. Hey, Stacy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Riley, keep an eye on traffic cams because there might be some there. There also might be photo cams. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have 2 tornado warnings that are active right now. Our main one has been the one near Winnebago, heading up towards Mapleton. This warning expires in 5 minutes. They might issue a new tornado warning on that. And then our storm back up near Princeton and Wynette, going towards Dalbo. This one has continued to stay on the stronger side of things when it comes to our rotation. That's heading up towards Brunswick, Braham, and as well as the Stanchfield area near Springvale and Dalbo. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you are in your safe place. This is still a dangerous storm moving off to the east-northeast and has been rotating for well over an hour now. We still have a little bit of rotation east of Clearwater as well. We might get a tornado warning on this if it can intensify a little bit more. That storm is literally right behind our other supercell that's coming up on Princeton over the next few minutes. And then off to the west of Minneapolis, we are starting to see a little bit more rotation develop. It's very rain-wrapped back over near Buffalo. So there's a little mezzo forming on that. There's actually a couple that are going to be heading in the direction of St. Michael, Rogers, and eventually Elk River. So we need to keep an eye on this storm too, as it is discrete, and the tornado threat could definitely increase on this as it continues to move to the northeast. So definitely be staying weather aware if you are in this area back over near Minneapolis. Let me go back to that storm in Kansas real quick. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning here near Abilene in Kansas. Right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. We had a little bit of rotation initially. It's really moving right along I-70. So the threat here of a tornado could definitely start to increase at some point here soon if it's able to organize a little bit more and stay discreet. Here's your new tornado watch. This has just been issued back over in northeast Kansas, northwest Missouri, back into central Iowa, and southeastern Nebraska. So again, brand new tornado watch has been issued. They have mentioned that a few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail the size of apples is also likely, and then scattered wind gusts as high as 75 miles per hour is likely. So make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. That includes a weather radio. If you have your phone with you, you should. Make sure that's charged up and ready to go, and make sure that you are keeping an eye on our stream or any other coverage that you want to watch, and just make sure that you're staying weather aware this afternoon and evening. Again, there's going to be a lot of storms, I think, here in the next couple hours that do begin to get a little bit more tornadic. I think we're going to probably get upwards of 10 to 12 tornado warnings at some point here relatively soon.
Blasting east to stay ahead.
Let me go over to Storm Runner Media.
I don't know if it is.
This is back over to Storm Runner Media on the tornado warning near what was it again? Near Fairmont, coming up on Winnebago right now. Still very ominous skies. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar as of right now in the supercell. The tornado warning does end in 2 minutes. We'll see if they issue a new one or not. This is live, by the way.
You guys can see that better than I can see it with my own eyes.
This is live.
There's a lot of dust out of that stuff.
This is also CJ Ziegler's
A
view.
lot of dust.
Still very ominous skies here. It's a 2-cam view. Left side of your screen looks really low. Let's go back over to Freddy. Or not Freddy, sorry. Storm Runner Media. Yeah, that left cam looked crazy. Hopefully it just goes full cam to it. It's kind of hard to see it. All right, they're now out in front of this. The tornado warning should be allowed to expire. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot on radar right now. We still have a little bit of rotation near Winnebago. Again, this could easily get tornado warned again. We still have a hook. It's still pretty semi-discreet along the line. It's going to be coming up on Minnesota Lake and Mapleton. So if you are in this warning, again, make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Even though we don't have a tornado warning for Mapleton or Minnesota Lake, this is still able to produce a potential for a tornado. Off to the north of Minneapolis, the tornado warning near Wynette, that rotation's gotten a little bit broader over the last few minutes. The main area of circulation is off to the north of Princeton and is heading up towards Brunswick and Braham. The storm off to the west of Baldwin, there is still a little bit of rotation there, but again, I don't think that's enough right now for a tornado warning. And then west of Buffalo, we still have a little bit of rotation. So still multiple storms that we're keeping a close eye on. They have gone ahead, though, and canceled the tornado warning for at least the time being.
This is an urgent alert.
Okay.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We once again have a confirmed tornado warning for Waseca, as well as Faribault and Blue Earth counties. So again, a confirmed tornado in southern Minnesota. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to be in your safe place. This has been reported by weather spotters as a confirmed tornado. I think CJ has this. CJ has a drone shot right now. Now it's black. Yeah, he has his drone up. What it looks like right now, I don't see anything.
This thing looks really interesting.
There's again this is a weather spotter's reported funnel cloud, so this is not a confirmed tornado, even though it says observed. This is a drone shot of this.
I need that video later.
Of this again confirmed tornado warning. That's at least what they're saying. This is Brandon Kopic.
Just send it.
We're about to be in Armstrong. All right, be on standby. We're doing sketchy things. Sounds good.
All right, well, once again, if you're just tuning in, this is back up to a confirmed tornado warning here in southern Minnesota. If you are in this warning, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley. Oh, actually,
hey, Max,
wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Let me go back to CJ real quick. I don't know if CJ has something. It looked like... Can I get CJ on here? That right there...
Maybe on here.
I don't think that's a tornado. Dust is being kicked up right now.
Nope, never mind.
I don't think that's a tornado, but we do possibly even have a gustnado out in front of this storm. That's back over on the... Well, that's off your screen. That was a gustnado there, back over on this storm near Winnebago. So that's on the leading edge of our supercell. This is a look at our actual supercell in the drone shot. So a little gustnado just went across the screen. All right, let's go back to Riley. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Max, if you want to pull up the other screen, I've been looking at our precipitation trends over here where we had a lot of sort of spotty showers ahead of our line on a lot of our weather models. We're not seeing that. We're actually seeing most of it clear out. We have seen a few pop-up showers here and there, but for the most part, we are actually clearing out and losing cloud cover here. This would heavily increase our tornado risk for parts of Wisconsin if we continue to see this trend.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Brandon Kopic right now is coming up on a relatively large lowering. Let's go over to Brandon. It looks like a very scuddy kind of base right now, but if I can get Brandon on here. That's what Brandon's looking at right now.
I'm disappointed.
So again, our confirmed, at least funnel cloud was reported on this. It was upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning, but
I'm highly considering.
wall cloud is attempting to organize right now near Mapleton in Minnesota.
Something else to pop up.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad play. I think we'll tickle Armstrong a little bit and wait, and then we might do the same.
Hey, Katie, for the super chat. I don't know what DSM is. What's DSM?
Let her rip, Tater Chip.
Excuse me?
All right, I want to go west here.
What he just said?
I had to take a leak.
Doesn't look really organized. It's kind of messy.
All right, might go west of this main road and hope the hail for it.
I do want to reiterate that there is a little bit of dust being kicked up right now out in front of where we would have a tornado. That is going to be a Gustnado. We saw that on CJ's stream a moment ago. This is a live shot again of our storm here near Winnebago that's attempting to produce a tornado. There was a report of a funnel cloud moments ago.
I knew I should have stayed in Oklahoma.
So we'll keep him bottom middle of your screen. Let's go back to, let's see. All right, so this is again our storm near Mapleton. I'm not seeing really much of a strong area of rotation right now. It's been pretty broad, in my opinion, over the last several minutes. That's the storm that most of the storm chasers in Minnesota are currently on. Our tornado warning that's back up near Princeton and as well as Wynette, I think will be allowed to expire. I don't see there being much here, at least, that is currently rotating that would be producing a tornado threat. I think Braham, you're probably fine for right now. Just stay weather aware. But I personally do not think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, NWS Twin Cities just posted to Twitter that they may have twin tornadoes on this storm. That's 2 tornadoes within this warning near Mapleton. I personally believe it was the same thing you were saying where we saw a Gustnado and that got reported as a tornado. However, still definitely take it seriously because, I mean, it's an NWS office saying there could be 2 tornadoes on the ground.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the updates. So there could be twin tornadoes in progress. Again, we have not seen anything that would definitely confirm that. Again, we have multiple chasers on this storm, and I have not personally heard anything, or seen anything. But if you are obviously in this warning, definitely take this seriously in case there is actually something on the ground right now. I think Brandon's actually coming up on possibly one of those supposed tornadoes, which again, this would be a Gustnado. I think that dust being kicked up right there in the middle of your screen is a Gustnado. I mean, in all honesty, we could have a tornado back up near Janesville. The rotation's intensified up there.
I'm just going to start dropping south as well. 21 to 25.
I think the dust being kicked up there in the middle of your screen is just some sort of Gustnado or strong downburst of wind. By the way, huge shout out to Matt with a very generous Venmo donation and Erica. Really appreciate that, guys.
It's very cold now, Floyd. I mean, I could put a sweatshirt on in front of it.
Dust is about across the road right there. Looks like a Gustnado about across the road right in front of Brandon. Look at all the dust being kicked up.
Yeah, copy that.
Brandon hasn't really said anything about this. He's just kind of watching it across the road.
I'm just gonna keep blasting east. I mean, it looks about the same right now, up and down the line.
So this dust is now across the road. Doesn't really even look like it's spitting that much. I don't know if you really even consider this a Gustnado.
I still think there's a shot that we could get some strong tornadoes up here, so I'm just gonna give it some time. Not wrong. It is still relatively.
It's not really. It's spinning a little bit.
I agree with Freddie. I think further east.
Actually, you can kind of see it spinning like a tube there on the right side of your screen. Brandon's turning around.
I like the tail end storm when it gets to Alberta Lee area around 7-ish. I think that's a
and now he's chasing after the Gustnado. This is coming up on Minnesota Lake right now, and it's going to eventually go towards Wilton and as well as Waseca. It's kind of spinning like, again, like a little horizontal tube almost. I really don't think this is, again, a tornado. I legitimately, there's like almost no way this is a tornado. It's just dust. Probably from, again, a Gustnado that just happened.
I'm already almost here.
Here we go, Gustnado intercept.
Now it's kind of looking a little bit, got a little bit of velocities there, so that could be a sign.
We're in it. We're in the Gustnado.
Good.
Yep, I'm just gonna keep on dropping south.
All right.
There's actually a lot of motion above that little Gustnado.
So that was a Gustnado.
I'm in.
That just crossed over on this storm near Minnesota Lake. So again, this is your southern tornado warning. This is our confirmed tornado warning. Again, it's confirmed for a funnel cloud, but that was definitely at least a Gustnado. So far, we've not had an official tornado report on this. The National Weather Service did say there was twin tornadoes. Again, we think that was probably from the dust that was being kicked up, likely Gustnadoes. We are starting to see a bit more of an increased activity over in northwestern Iowa. Severe weather is continuing. Damaging winds and hail are the main concerns as of right now. So far, no discrete cells have fired off across Iowa that are in this environment where we have very favorable conditions for strong and long track tornadoes. But we still have about 2 to 2.5 hours for storms to fire off in this environment to potentially produce significant severe weather. So we need to continue to keep a very close eye here across Iowa. The tornado watch does go here until 11 o'clock Central Time, including Des Moines. Somebody was talking about DSM. That is Des Moines. If you're back over in Des Moines right now, we are watching for a conditional risk for supercells to fire off. Storms are really ramping up right now back over in Kansas, back over near Abilene and Junction City. These are mainly going to be hail producers, but there is going to be a potential, I think, for a tornado or two as these storms continue to move off to the northeast. Brandon is intercepting a gustnado right now. Again, back over near Minnesota Lake, even more dust is crossing his screen. And that is actually spinning. Look at that thing right there. That's definitely a gustnado. It's spinning pretty well right there on the left side of your screen. Just crossed over the power lines. Again, gustnados are usually pretty harmless. They don't usually do a whole lot. A little vortex there. Katie with the super chat says, how does Des Moines look? Do I need to take a drive to see if there's anything good? I think you just chill for right now. It's a very conditional risk, I think, still for central Iowa, at least right now.
That's deserving of mod sticks. Where you at, Brandon?
Huge column of dust directly in front of you right now. Like, it looks cylindrical.
Look at this vortex. Look at this gustnado.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Stormer Media has a view of this.
They're like on the outflow. It's way ahead of it.
Still a gustnado ongoing in front of Brandon. Stormer Media has a big column of dust coming up on them too. I'm gonna go back to Brandon. Look at Brandon right side of your screen. There he goes. It's spinning there on the right side of his screen. Look at the very far right side of your screen. That is actually spinning a lot right now. Now it's kind of, it's still there. Look at that vortex.
I am right outside of Houston right now.
It's not really that condensed, but you can see it spinning.
Here comes another gustnado.
And you?
Brandon is not just a tornado magnet, but he's also a gustnado magnet here in southern Minnesota.
Keep driving through gustnados. Coming into Wells.
All right, Stormer Media is coming up on this right now. We'll go back to Brandon if he has it again. This is what Stormer Media is looking at there again on this tornado warning near Minnesota Lake. Still very ominous skies. We've seen multiple gustnados on the leading edge of this supercell, which again are not usually anywhere near the intensity of an actual tornado. We'll go back to him in a moment. Freddy's bottom left of your screen too. They're kind of all in the same area right now. Velocities have increased a little bit back over near Pemberton, coming up towards Waseca. So they may issue a new tornado warning going towards Owatonna here soon. Rotation has been intensifying just a little bit here on the leading edge of the storm, heading up towards Waseca, Meridian, Deerfield, and Medford. So we need to keep a close eye on this storm as it continues to track to the northeast. The Minneapolis storms have fallen apart. The ones west of Minneapolis are not looking very organized right now, but definitely still stay weather aware in Minneapolis. Keep in mind that there will likely be another round of storms here over the next hour or two that rolls through Minnesota again, because we're going to see a few more storms, I think, fire up even behind the cold frontal boundary. Look at this. Wow. This is a view of the supercell here near Minnesota Lake.
Finally start heading south.
What a crazy view of the storm. Right underneath it. Overshooting cloud tops kind of spreading out there as well.
Cold and outflow. Oh yeah, it's definitely cold.
I've been to at least like 5 of them.
Hey Jocelyn for the super chat. I think generally, I'd probably, if you're chasing, I would just stay in the that general area.
Yeah, I don't know
what was it again? Wausau? Or no, Eau Claire. I think you'll be fine over there in Eau Claire for chasing. I mean, it'll be a line of storms, I think, by the time it gets there into Wisconsin.
When I got clarity, are going to poop.
Huh?
I'm talking to this thing. I'm trying to get it to exit out.
That's south, just southeast of Spencer, man. It's got some velocity on
Southeast of Spencer.
it. I think that's contam.
Yeah, that's just contamination.
It is, but yeah, it is. It has been.
Well, we'll keep storming our media bottom. Oh, Freddie McKinney actually has a look right now of a looks like a Gustnado that just is crossing the road.
Yeah, some of it is, but yeah, it is.
I think he's about to have it after he turns this corner.
Having some velocities on
Wow.
it. So.
Oh, Gustnado right in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that Gustnado right in front of us.
Little
Pretty good
Gustnado
one.
right
That
there.
is a very good Gustnado.
Really nice Gustnado.
Again,
right
look
in
how
front of us
look
there.
how
Look at that.
slowly it's rotating. This is what I'm talking about. Like, these are not usually
Big,
as strong
big
as tornadoes
Gustnado.
by any means. I mean, that's probably moving like 50 to 60 miles per hour tops.
But I think for the most part, this thing just outflow dominant. I might even just turn around. Or maybe take this like 22 or whatever.
So again, that was Freddie McKinney, another little Gustnado on the storm that's near Minnesota Lake. All along the leading edge of this supercell, which is not really much of it's more of a line of storms now. It's kind of gotten clustered together, more semi-discrete more than anything. Tracking up towards Owatonna in Minnesota. No tornado warnings anywhere north of Minneapolis. Also, back over in Kansas, storms have continued to increase in coverage here over the last hour near Abilene and Junction City. Looks like we got a little bit of a meso trying to form west of Holland, southwest of Abilene, so a tornado threat could come out of this storm as it moves to the northeast. We'll have to keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. And I do think we have a chaser out here. I'm going to keep an eye on him. But that's going to be coming up towards Junction City. Hail and wind are the main concerns right now in Kansas. So continue to stay weather aware. Also, we have our first storm forming now back over in North Texas, or attempting to form at least. Right here, we got a little storm now trying to pop off and get above the cap back over near Seymour. That's going towards Vernon. Once again, a conditional strong tornado threat is going to exist around the Red River Valley here this afternoon. So definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware if you're down in this area.
Try to angle back towards
Freddie
that.
McKinney, I think, has another Gustnado on the far left side of your screen in southern Minnesota.
Pretty crazy Gustnado there.
And the amount of Gustnadoes I've seen called tornadoes across the board the past like week.
I just want to get a
It's been
confirmation.
ridiculous, so
Oh,
I'm not surprised that people are reporting as a tornado.
I just want to see if like.
Yeah, that's what I feel like they're it does.
I just want to see if there's any sort of like.
This is storm intermedia, also on this supercell. It honestly looks pretty elevated to me. Don't know if we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this storm. Like at least the very short term here. There's been a lot of Gustnados. Nothing to my from what I've seen that it's an actual tornado.
So I thought it may be doing something where I couldn't see it, but I don't know. That was back towards the beginning. So what do I know?
Right, like over by Fairmont. That was definitely its tightest.
Also, this is Ben Williams. He is on the storm in Kansas right now. Audio's a little glitchy right now. This is the storm back over in Kansas. Clouds are actually, in my opinion, lower to the ground on this storm compared to the one that we have right now in Minnesota. And this is a supercell that has just developed over the last several minutes, moving towards Junction City, producing ping pong ball sized tail, 60 mile per hour winds, and there has been a little bit of rotation in the hook, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Dry line form and a little bit less moisture, and then as they move east, they hit a little bit better moisture as they move.
So we'll be keeping a close eye on him.
Storms are also going to be not just
wow.
encountering better.
Look at storm intermediate's view of this storm in Minnesota. It looks elevated, quite elevated to me, but this thing
Pretty storm at the very least.
looks pretty crazy. The sun is now it's much more off to the west now, so they're kind of on the east side of the storm, so definitely more ominous, kind of dark here on the east side of the storm. That is stunning.
Currently getting a little bit more disorganized at the moment. Is it surface based? Because as long as it's not south of whatever stupid front that is cutting off all the other storms, I'm game. I don't think it is, Connor, from the looks of it.
Yeah, Riley, put Ben YouTube thing on like a tiny corner of my other screen.
Snow Tiger, thank you
so I can see it.
for your super chat.
Thank you, Chrissy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Jamie, for the super chat. It's hard to tell if we are going to see like another mega wedge today like we had yesterday. It's going to depend again if we hit discrete supercells. Everything's pretty linear right now. It's pretty much as forecasted. And I still think between 6 and 9 o'clock is really the greatest threat for tornadoes across the board. I think 6 to 9 p.m. is the greatest threat.
Not a tornado. I'm just gonna go to Wells, drop back down, and then drop south.
And that honestly goes for almost every area that we have for severe weather today. That includes areas back over in Kansas and Missouri, Texas and Oklahoma, probably around 6 to 10. In the Midwest, 6 to 10. But again, this storm, it really feels pretty elevated to me, at least this one that's tornado warned right now. With that said, we do have a little bit of rotation near Janesville that could be a bit more surface-based. That's heading up towards Morristown and Deerfield. More of a QLCS tornado threat that's trying to develop.
It's because I'm here, and I've never had good luck in this state.
Thank you, Deb, for becoming a member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Pretty decent leading edge here of the storm as well.
True.
All right, they have just issued a new tornado warning. This will be for Waseca, Rice, LeSueur, and Steele counties in Minnesota. And it'll pop up here in a second. But once again, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is just off to the north of Owatonna, near Medford, Clinton Falls, Deerfield, Morristown, Wausau, Faribault, and Waterville. I mentioned this just literally a minute ago. There is a little area of rotation here that is going to be embedded in our little hook echo right along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms moving to the northeast. So just off to the north of Owatonna. If you are in this tornado warning, again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, I'm going to stay on storm and media here for a second. I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
They don't know what they're doing. They're like the first report. New tornado warning, including Fairmont, north of Owatonna, which nobody's anywhere close to. I see that one.
Copy that, Snow Tiger.
Radar indicated 2-inch hail too. Oh, let's poke it. Needs to turn right.
That storm is currently warned for 2-inch hail.
Which one? Southern one?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do we need to drop down to get on that?
All right. This is once again storm intermedia on our tornado warned storm west of Owatonna, which again looks unbelievable. It is still fairly elevated, so again, I don't really think this storm right now is producing a tornado. I do think the northern storm that's up near Waterville has a better chance of producing a tornado going towards Wausau and Faribault. Bottom right of your screen, a little bit more circulation on that right now.
All these moving 60.
We are in a forming Gustnado, I think.
And it looks like another Gustnado crossing storm intermedia. Small little Gustnado.
That was weird.
Somewhat slow motion is going to be the ones all the way on the.
This is, again, our new tornado warning back up near Waterville. Rotation's intensified over the last few minutes. Definitely a better chance that this produces a tornado heading up towards Morristown and Wausau. So once again, if you are in either of these, any of this warning, definitely gotta be in your safe place. That rotation's the strongest one that we have on radar, in my opinion, right now. A lot of Gustnadoes with this storm coming up towards Owatonna. Again, Gustnadoes are not usually that dangerous. They're pretty weak usually.
Lakota. Looks like it's gonna go towards Lakota.
It is starting to get soft.
This is the view of the storm coming up towards Owatonna. And again, if you're in Owatonna, like, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. Keep in mind, what we're looking at right now is a fairly elevated storm, and if it can stay elevated, our tornado threat's going to be low for Owatonna. But clouds are definitely oh, that was a big CG. Kind of middle left of your screen. Looks like the clouds are getting a little bit lower, so we need to keep an eye on that. If we can get a little bulge in the, like a little inflow notch kind of going into this line of storms, we could have a more of a tornado risk here. By the way, shout out to William with the PayPal donation, as well as Linda. Really appreciate that. Thank you guys.
This is just west of Wells, Minnesota.
Yeah, but honestly, it does look like we at least have maybe a small wall cloud forming there near Milton. Just a small one. It's not super concerning right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. For right now, the confirmed tornado warning does continue for 21 more minutes unless they cancel it. This storm, once again, is heading in the direction of Owatonna, just outside of Faribault as well. Rescue Angel says, congratulations on earning your degree in meteorology. Could you please describe? That's basically when we have rain that's falling that doesn't reach the ground. Thank you, Leah, for the very generous 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. W's in the chat for Leah. We are starting to see severe weather ramp up back over in Nebraska. It's back over near Lake Andes and Marty. That's for half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Or sorry, that's South Dakota. That's all the way back up west of Sioux Falls. My apologies. Back over in Kansas right now, we do have a few supercells that have fired off, mainly with damaging winds and large hail. Ben Williams, one of the chasers that we're keeping an eye on, is on the storm near Abilene. We actually have a little mezzo trying to form there near Abilene, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on that as that continues to move to the east. I think, let me see if I can get Ben on here. All right, let's do this, and let's do that. All right, Ben Williams, bottom right of your screen. He's over there near Abilene, where there's some rotation. Latest radar scan in Minnesota, still showing a tighter area of rotation right now, moving into Palmer, coming up towards Waterville, Morristown, and Warsaw, as well as Deerfield. Again, tornado threat, a bit more elevated on this little area of activity. Faribault's the main location in the path of this. If you are in Faribault, make sure that you are in your safe place. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure that they're aware of this. And don't forget, we will be live here again for the next probably 5 to 7 hours with tornado outbreak coverage. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. If you have any friends or family in the path of these storms, make sure to give them a heads up. Feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook, Twitter, and all those good platforms.
It's a little bit nebulous right now, but
this is Ben Williams again back on your Abilene, Kansas.
It could try and produce a tornado. The rotation, like I said, is a little bit weak, but if it tightens up, it could produce.
That's a little update from Ben. Honestly, this storm here, latest scan, still showing a couplet, a little area of convergence over Palmer in Minnesota. This is again quickly coming up on Morristown over the next few minutes and will track towards I-35. So I-35 would eventually be on the track of this. There are some other cameras also coming up on I-35. Riley, can you look at cameras on I-35? Near Faribault. Another storm nailing Faribault again. Has this happened in the near or like in the past? And this area of rotation is coming right up towards Faribault, and it's gotten stronger. I mean, this isn't like super strong, but it's strong enough to have a tornado here soon. Also, for right now, I do not think they're going to issue a tornado warning here for the Owatonna area. We're keeping an eye on it, but for right now, not something that I think will get a tornado warning anytime soon.
A large, broad rotation.
Ben just said, by the way, over in Abilene, there's a large rotating base. Probably wall cloud, if I had to guess. This is back over in eastern Minnesota. Sirens are currently going off. This storm still appears very elevated. At least the southern portion of this storm.
I never actually stopped and sat in a town while
Doing a cycle or something.
Very eerie.
That's actually a really cool shot if I pull forward ahead of the trees. I probably don't have time to be doing this, but
those are some scary sirens. And hopefully people follow the sirens. Latest radar scan, really strong rotation. This rotation's gotten stronger scan over scan here. Coming up on Morristown right now in Minnesota. We do have a hook echo and a really tight but noticeable inflow notch going into this. And this is coming up on Morristown and Warsaw over the next 5 minutes, and then we'll eventually go into Faribault in Minnesota. If you're in this tornado warning, you've got to be in your safe place. Again, dangerous storm right now heading off to the northeast. This is probably the strongest area of rotation that we've actually seen on radar today. It's not like super strong, nothing like yesterday, but This is definitely strong enough for a tornado. And again, in today's environment, we have very strong wind shear and low-level winds. So a tornado is definitely in play out of a storm like this. See, in Storm Intermediate's view from the south.
We got the one right in front of us. There's a gust of wedge.
Thank you, Squid, for the super chat. Duluth, Minnesota. I don't think Duluth is going to see much. I think most of your storms will just be a very low-end threat for damaging winds and hail. Not really much of a tornado risk up there. And I gotta say, those sirens are pretty scary sounding. Ben Williams has, it looks like maybe a lowering. This back over in Kansas.
Not a ton of rotation right now, but there definitely is a little bit.
Yeah, there is a little wall cloud forming on the left side of your screen. It's not really rotating that much, but this is near Abilene in Kansas. Thank you, Donnie, for becoming a member. This is like really, again, there are not many chasers in Kansas. This is like one of the only ones that we have, at least that I'm aware of. Like, there are a couple others. I think Ryan Scholl's going to be on this at some point. Ben Williams is really the only person that committed to this target that I'm aware of, and he has at least a bit of a wall cloud trying to form here back over near Abilene, right along I-70. Very, very weak and broad right now, but it is a storm that we need to keep an eye on. The tornado threat, in my opinion,
I'm afraid we might be cooking soon here.
Will be a little bit more elevated, I think.
I'm gonna show you guys the radar real quick here.
In the Manhattan areas. And he thinks that that's going to start ramping up here soon. Again, these are your storms right now in Kansas, heading up towards Wamego, Westmoreland, and Manhattan. The one off to the north is going to be more of a left mover for right now, more of a hail and wind threat. If it becomes a right mover, it could become a little bit more concerning. While that's happening, Brandon Kopic has a Gustnado again. Bro is a Gustnado interceptor at this point. There's a tornado magnet. Now he's just intercepting Gustnado after Gustnado. It's another one. Back over in southern Minnesota. This might be the 15th Gustnado that we've had. Gustnados again are not really that dangerous, but it is spinning a little bit.
Yeah, I got eyes on it.
Dirtnado. Pretty much the same thing. Shout out to William with the PayPal donation. Appreciate that.
It was definitely from outflow. It's another Gustnado.
Gustnado's a little bit larger than the other ones that we've had. At least more dust being kicked up. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. An increasing risk of scattered strong to severe thunderstorms back over northeast Kansas, western Iowa, and as well as southeastern Nebraska. And Ben Williams...
Because now we're getting the RFD in here.
Ben Williams is starting to see at least a little bit more rotation there on the top right of your screen, or middle of your screen, back over near Abilene, Kansas. And some of the RFD winds as well. That's your rear flank downdraft surging in from the storm. Hey, Lotus with the super chat. Before people start calling this a bust, remember that everybody thought March 20th, the 10-hour live stream, was going to bust and became one of the worst outbreaks that month. March 15th, or March 14th, I think. Or no, it's March. Actually, no, it was April. I think it was April 2nd or 3rd or something. Whenever we had the high risk of severe weather, everybody at like 5 o'clock was saying bust because we only had like 2 tornado warnings. Not even an hour later, we had 25 tornado warnings, and we had a big tornado going right through Lake City in Arkansas. Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but like, you really cannot just assume it's going to be a bust just based off of like 1 or 2 hours of weather. I still think the greatest threat is between 6 and 9, so. Still think that'll be our greatest threat. They have just downgraded the tornado warning back over to the west of Owatonna. No longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated for the Minnesota Lake area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar size tail that is going to be moving through Owatonna and then eventually tracking towards Albert Lee here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. Damaging winds can send debris flying. Freddie McKinney has a lowering. This is Freddie McKinney.
A little bit suspicious now.
Looks like a little wall cloud there. This back over near Wells, Minnesota. This is on the southern segment of our storms near Blue Earth. Small little wall cloud there on the left side of your screen.
It doesn't turn at 340.
I got you. Hopefully it figures out its stream issues there.
It is kind of breaking apart.
Yeah. And that is the cell, like...
My geography is terrible. I just realized...
Yeah, the Blue Earth storm right there. So.
We need... My geography is not this bad, by the way. The mesoscale discussion that I showed you guys like 2 minutes ago, just letting you guys know, this is actually Nebraska, Iowa, and southeastern South Dakota. This is not Kansas. I don't know why I've done that twice now. So my apologies. That is not Kansas.
We'll get the job done if anything gets.
This is Brandon Kopic's view. Look at that.
Yeah, we're almost to the tail end storm.
Brandon Kopic also on YouTube. He is back over here in southern Minnesota as well. Actually, sorry, no, he's now in northern Iowa. He's going to be just off to the east of Estherville. So watching some of the discrete activity that has developed.
I got hail.
It's very ominous out here in the distance. This is a bit more of a discrete area of activity that he's coming up on.
Well, there's nothing going to the south of it, so.
There's a report about 30 minutes ago of a rotating wall cloud in Miami Lakes, Florida, by the way. I don't think that's true, though. That's not true. Never mind. Is there a storm there? Or no?
I was about to say, yeah, there's literally no storm.
Okay.
All right. We're only 114 likes away from 7,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing
I just read that report, and that is not true.
Red man, what road are you on?
Times people false reporting wall clouds. About to say though, if we had a storm in Florida with a rotating wall cloud, that'd be pretty crazy.
We are at about 110.
Thank you, Gorilla, for the super chat.
About 7 miles.
Asking about West Minneapolis tonight. Let me show you guys the future radar here for the Midwest. Brandon Kopic has a really good view though of that supercell there. Again, near Armstrong and Swee City in northern Iowa. This is what it looks like for the next few hours. This is the latest HRRR model run. This one looks like basically right about now. Line of thunderstorms moving through areas near and just south of Minneapolis, back through Owatonna, and also into northern Iowa. By around 7 to 8 o'clock, we're going to have a bunch of storms ongoing back over here just outside of Kansas City, where significant damaging winds, large hail, and honestly, a few tornadoes are in play. I really still think this is the area where one of our greatest risks of severe weather is going to exist, especially if we don't see discrete supercells fire off here in Iowa. The HRRR is still hanging on to the potential of a couple of discrete cells firing off right around sunset, and if this does happen, we will have a much more elevated, strong, and long track tornado threat. So far, it's been somewhat quiet, but again, it could pick up at any time legitimately over the next few hours. By 9 to 10 o'clock, these storms continue to move across Iowa, Wisconsin, and Missouri, and then eventually by midnight or so tonight, the storms are going to be much weaker, I think, across much of Wisconsin. Still a low tornado risk, damaging winds and hail also going to be in play. And then back over in Texas, we are expecting a bunch of supercells to fire off, I think, over the next few hours, with a lot of hail, damaging winds, and a potential for tornadoes existing back over here near Oklahoma and Texas. So that's what we're currently looking at for our threat of severe weather. Let's go back to this 3-cam view. I'm going to go ahead and put... let's go ahead and put this bottom left of your screen. That's a live shot bottom left. That's back over at mile marker 55, 56 on I-35. That's looking, I believe, near Owatonna, of a large shelf cloud rolling in. We do still have a tornado warning if you're in Faribault, outside of Cannon City, near Deerfield and Medford. Strongest area of rotation is currently coming up on I-35. And if you are in this warning, stay in your safe place. Strongest area of rotation is approaching I-35 here over the next few minutes. Still have a tornado warning also west of Blooming Prairie. Keep an eye on that. This one's again back over to Brandon Kopic. He's also live on YouTube back over in northern Iowa, coming up on a discrete supercell north of Emmitsburg. This is a type of storm that could try to produce a much more significant tornado if it's able to organize.
We probably won't see all that much, at least
that's what Brandon's thinking, though.
One of these
Listen in.
Really takes advantage of the environment it's in. we were on a couple of those tornado warnings to the north that were quote unquote observed with observed tags, and there were weather spotter observed tornadoes apparently. But
Des Moines, Iowa is in the watch. Do you think anything's going to happen there? I do think there's a potential for significant severe weather in Iowa today and tonight. It's just going to depend on if storms fire. That's literally what's contingent on. If we have initiation, literally anything could happen.
It could be a tornado when it's actually just an outflow-induced gustnado. So I haven't seen anything.
This storm definitely looks interesting. Again, this is a discrete supercell that Brandon is currently coming up on. Brett Adair is also coming up on this right now. Let me see if I can get Brett Adair on here. This is Brett Adair's view. This is coming from the south on this supercell as well that Brandon's coming up on. Again, in northern Iowa. And then this is Freddie McKinney back over in Minnesota still. This back over in Wells. This is just outside of our tornado warning near Wells. Some low clouds there in the middle, so definitely still a potential for a tornado embedded in the line. Back to radar. This is the latest scan. This is back over in Minnesota, just outside of Faribault. Latest radar scan is showing a stronger area of rotation coming together right now, approaching I-35. So if you are near I-35 right now, you should be pulled over, like, away from I-35. Like, if you can, just avoid this stretch here from Faribault back through Clinton Falls. And don't park under an overpass. Just avoid this area if at all possible. At the bare minimum, we have very strong inflow going into the storm, and we could easily get a tornado with this as it moves over I-35 over the next few minutes. So again, be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. I'm going to see if we have a... There are cameras coming up here, right where this hook is going to be passing through. I think I'm going to pull up one of these. Strongest area of rotation right now is coming right up towards the Lazy U Mobile Home Park, and Casper Sighting are currently in the path of this. Real quickly, I want to go to Freddy. Freddy's got some low clouds here. Back over near Wells, Minnesota. This is south of our tornado warning.
Are you talking about the same thing? This thing? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning for Steele County, Minnesota. That is going to be for Owatonna. So all of Owatonna, you are now included in a tornado warning. If you are in Owatonna, Clinton Falls, Medford, or Havana, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is, again, more of an embedded tornado threat in this line of thunderstorms that is currently tracking to the east and east-northeast. That's going to eventually go towards West Concord. So once again, this is for Owatonna. Okay, let's see. This is a camera that we can pull up. We're going to have a live shot bottom right of your screen. I believe that's in Owatonna. Oh, that's Ben. Let me take down Ben here for a second. Bottom right of your screen, that is live in Owatonna. I believe that's Owatonna. I'm going to go full cam to this. Freddy still has something there in Wells. This is back over to Owatonna on I-35 at mile marker 59. It's looking northeast. Very ominous skies right now, moving into Owatonna, Medford, and Clinton Falls.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Also, we do now have a new tornado warning in Iowa, which is going to be for that storm that's discrete that Brandon Kopic is currently on. This is going to be just outside of Swee City near Armstrong and also near just north of Emmitsburg. This is Brandon Kopic live on this storm. This one, again, has more of a potential to produce something stronger. So if we get a tornado on this one in northern Iowa, a strong tornado would be in play. With this being a discrete supercell.
Oh, we did. Look at that. Okay, well, that was cool. Those tornadoes now should probably get on this thing.
So things are starting to ramp up. We're now up to 4 tornado warnings. They could really easily increase from here.
That's Scud. That looks like Scud, Corey.
Yeah, it's Scud.
Yeah, this is in northern Iowa for Palo Alto and Emmett counties.
The trooper? Yeah.
It's pretty good right here.
It is. It definitely is.
That's bottom middle of your screen on Brandon Kopic. Once again, if you are in Owatonna, Faribault, you got to be in your safe place. Again, rotation is mainly across the line of thunderstorms. Our strongest area of rotation will basically be going right over Owatonna, Clinton Falls, and Medford here over the next 5 minutes. And same thing back over near Faribault.
A new tornado warning has been
Near
issued.
Faribault, the strongest area of rotation is now crossing over I-35. We have now another tornado warning. This one's going to be just south of Northfield near Kenyon. This is going to be a continuing tornado warning. If you are in Faribault, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Same thing goes if you're back over near Kenyon, or if you're back over just to the south of Cannon Falls. And our main area of rotation is going to be embedded in our rain, crossing right over I-35 as we speak. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Bottom middle of your screen is the tornado warning in, again, northern Iowa. And back over near Owatonna, our main area of rotation is currently crossing over the highway and is now moving into the northeastern side here of this county. Trying to get some of these traffic cams to load in here. This is a live shot right now, I believe, in Owatonna on a traffic cam in Minnesota. Mile marker 40 on I-35. It is very ominous. Right on I-35 here near Owatonna. And wind is beginning to pick up as well. Wow, the clouds are actually really low on the left side of your screen there. There's also another camera bottom left of your screen that's in the same area. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, so I was just going to say there are a few cameras in the area. The one that we're watching right now, that's right by the golf course, Owatonna Country Club. The one further north, that's up by the Medford area around the McDonald's and the Casey's gas station there. The warning is almost, or the storm's almost through these areas, through these traffic cams. So pretty soon here, Owatonna will be out of the tornado threat.
All right, thank you for the update. Again, this is a live shot right now in Owatonna. One of the Minnesota traffic cams that is looking in downtown. The wind's been picking up. We have very low clouds as well. And once again, this storm is going to be capable of producing embedded tornadoes in the line. This is also in Owatonna, another live shot looking a different way. Again, our storm is moving right through the downtown area. Within the next few minutes, you'll be in the clear in Owatonna, but you got about 5 to 6 minutes for a potential tornado threat in this area. So again, you need to be in your safe place if you're not already there. Wind is picking up. It is, again, very dark out there. There's a lot of semis, by the way, driving on this highway, which is concerning. Look at the winds picking up right there, middle of your screen. You can see it right to left. We're now looking southwest on this traffic cam. We're starting to see some of that RFD surge, which is your rear flank downdraft, which is beginning to pick up here in Owatonna. There's a lot of semis on the highway, which is pretty concerning with, again, how easily they can literally flip over from winds this strong. At least 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here in Owatonna. This is looking north, or this looking west as well on I-35 southbound. So our area of rotation has just moved over the downtown area of Owatonna and also just on the south side of Faribault and is now coming up on Kenyon. And it will be going in the direction of West Concord here pretty soon. Go back to our 3 cam view here. And this is what it looks like on live radar right now. So the worst of these storms right now pushing through Owatonna. Back over near Faribault. We still have this rotation here near Faribault is honestly broadening out a lot right now. I think our main concern would be this area here of rotation, mainly in our line of thunderstorms between Owatonna back through Medford. That looks to be the more concerning area right now of rotation. I'm trying to pull that camera up that you just sent. This is back over. It's live. So this is also near Owatonna. You can actually see some hail coming down. It looks like some little small pea-sized hail maybe that might have just fell there. Winds are starting to pick up here too. This is looking northbound on I-35. Wind is definitely picking up. Look how windy it is. Left to right. That semi-truck is slowing down a lot too. Winds are very strong here. This could easily be 70-mile-per-hour winds and possibly a tornado threat here. Semis literally just pulled over before this overpass. I know the camera quality isn't great, but the winds are definitely increasing right on I-35 going towards Havana. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this storm for West Concord and Claremont, and that camera has just gone out, at least for now. So that could be some sort of power outage that just happened there. Strongest area of winds is going basically parallel to the Route 14 here. It's that side of 35, moving to the east. By the way, these are some shots that we are just getting now out of Owatonna. This is one of the pictures that are coming out of Owatonna. Look at how green the skies are, too. You can actually see some of that kind of green-yellow tinge there in the middle of your screen there. And then this is another photo out of Owatonna. So just moments ago. If you guys have any photos or videos, by the way, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. There's a link down below as well to our Twitter page. But again, please be safe. Don't take photos if you are literally in the track of this tornado. Camera bottom right of your screen just came back. We're going to go back to Freddy. Don't put that there. This is our other tornado warning, not in Minnesota, but in northern Iowa. This storm is starting to ramp up right now near Ringstead, moving towards Swee City. Brandon Kopic, bottom middle of your screen, is on this storm, coming up towards Armstrong and eventually going towards Lead Yard and the Lakota area. Again, rotations intensifying on this. This is a more discrete storm that will have a better shot at producing a tornado in this environment. And then back over in Minneapolis, again, things have honestly been really quiet so far. Basically a kind of a wall. It feels like a wall. There's just nothing here. Very, very quiet right now across St. Louis. Hopefully it stays that way. If you're back up in northern Minnesota, we're not really talking about much severe weather right now. Low tornado risk will still exist up there. Our most significant threat of severe weather is currently spanning just south of Minneapolis all the way back into northern Iowa. Storms will probably start to fire up in central Iowa here soon. And then also back into Kansas, we are seeing an uptick of severe weather. Last couple of radar scans are showing our strongest area of rotation north of Medford now. So this is north of Owatonna, coming up on Kenyon right now. So Kenyon, the strongest area of rotation, is coming up on your area here over the next few minutes. Also, we have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is back over in Texas near Sterling City. This is northwest of San Angelo for apple-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So particularly dangerous situation if you are in Sterling City in Texas. That is apple-sized hail that is currently falling on that storm. That can definitely hurt if you're outside. Let's go over to Brandon Kopic, who is on the storm here in Iowa. That is currently tornado warned.
Rising scud is trying to consolidate into one area. It's still stupid high base, though. Why is this guy backing up on the road right now?
Hey, Jeff, for the super chat. I think Minneapolis and St. Paul, I think the risk of severe weather in those areas is relatively low at this point, but it's definitely not zero. Continue to stay weather aware if you're in Minneapolis, at least for the next 2 to 3 hours. I still think there's a chance of hail even after sunset tonight if we get a couple elevated storms. Hey, Blue Wolf for the super chat. Denton, Texas probably will not see much tonight. Your better chance of severe weather is tomorrow and on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely slowly rotating up underneath here.
You got a little wall cloud attempting to form here. It's taken a while, but it's attempting to form in northern Iowa. Once again, near Armstrong in Iowa.
I think we're getting somewhere, boys.
It's a more discreet supercell, so if something can come out of this, it could again be on the stronger side of things. It's very scuddy right now. That's not a funnel, by the way.
Actually, these rain bands are starting to wrap around it.
Too bad it dropped 10 degrees. Yeah, I just really wish, the temperature...
By the way, look at this. This is back over...
Yeah.
This is back over in Texas. This is on satellite imagery back over in Texas, just outside of Wichita Falls. That is satellite imagery showing a big storm forming there. So severe weather is beginning to now increase back over in north central Texas, again just outside of Wichita Falls near Kewanna. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Satellite imagery is clearly depicting, though, a pretty large storm forming down there. So once again, our tornado warning near Armstrong. We've been watching at least some slow rotation of ELP on this near Ringstead. They will likely continue a new tornado warning going towards Sweet City and as well as Ledyard. Also, back over near Elmore, we have a storm here that also has some low clouds bottom right of your screen. Storm and media's on that. That storm also could become tornadic at some point down the road, but main concern is hail and wind. The tornado warning for Owatonna no longer really includes the town of Owatonna. In my opinion, the worst storm here near Owatonna is actually going to be this one going towards Kenyon. The couplet is on the stronger side of things, and there's a potential for a tornado with this as it continues to move into Kenyon, eventually going towards Wanamingo, and it will track towards Route 52 and as well as Zumbrota. So if you're back over near Wanamingo or Zumbrota, you need to be staying weather aware. Again, stronger area of rotation currently moving off to the northeast. This is, again, by far the strongest rotation that we've seen on radar today, and it might try to produce a tornado at some point. Velocities are still staying on the stronger side of things. I don't think they're going to continue a tornado warning for
a new tornado
West Concord,
warning has been issued.
But West Concord, definitely be ready for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. New tornado warning has been issued. That's for Sweet City and Bancroft. This is moving off to the northeast. If you are in Sweet City, Bancroft, or just south of Elmore, you need to be in your safe place. This is a storm that is beginning to rotate pretty quickly. It's a live shot from Brandon Kopic. Wall cloud is attempting to form.
Yeah, they did. Yep, I just got it.
Radar coverage is pretty sparse here, so we have to rely more on chasers for this storm.
Bang, I mean, it's going right for Lakota. That's what I have in my GPS. I have 17 minutes.
Hey, who's here from becoming a member? Welcome to the Velocities. And thank you, Knox, for the super chat. I don't know what state Pierce County is in.
Silver truck doing? Do not back out.
This storm looks... yeah. You be quiet. It's better than anything else you've gotten today.
I'm very intrigued with where that scud's at.
Yeah, I'm looking right into it right now. I'm sitting in Lakota.
So again, lowering is developing here near Sweet City. It's going to be a matter of if this thing gets to the ground
a
or
new
not.
tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we'll see you there in 15, Jaden, if you don't move.
So a little bit of a lowering here. They have just issued a new tornado warning in Minnesota. So brand new tornado warning, which will pop up here in a second. This could be for Goodhue, Rice, and Steele counties. It's a pretty large tornado warning. So Pine Island, Zumbrota, and Goodhue, you're in the path of this. Rotation is going to be fairly rain-wrapped at this point, but on the stronger side of things, tracking to the northeast, and will be coming up on Wanamingo, Bell Creek, White Rock, Goodhue, and Zumbrota. So seek shelter if you're in this warning.
5:30 at 5:45.
Is that it's back to Brandon? These clouds are definitely looking a little bit more interesting. I mean, this storm's definitely looking more interesting right now in Iowa. Clouds are getting lower. We do have a wall cloud trying to form right now.
Thank you. We got the scuddiest and pinkiest of scud pines.
I'm gonna try to get CJ on here. Brandon's coming up on this right now. Let's get CJ one of these slots.
Okay, it's starting to get a little bit of a stinger from the rain put out of the Fort Point now. It's starting... Okay, all right.
This is CJ Ziegler, who has a pretty definitive wall cloud forming right now. That's a large wall cloud that is forming right now near Bancroft. This thing might be going imminent to produce a tornado. It's organizing fairly rapidly.
Yeah, it does. Wow. Wow.
Also, severe thunderstorm watch was just issued near Sioux City and Sioux Falls, mainly for hail and wind.
I didn't even know you parked it right in front of me.
I'm gonna move my car a little bit.
So a large wall cloud just outside of Bancroft.
There, can you hold this for like
It's not
2
fully
seconds?
organized yet, but it is organizing pretty
Can you hold
quickly.
this right here for like 2 seconds? I just gotta move my car a little bit.
I don't know who that guy is. And a large wall cloud forming here in northern Iowa. That is a live shot. Now kind of off your screen. This thing, again, could try to drop a tornado here. At any point. It's not really rapidly rotating, but it's definitely forming a decent base. And since these clouds are getting lower to the ground, it's going to be much easier for a tornado to try to drop out of this.
Oh, man, this thing's gonna do it.
So if this thing can start to get a stronger inflow, which honestly on radar looks like it's definitely getting a little bit more structure to
drone
it.
going up.
This might try to produce a tornado here soon. And he has a
That
drone.
thing looks insane up here.
That's probably a good half-mile wide wall cloud there.
No, not really at all. Compared to Omaha tornado, no.
Copy that, guys.
We'll put CJ, or actually we'll put Chelsea on the bottom right. This is a little update for our storm in Minnesota. Back up near Kenyon, again, a large area of rotation is currently heading into Kenyon, and we could get a couple of tornadoes with this as it moves up towards Wanamingo, Zumbrota, and Goodhue. So again, make sure that you are in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. This is embedded in our line of thunderstorms. Going back over to CJ, because he still has a really good view of this wall cloud.
So, it's not that bad at all.
Wow. Pretty classic looking. It's definitely more organized than a couple minutes ago, too. It's, again, not rapidly rotating yet, but the wind shear can pick up a little bit. This thing could definitely drop a big tornado.
Charlie.
Thank you, Corn Storm, from coming member. Welcome to the Velocities.
That is awesome, man. That is a beautiful wall cloud. We might not even have to move it. Beautiful. Yeah, we may not even have to move. If we have to, definitely gotta watch. If we have to, we're gonna have to use this road. Yeah, we can get back on that main highway and try to east a ways, then come back north. 100%.
So again, a drone shot right now of our large wall cloud.
Just how rapidly this
Bancroft.
because it was just a little bit of scud before. What is that?
That's weather radio.
Bottom right of your screen is this storm near Bancroft, Iowa.
They shrunk the warning a little bit, the back end. Is that a rotating wall cloud? We can report that, I guess. Why not?
It's not really rotating rapidly. It is a wall cloud, but
how far do you think that is?
It hasn't really been rotating rapidly, which is interesting with today's environment. Thank you, Faith, for the super chat. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot there in northern Oklahoma today. I think tomorrow's really a bigger threat for hail and wind. But could get a couple storms with hail and wind tonight.
Rotating wall cloud, 10 miles to our west-southwest. There was a new watch that came out.
Severe weather is still on track to impact areas near Kansas City. Might even impact Kansas City sometime around about, say about 7:30, between 7:30 and about 10:30 or so would be the main time frame. Thank you, Erica, for the super chat.
What's going on there? A little bit of a...
This is more zoomed in. You can see the motion a little bit more. Again, not really rotating a whole lot. It is a wall cloud.
What drone do you have?
Air 3.
Is that little inflow tail right there?
I kind of
To the left of it?
Looks like it.
Yeah. What do you have?
Mavic 3 Pro.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. There's a chaser right up on that.
Where do you want me to send that footage at? Just Facebook or?
I can contact you after. Otherwise.
Latest radar scan in Minnesota near Kenyon. Still a large, broad area of rotation moving into Wanamingo and Zumbrota, going towards Goodhue. This is again the storm in northern Iowa. The large wall cloud. Even though it has a large wall cloud, I mean, I'm not trying to doubt it, but I do think it's not like super imminent.
On the 360?
The rotation's been fairly broad.
The 4.
Oh man.
We are in a radar hole, so again, this is really our best way to see the storm.
So the 4 is me cheap because the 5 is like, meh. You can replace.
Not really different.
The only thing that's for chasers is you can replace the lens now. So yeah, so if that's a big problem.
They missed her for becoming a member.
Otherwise it's,
Will Southeast Iowa get a watch? I don't think so.
light, but either way.
I don't think so.
Baseballs and it's
Yeah.
There is a chance if storms fire. It's going to be more contingent on storms actually firing. Let's put him bottom left when my program comes back. Again, this is our storm that is currently with at least a large wall cloud that is currently moving in the direction of Ledyard and Lakota, eventually going towards Buffalo Center. So if you're in any of those areas, make sure that you are staying weather aware back out in front of this. If you're in the tornado warning, definitely be in your safe place. At least at the minimum, we have a large wall cloud right now with that storm. Back over in Kansas, we got plenty of storms that have fired up right along the interstate near Manhattan and Junction City. So far, these are mainly hail and wind producers. If anything can become a bit more discreet, our tornado threat would be a bit more elevated. So we need to keep an eye on these storms in terms of our wind and hail threat for the main threat right now along the interstate, but there will be a potential for a tornado if any of these storms can get a little bit more organized. Definitely a significant wind risk that's rolling into Manhattan and Kansas right now. Additionally, tennis ball sized hail is currently ongoing with that storm. Just off to the west, it's Topeka. Storms are starting to really rapidly intensify back over in Texas. We got 2 big storms that have just gone up, 2 different updrafts. One that's splitting off to the left. This one's kind of going more to the right. This right-hand moving storm could become more of a tornado producer if it's able to organize, but I think it's going to take some time until that happens. Back over near Frederick, Oklahoma, just to the west of Granfield as well. And also a big hailstorm ongoing to the northwest of San Angelo. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for Sterling City, with apple-sized hail being a possibility. Just back over to CJ with the large wall cloud. It is beginning to get a little bit more rain wrapped here over the last couple minutes in northern Iowa.
Yes, sir.
So he's now repositioning. We'll keep him bottom right of your screen. Let's go back to Minnesota. This is the latest radar scan on our tornado warning back off to the west of Wanamingo. The rotation has been a bit broader here over the last few scans. Still a large area of circulation coming up on Goodhue in Minnesota. So again, if you're in Goodhue or Zumbrota, make sure that you are in your safe place. I'm going to go back to CJ. He's back on this wall cloud again. That's a view of the wall cloud here in northern Iowa. This could drop a tornado at any time. The wall cloud has not really been rapidly rotating, not necessarily like what we saw yesterday with our wedge tornado that happened in Nebraska. But nonetheless, there is a wall cloud to lowering. I don't think it'll take much for this thing to produce a tornado if it can stay like this. Clouds, honestly, these are some of the lowest clouds that we've seen out of our storms today. The ones in southern Minnesota weren't even that low, in my opinion. Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This can be back over in Texas. It's back over in Texas. So if you're back over in Texas or Oklahoma, new mesoscale discussion. Initial supercells will pose a threat of very large hail and severe wind gusts. The tornado threat will also increase this evening. Notice the maximum probabilities here for everything. We could see hail as large as the size of softballs. We could even see strong tornadoes here. It's a conditional risk, but there's a potential for strong tornadoes if our storms can remain individualized in this environment near Lawton, back over near Hobart, and also near Altus. And then damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour are also going to be a possibility. So again, make sure that you're staying weather aware if you're in Oklahoma or Texas. This is our other threat. We have multiple storm chasers down there that we are keeping an eye on as well, that will be in the midst of that risk of severe weather. This is back over to CJ. Still have a wall cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, that cycle is done now. It just blew itself apart.
This is Chelsea Dahlman that's also looking at this. And that wall cloud has gone almost away. This is actually the look at the wall cloud that was just here. It is pretty much gone away. That's pretty good to see. Hopefully that stays that way. It could recycle, but wall cloud literally just basically disappeared here over the last couple minutes. Storm Media is also kind of looking at this from a distance.
Wall cloud completely falls apart.
That wall cloud fell apart really fast. Why are they moving away? They're just repositioning.
No, because, you know, realistically, I should.
Yeah, bottom right of your screen, Chelsea Dahlman is on that, and again, that wall cloud has pretty much disappeared. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was just going to talk about our future threat in Wisconsin because I've seen a bunch of different questions on that. So we talked about a little bit earlier about how we weren't having as much as that random convection ahead of the line as what was originally modeled. And we're starting to see our first model runs after observing that. So it now looks like we're seeing a stronger line of thunderstorms make it further to the north on the HRRR, going all the way up to Lake Superior. This is about 200, not 200, probably about 100, 150 miles further north than what we saw before. So this means that we could have more of a tornado stretch or more of a tornado threat going further north than what we thought before. I do think that's what's going to happen just because there's less stuff in front of the line. So there's less stuff messing up the environment.
All right. Thank you, Riley, for the update on Wisconsin. This is, let me go to Chelsea Dahlman here. If it'll load. All right, so this is Chelsea Dahlman, now kind of in the middle of the storm now in northern Iowa. Again, the wall cloud basically fell apart. There is a chance that, again, this thing will recycle as it moves off to the east-northeast, just off to the west of Forest City. But for right now, that wall cloud, again, has completely fallen apart. So that's definitely, again, good news. Let's hope it stays that way. Also, this is a live shot. Let's go full cam to this. This is exactly what you're not supposed to do during any sort of storm, is park under an overpass. We need to shame these people. That's not what you're supposed to do. We got 3 people right now that are parked under this overpass, and there's no way this guy's going to park in the right lane, right? You gotta be kidding me. Are we being serious? We got personnel parked on the highway here on at mile marker 40 on I-35. We need a shame spam in the chat. This is ridiculous. Literally, this person with a boat just parked in the right lane, and that is not legal, by the way. None of this is legal during a severe storm. This can easily cause accidents, especially if there's low visibility. He was watching the stream, I bet, because now he's getting back on the road. The other people are still pulled over under the overpass. Thank you, Christian, for becoming a member. Guys, we saw this on one of our streams, even back in we had a West Virginia stream not long ago, and we saw something exactly like this, where a bunch of people parked under the overpass, but it wasn't just the right lane, it was every single lane, and it created over a mile of traffic, and this was just for like a 60 or 70 mile per hour windstorm. Like, guys, this is not, it's also dangerous, like not just for people driving, but also when you're parked under an overpass like this. I don't know why this guy's out of his car right now. That makes no sense to me as well, but you know, it literally is a wind tunnel, like that these people are basically sitting under. I don't know why that guy is out of his car though. I don't, if he's feeling that scared, he should be in his car. Like, I don't understand this. I don't know who that guy is in the middle, just outside of his car, but wow. This is back over in Albert Lee in Minnesota. Got a whale mouth of a storm here. Your Albert Lee. Honestly, some of the structure shots that we've seen so far today in Minnesota have been quite something. And we still do have a tornado warning north of Rochester, Minnesota, coming up on Goodhue right now. Rotation is still strong enough for a potential tornado risk as that comes up on Goodhue and Belchester, eventually going towards Hay Creek, Red Wing, and Lake City. So continue to stay weather aware if you are in those areas. These people are still parked there. Hey, the guy got back in his car. Maybe he's listening to the stream. Let's go back over to Brandon Kopic.
I was going to say, Connor, I bet you're glad.
Brandon Kopic's on the tornado warning in northern Iowa. This one looks like right now. We had a wall cloud. It kind of went away.
Holy crap, I see a million behind me and I see a million in front of me. Okay, Freddy, bye, Freddy. Hey,
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. And we do tornado outbreak coverage and weather coverage in general all the time. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Links are in the description. Also, you can join our Discord server. Link is in the description as well. Spread the word. Once again, we'll be live here for the next probably 6 hours or so with tornado outbreak coverage. This is only one of our risks of severe weather, which is in the Midwest. We have another one back over in the Central Plains and another one in the Southern Plains that are currently starting to ramp up. So there's a lot of severe weather where all this has come from. Like, we're not just talking about the Midwest today. It's a fairly large area. Once again, this is Brandon Kopic,
Everything looks pretty awful.
which is on the tornado warning cell. Put them bottom middle of your screen. Those people are still parked under the overpass. That's wild. They're still parked there. We have a new storm that is fired off back off to the west of Cherokee near Remsen and Marcus near Lamar's. This is not a storm that will really be that tornadic, I don't think, mainly because it is behind our basically more in the kind of like the stable and cooler air. So as long as it stays back here, the tornado threat should be much lower. I'm going to show you guys the significant tornado parameter values just so you have an idea of where the most favorable environment for tornadoes is over the next few hours. And notice this is right about 7 o'clock, so in about an hour, our greatest tornado threat will be in this general region right here, as long as we have storms ongoing, including areas near Eau Claire and as well as near Rochester and Minnesota, back through Des Moines. If any storms are in this environment, the potential for tornadoes will exist, and we'll also have a tornado risk ramping up back over in the southern and central plains. Eventually, by 8 to 9 o'clock, notice how our significant tornado parameter values are still staying relatively high. Notice west of this line, though, we don't really have anything ongoing, and that's mainly because this is behind our cold front in a more stable environment. With that said, we could still see some big hailstorms out of that activity, and our tornado threat should start to die out around 11 to 12 o'clock tonight. But the threat of tornadoes, again, will continue for the next 3 hours. I still think if we were to see a tornado outbreak, the peak of this threat will be in the next 3 hours. That's at least my thinking as of right now. Huge shout out to Wild Child with a $50 super chat. Good to see you, buddy. Congratulations on graduation. I appreciate that, and thank you for the generosity. I will officially be a meteorologist in about 7 days or 8 days, 9 days. I think 9 days. So officially have a bachelor's in meteorology. We're down to 2 cars that are under that overpass on the bottom left of your screen. So things have begun to at least improve there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Albert Lee, Bancroft, Blooming Prairie. That is for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Wells and Alden, right along I-90. No longer any warnings for Owatonna or Northfield. The severe weather threat, at least our initial threat, is done. We are going to see another round of storms, I think, a little bit later this evening. They'll be a bit more isolated, but damaging winds will be a possibility and some hail. This is the last few scans on our tornado warning. We still have a broad area of rotation right now over Route 52, moving off to the east-northeast towards Goodhue and Hay Creek. So still a potential for a tornado as that moves off to the east-northeast. Let's see. Northern mode of severe weather is not too concerning as of right now. Let's go over to Storm Intermedia. They're coming up on the tornado warning in northern Iowa.
Yeah, I wish I'd just stayed.
It's a live shot of this tornado warning in northern Iowa. Huge rain shaft.
Okay, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I wish I just booked an appointment to get my windshield replaced instead of chasing today.
Make a graduation video? We might, I don't know, we'll see. If we do any graduation stuff, like if we post like a video, it'll probably be, if it was on YouTube, it'd be for members only. We'll probably, if we did something like that, it would also be on like Twitter and Facebook.
If I didn't make it up there in that storm last night, I'd probably be pretty pissed off.
I am pretty pissed off right now.
I guess Stormer Media is not happy. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think you briefly touched on this severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Cherokee, Iowa. This is probably the first of the storms that are actually behind our front. So these are going to be mostly elevated hailers and no longer a tornado threat with these. These are going to be producing very large hail though. I think they're going to expire the tornado watch in this area eventually and probably issue a severe thunderstorm watch as we see these storms make their way further to the west. They've already done that for some of our area, but they're probably going to do it for more.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, again, any storms that are in the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado threat is extremely low. I honestly wouldn't rule out a little land spout, maybe a brief little spin up, but it's a very, very low chance. Not really something that I'm too concerned about there near Sioux City or Sioux Falls. Back over in Kansas, we do have a continuing threat of severe weather. Look at actually, we're starting to see rotation right now near Manhattan and Kansas. Little area of rotation coming together, heading in the direction of Wamego and as well as St. Mary's. Storm chaser Ben Williams is on this. We're keeping an eye on him. I'm going to put him back on the bottom right of your screen in a second. He's actually coming up on this right now. He's on the highway, so we don't have a clear view of it, but he is coming up on a little bit of a lowering near Manhattan. And look at this. We have a huge surge of wind near Zendale coming up on Wamego, just to the southeast of Manhattan. So a significant storm currently in progress, and this could definitely produce a threat for a tornado, but more than anything, significant damaging winds and also golf ball sized hail here right along the interstate.
For like 5 miles.
This is, by the way, tornado warning in northern Iowa was canceled. Just heads up. This is Ben Williams, who's coming up right now on this storm. I don't think this is, oh, this is live. All right, so Ben Williams, left side of your screen is a storm here near Manhattan. So we're going to keep an eye on him. Once he has a better view, we'll pan back to him. Oh, which one is... Oh, there it is. Okay. Ben Williams, bottom right. We are getting a report of golf ball-sized hail measured about 6 miles to the east of Lamond in Minnesota. So just heads up, if you're back over near Lamond in Minnesota. The only tornado warning that we have as of right now is near Goodhue and Zumbrota in Minnesota. That is our only active tornado warning as of right now. Aside from that, no tornado warnings. Kind of shocking.
Side of the base sure looks
Let me see if I can get Freddie McKinney back on here.
I'm just gonna start playing the tail end Charlie, and if that doesn't work, then we've got a long drive tonight, so I'm not sticking around up here too long.
I'm just not seeing it.
I mean, Garrett probably called it yesterday after.
Just back over to Freddie McKinney. He's currently in Lamada, Iowa. This was a tornado warned storm, no longer tornado warned.
There's like a 0.1% chance that this thing could drop, so...
Hey, Jesus from coming to member. Welcome to the Velocities.
For now.
Cactus says that today's PDS is...
Shout out to Cat and Jay with a very generous $50 super chat.
That is exactly what today's PDS stands for.
Oh, are you trying to mail the address? That is interesting. I'm not sure why that would happen. Hey, Bikerson for coming for the super chat as well. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. Congratulations, Max. I'm graduating as a finance major on the 10th. That's awesome. Congratulations. Also, shout out to Rachel with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that.
This definitely feels like a cold front. It's a mix to a dry line and a cold
front. Oh, there's a little scud finger coming down there.
Little sus cloud there on the left side of your screen, otherwise known as a scary looking cloud. Not usually tornadic. One thing I do want to point out, and the chasers are alluding to this as well, they do think that they are kind of feeling at least some cold air, more stable air. They do think that these storms might be behind the cold front, and if that's the case, the tornado threat out of this activity would be fairly low at this point. So assuming that that's true, which I think it is, these storms are going to be more of just wind and hail, lower tornado risk at least for the time being, unless they can get out in front of that cold front. Our tornado warning in Minnesota, rotation's gotten a lot broader here over the last few minutes near Zumbrota and Goodhue, coming up on Lake City and Pepin, just south of Red Wing. Not seeing a whole lot of a tornado risk with that as of right now, but we are keeping an eye on it. We got a bunch of storms now firing up back over in the four corners here of Nebraska, South Dakota, Iowa, and Minnesota, where damaging winds and hail are the main concerns out of these storms. One of the most significant storms that we have ongoing, though, is in Kansas. near Manhattan. The winds could actually be higher than 60 miles per hour. Velocities are being measured at near 70 miles per hour right now with this supercell that is moving right along Route 24 just north of I-70. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows. This is Ben Williams, who is on this storm here. I think his audio is on. This is what the storm looks like, though, from around Waseca, Minnesota. Pretty classic looking. And the highest winds right now are north of I-70. So keep an eye on him. Go back over. Actually, we'll just go to storm intermedia. Let's do that. I have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning right along I-70 for 70 mile per hour damaging winds in Kansas. That's what the northern Iowa storm looks like as of right now. We want to quickly, let's go back to radar. Let me go back down to Texas. We are starting to see an increase of severe weather right now.
A new tornado
near the Red
warning
River
has been
Valley.
issued.
We'll go to that tornado warning in a second. This is back over in southwest Oklahoma, North Texas. Two big supercells have fired off here over the last 15 minutes, just off to the west of Frederick. The one that's west of Frederick, again, would have the best chance at producing a threat of a tornado. That is going to be tracking towards Mankato and Snyder. Not imminent, but it is a storm that down the road will be moving into a fairly favorable environment as long as it stays discreet. The storm that's going into Altus is more of a hail producer and wind producer. It is a left-moving supercell, which means it's really not going to have much of a chance at producing a threat of a tornado as that moves off to the north. So I'm not as concerned right now about that storm. Personally, I'm honestly more concerned about our storm that is going to be moving more to the east towards Frederick. That is a right-moving storm going towards Frederick with golf ball-sized hail and 70 mile per hour damaging winds. Our brand new tornado warning is actually in southern Minnesota, believe it or not, for Albert Lee, Bancroft, Glenville, and Alden. So this is a more of a QLCS tornado threat that is going to be trying to evolve here in the line of thunderstorms, moving in the direction of Albert Lee right now. So if you are in Albert Lee, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. By the way, if you have any cams, Hayden, just at me, and I'll put them on for this area. Adding's probably the best way to do it. Huge shout out to Keenan for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. From Oklahoma, hopefully stay safe there. Really appreciate that. And also thank you, Stacy, for the super chat. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning south of Cannon Falls. The rotation has gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes. And apparently we have Kopic in there twice. I have no clue how that happened. But the rotation's gotten a lot broader here over the last few minutes near Goodhue. I don't think they're going to continue a tornado warning, but if you're near Red Wing or Lake City, at the bare minimum, we're talking about a damaging wind threat that is upcoming for your area. If this line of storms can stay organized, we could have a continuing tornado risk going towards Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls, and as well as Black River Falls in western Wisconsin, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. You explain what a dry line is? That is essentially where we have very high and very low dew points that kind of collide with each other. Let me just show you like kind of like an example of that here. This is a good question, but let me just try to figure out if I can pull up a graphic here. So this is basically our contrast between high and low dew points, essentially. That's probably the easiest way to think about it. So these are our dew points. And so our dry line would set up basically right about here, where we have a sharp drop off in our humidity. That is what a dry line essentially is. If it's a cold front, which can be different. A cold front means we have both warm and cold air, but which in this case, our dry line is actually a dry line. Like, this is not a cold frontal boundary here moving across Iowa, at least in southwestern Iowa. That is actually more of a dry line that is moving through. You can see that clearly with our dew points as well. Very sharp contrast with our dew points. We're down to like 48 right now in western Iowa, and then up into the mid to upper 60s, even around Des Moines. So back over in Des Moines, we still have a fairly favorable environment right now for tornadoes, if storms can fire, which so far they have not. We are getting reports of a large wall cloud near Bryceland in Minnesota. That would be this storm right now going towards Albert Lee. This is from Egan Young on Twitter. This is a view of this wall cloud just moments ago. And this is why we have a tornado warning on this the storm in southern Minnesota. That is a relatively low wall cloud. Definitely could get a tornado on this as it moves up into Albert Lee. So if you're in Albert Lee, Minnesota, you need to be in your safe place right now in case this thing does drop a tornado. Huge shout out to Max Nelson with a very generous Venmo donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jamie, for becoming a member. By the way, our tornado, if we had one, would be this right here west of Mansfield, here in Minnesota. It's this little hook that we have. That's where our lowering is located. It's heading up towards I-90 right now, approaching Alden. So if we have a tornado, that's where it would be. That wall cloud photo that I just showed you guys, that is basically where our lowering is. And so a tornado could drop at any time in this little hook echo that we have coming up to Alden and also I-90. We are in a radar hole, so it's very hard to see, but that is where our strongest area of rotation is. They have not continued a tornado warning for Lake City. The warning has just expired, so our only tornado warning right now is in southern Minnesota. Our severe thunderstorm warnings, though, have continued for this area for Lake City, Wabasha, and Durand, mainly for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and also quarter-sized hail. It is moving to the east-northeast. Thank you, Stacy, for the super chat. Let me go back down to Topeka again. Back over into Kansas, we still do have a very intense storm right now that is moving through Wamego and approaching St. Mary's with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. There is still a potential for a tornado with this storm as it moves along Route 24 just north of I-70. Bottom right of your screen, that's Ben Williams. He is one of the only storm chasers currently on this storm. So, again, we're keeping an eye on him as he continues to basically parallel these storms, as there is potential, again, for a tornado risk out of this storm activity. Actually, we have two more chasers that have come up on this. I gotta see if they have anything. From what I'm seeing, there are definitely really strong winds right now near Wamego. So there are strong winds currently moving through this area, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Coming up on St. Mary's. Joey says, if I didn't watch your stream last night, I would have not known about the huge wedge in Cherry County, Nebraska. There was actually warnings posted about it. I'm not sure if the National Weather Service just didn't post like a social media post about it, but there were warnings on it. So if you weren't in the warning, you probably didn't even know about it. But yeah, that was a huge tornado. I mean, we had literally a 1-mile wedge tornado last night in Nebraska. We were live covering that. It was pretty crazy, to say the least. Got a, let's see here. This is from Hunter Hurley. Look at this thing. Wow. This is back over in Kansas. Look at this storm. That is crazy looking. This is the one that's producing golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds right now. This is Hunter Hurley, a storm chaser. Actually, he is getting, I don't know if I put the camera up, but he is looking at really high winds right now. This is live. Hunter Hurley's in the middle of a very strong winds that are coming in right now to Wamego, Kansas. So 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds currently rolling through the town. I really would not rule out a tornado with this storm if it's able to become a bit more organized.
We might never catch back up though if it's blowing out.
Biggest surge of wind is near Zinedale and just south of Wamego.
Yeah. They all ditched. They're gone.
So we're gonna continue to keep a close eye on Hunter as he drives through that storm. We do have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. I can pull it up, and it will not pull up. Riley, do you have an update?
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. MCD. So, yeah, the reason that I think that we have our circle going a little further north than where we're currently seeing convection is because we're still seeing that warm front sort of lift off to the north. The line in Minnesota right now where the storms kind of go from severe to very quickly sub-severe is where the front is at. So as we see that front lift further off to the north, we are going to see the storms lift further off to the north. So although if you're looking west of you on radar right now in Wisconsin, you may be like, okay, there's nothing, I'm good to go. You're probably not good to go. If you're inside the circle, I think it is safe to say that you will see some sort of severe potential tonight. And please note that the maximum peak tornado threat is still 150 miles per hour.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, this is what he was referring to, our mesoscale discussion, which was just issued for southeastern Minnesota and much of Wisconsin and northeastern Iowa, where there will be a continuing line of thunderstorms with damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Large to very large hail is still a possibility. Could be as high as tennis ball sized hail. And also the threat of tornadoes will continue. And notice that our most probable peak intensity continues to stay pretty high. 120 to 150 mile per hour tornadoes are still possible, which is still in the strong category of tornadoes. So we could still see a couple of strong tornadoes here back over in central western Wisconsin. So continue to stay weather aware if you are anywhere in this outlined area, as we do actively have storms that are moving through this area, by the way. It's not just like, we don't have any storms that have fired and there's, potential at busts. That's not the case that we're in up there. There are legitimate storms that are ongoing right now. All the way back up here into Minnesota, which is also where we have a tornado warning still. But this line of thunderstorms is pretty much a guarantee to hit most areas in western Wisconsin and northern Iowa here over the next few hours. By the way, we just got official information. So from yesterday, we had a large wedge tornado. We've referred to this a few times in our stream, and in case you did not watch our live stream yesterday, we had a 1+ mile wide tornado. All right, that basically happened. I'm trying to get a photo so you guys can see it. This was what happened yesterday in Nebraska. It was western Nebraska near Ashby. It was a 1 mile wedge tornado. It was rapidly rotating. It was it was easily the strongest tornado that I think we've ever covered on this channel. And it even tops Lake City, in my opinion, for not just the size, but also the intensity. The thing was crazy. Now, here's the thing. They have officially rated this as an EF2 tornado with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. This particular tornado, as of now, was on the ground for 21 miles, which actually spanned 1 hour and 29 minutes. So that tornado was on the ground for 1 hour and 29 minutes. It started at 6:41 p.m. and it went all the way through 8:10 p.m. It was 200, or sorry, not 200. It was 2,020 yards in diameter, which in miles, that is 1.25 miles wide. So we had a 1.25 mile wedge tornado yesterday in western Nebraska. Again, the wind speeds are based off of damage. That's not based off of what it actually was, which, again, there was no way that was an EF2 tornado if you base it off of winds. It was evident that that was easily an intense to violent tornado. The gate-to-gate shear, by the way, was well over 150 miles per hour the entire time. There were some times, too, where that tornado was upwards of 200 miles per hour for gate-to-gate shear. So, again, it didn't really hit much. It hit a lot of trees. It derailed the train. That's mainly what the damage was based off of. I don't think there were really any buildings that were damaged by this, from my understanding. There were also multiple satellite tornadoes that developed off of that particular tornado, but nonetheless, I mean, again, crazy tornado yesterday. Regardless of the rating, that was easily one of the, I would say it was probably the strongest tornado that we've ever covered. Here's another view of that tornado from yesterday. Again, literally started like this. It was a big cone tornado. This is again from John McKinney, who was storm chasing yesterday. We had him on. And this is, again, also John McKinney. So this was rated an EF2 tornado. And not an EF2, but EF2 in terms of damage. But in terms of wind speeds, no doubt that was a much stronger tornado. So just a little update on that. All right, we still have a tornado warning. If you are in Albert Lee in Minnesota, continue to stay in your safe place. Again, we did have a report of a wall cloud on this storm not too long ago. This is once again that photo of the wall cloud middle of your screen. This is from Egan Young on Twitter. Near Bryceland, Minnesota, we did have a wall cloud reported on this. It could still be there. I don't think we have any new reports as of now, but there could be still a wall cloud or a possible tornado coming towards Albert Lee in Minnesota. So if you are in Albert Lee, make sure that you are still in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Still a dangerous storm. Moving to the east-northeast, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and half-dollar sized hail will continue with this storm. Yeah, that EF2 tornado again yesterday was... I can't believe I'm saying it was an EF2 tornado, but I honestly, that was the craziest tornado that I've ever covered. I really wish I was ready to go live yesterday, like just insider information. I was watching the storms yesterday. I had no intentions of going live yesterday, but when I saw the wedge, I was like, we've got to go live. And I had to literally make a thumbnail rapidly. I had to set up all of our chasers. It was like such a stressful process because I wanted to go live. I mean, it was an insane tornado, so it was pretty much history, at least on this channel. Definitely the largest, one of the largest tornadoes. I think it might be the largest tornado that we've ever had on this stream. So, is Kopic on a tornado? No, that's just a big rain shaft. I think he's in northern Iowa right now. This is back down into Kansas near Wamego and St. Mary's. We are currently watching a pretty strong storm right now with golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds parallel Route 24 north of I-70. This is right now right along an outflow boundary. There is a chance that this does become tornadic as it moves along Route 24, so we'll be keeping a close eye on this. So, yeah, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, Hunter Hurley just messaged me that he has a tornado.
Okay, Hunter Hurley has a tornado in Kansas. This is unwarned. This is Hunter Hurley live near St. Mary's, possibly an unwarned tornado. He is saying that there is a tornado in progress near Bellevue, near St. Mary's in Kansas, coming up on Emmett.
It's right over the road.
Okay, so right over the road, there is again, an unwarned tornado here being reported by Hunter Hurley.
Be careful, we might drive into this if we're not careful. It's kind of feels like it's going slower than the line.
Actually, I think I see it on radar. A little couplet there south of Bellevue. That's probably what it is. It's coming up on St. Mary's right now. So again, a tornado has been reported by Hunter Hurley. There's no active tornado warning on this, but again, Hunter Hurley just said there's a tornado here.
Snap trees right there.
Yep.
Snap trees off to the left. The wind's picking up.
It's just paralleling the road now.
Nice. We can just drive behind it. How fast are we going?
40.
It's gonna leave us.
For reference, Hunter Hurley is on Route 24. So this tornado is near Route 24 right now. It's near Bellevue once again, coming up on St. Mary's. This is an unwarned tornado in Kansas. If you have any friends or family in St. Mary's or Bellevue, make sure that they are in their safe place. Assuming that this is still on the ground.
Wow.
Yeah, velocities, there's a couplet there near Bellevue. Basically paralleling the road. There's actually one over 24 too.
Yeah, look at all that debris.
Oh yeah, debris everywhere. Look at those trees taken down.
Crap.
Okay, so we are seeing...
Don't stop, let's keep up with it.
I would need to get a picture of that real quick.
Oh god.
So there is damage.
No, we're not gonna catch back up then.
Look at all the chasers behind us. Oh my gosh.
It's still going. It's still going, dude. Absolutely still going.
Okay, so there's still a tornado in progress. Again, this is an unwarned tornado in Kansas. Our trees down. There's a lot of branches down the roadway as well. Tornado will be off to the left. Might be a non-condensed tornado here.
Why did you close on me?
Waiting for the next velocity scan to come in.
Yeah,
This tornado
still ongoing. You can see the funnel.
All right, guys, we got a tornado right there. Tornado
okay, so that's your tornado. Be uncondensed.
On the to our left.
It's an uncondensed tornado here.
Might be dissipating.
Right along Route 24, coming up on St. Mary's, Kansas. Dahlia and Rossville are in the path of this. There's still no tornado warning on this. I'm not seeing anything. Like, if it's still on the ground, it's completely uncondensed.
Real quick.
Uncondensed meaning you cannot visually see it. Like, it's Ryan, basically like an uncondensed like tornado.
It's still rotating up there pretty heavily. Slow contrast though, because we're behind it.
By the way, this is Ryan Shoal, just down to the south of where this tornado is. Look at this. This is a gnarly supercell here near I-70.
I think all of a sudden this thing's moving almost 60
in Kansas.
miles an hour.
Wow. This is quite the storm.
I mean, this thing's hauling. This thing is hauling. Wow.
If this is, again, if this tornado is still on the ground, which we don't know if it is, I'm going to go back to Hunter. I don't think it is on the ground anymore, but if it were, it would be going into St. Mary's right now. The velocities are definitely weaker, so I don't think we have a tornado anymore, but again, there was definitely a tornado, at least from what we've heard. Again, there is some damage as well, some tree branches down as well. We're going to keep Ryan Shoal, bottom right of your screen. He's also looking at the supercell. Again, there is a threat of a tornado with these storms, even if they're not, you know, in the most favorable environment, as long as they stay more discreet, which this leading storm is definitely more discreet. The tornado threat will definitely be a bit more elevated, just off to the west there of Topeka. Back over in Texas and as well as Oklahoma, we got a bunch of storms that have been firing up, mostly hail and wind producers. This is back over to the southwest of Lawton near Mankato and Frederick. We are talking mainly about a hail and wind risk out of this. This splitting storm is going to really stabilize the atmosphere, I think, back over near Clinton. Mainly going to be hail and wind with that storm off to the west of Oklahoma City. The one off to the west of Lawton, back over here near Frederick, is going to continue to produce a potential, I think, for at least some damaging winds and hail, but there is a potential of a tornado risk increasing with this storm as it continues to move to the northeast. Back off to the west of Haskell, Texas, we also got some big hailstorms forming. I don't think we're going to be talking about much of a tornado risk out of this activity back over in Texas, but I do think there will at least be some large hail and damaging winds. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado. Keep in mind that our tornado watch is anywhere in the pink. It goes from Oklahoma City back through San Angelo, Texas. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. We do still have a tornado warning for Albert Lee. Albert Lee, you are still included in a tornado warning. This is going to be in southern Minnesota, back over near Bancroft and Glenville. This storm has had a wall cloud at one point. I am trying to find the camera that is in this warning because we have a camera. For some reason, it does not work on the program, but I'm going to try to see if I can just pull it up manually here. All right, it's this one right here. Let's see. So this is a view live of the storm here that is currently tornado warned looking northwest. This did have a wall cloud. It looks honestly pretty elevated from this perspective. Again, there could be a lowering more on the left side somewhere, but this is kind of the trend that we've had today. It seems like a lot of storms have been elevated in Minnesota and as well as Iowa. We've only had a few spottings of wall clouds, nothing really definitively here that is currently looking very concerning. But again, if you are in this warning, stay in your safe place. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all storm chasers. I have 4 different storm chasers on this camera that are all in this tornado warning. But at least from what we're seeing, not definitively seeing a wall cloud or anything like that. But if we had a tornado, it would be coming up on Albert Lee in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Also, Minneapolis, you are no longer in a tornado watch. Congratulations. Really, nothing happened there. It was very quiet in Minneapolis today. Only had a couple storms, and they're all down to the south and north. Basically, a big hole where nothing happened, which was Minneapolis. You know, we had storms off to your north, down to the south, but nothing in Minneapolis today. Brandon has a crazy view. That's what Brandon's looking at. Brandon Kopic. It's in northern Iowa. Some cool clouds. Again, nothing concerning with these. Sometimes you gotta show the good stuff, and this is some good stuff. Just some cool clouds more than anything. Nothing tornadic here. Did Hunter's tornado include? Yeah, from what it looks like, I didn't see anything on his end. He didn't really say much either. I don't think it's in progress anymore, but it was a brief tornado. We did have a couplet on radar. You can see it here. This is when the tornado would have happened. It would have been right here near Bellevue and St. Mary's. Had a couple of different couplets. I would say the one that was the main one would have been this one, which basically just stayed north of St. Mary's. It was an unborn tornado, but hopefully it was just kind of weak more than anything. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on this for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds as well. There's also a potential for some golf ball-sized hail. Cassidy asks, what does Barron County, Wisconsin and Price County, Wisconsin look like for later this evening? Well, I think generally anywhere in Wisconsin is going to have a potential for damaging winds, hail, and a couple of tornadoes embedded in this line. The line of storms is really the most concerning thing I'd say right now for anywhere in Wisconsin. There's still a low chance in the next hour or two that we have a random discrete cell try to fire up down here in central Iowa, and that can become a concern for Wisconsin. But so far, it's been pretty quiet. If we go over to our satellite imagery, I'm going to go ahead and go here. This is what our satellite imagery looks like right now. And honestly, the HRRR has been pretty spot on with today so far. All of our storms have mainly fired off in far northern Iowa and also southeastern and eastern Minnesota. That is where our huge cumulonimbus clouds are currently being spotted right here. I did not mean to put an arrow there, but this is where most of them are being spotted. And we also have some anvils that are popping up on satellite as well. Those are your biggest supercells that are ongoing in that line of thunderstorms back up into Minnesota. But look at this right here. This is your dry line, and we have not really had a whole lot of initiation along this dry line unless you are back up into Minnesota or back over into Kansas. And you can actually see over in Kansas, we got some huge supercells that have formed over the last hour, and these are some of the ones that are going to continue to produce the potential for very large hail and a threat as well of maybe an isolated tornado or two. So generally Iowa, for whatever reason, has just not been a place that is going to really see much, it feels like. I mean, there could still be something. We got an hour and a half left, I would say, until anything, basically an hour and a half left until, things are kind of quieting down in Iowa. But if we get a storm in the next hour and a half, it could go for a while. Just nothing is formed as of right now. This back over in Texas, and again, noticeably big storms ongoing near San Angelo and also a few there in southwest Oklahoma. So that's what we're looking at currently across the board in terms of our satellite imagery. So pretty interesting. It's very interesting that Iowa's been this quiet, despite, especially with how, favorable this environment is. I've been talking about this literally all week. This environment is just so favorable for severe weather today. And it just seems like, for whatever reason, Iowa's kind of struggled to have any storms that have really bubbled up. And even up here in Minnesota, it's been mostly linear, which this was more forecasted to happen. But even then, a lot of our storms that have had wall clouds, they've not lasted very long. So today is a bust. I would not say today is a bust yet. It's too soon to say that, because things could take a turn at any point. These storms in Kansas are still popping out to me. We have a couple areas of rotation right now near Emmett and Dahlia. Got a little hook echo actually right now near Emmett and Dahlia. This is the storm that Ryan Scholl and Hunter Hurley are on. I wouldn't rule out a tornado with this as it heads up towards Marietta and Hoyt and Holton. They don't have a tornado possible label on this. But this is something to keep an eye on as it moves off to the east-northeast towards Valley Falls and Nortonville and Effingham. Kansas City, this is what you got to watch for if you're in Kansas City. Not currently in path for you, but these are the storms. If they're able to go a little bit further down to the south, they could trickle down towards the Kansas City area. That's what the future radar looks like by 8 to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight. These storms might just stay outside of Kansas City, but it'll be a close call for sure. Really, your best chance for storms is from 7:30 to 10:30. This is what it looks like back up in Wisconsin and Iowa for tonight. The HRRR by 8 o'clock is still showing a potential for a supercell or two forming back over in Iowa. It even has another one west of Des Moines. So I'll have to keep a close eye on any storms that form here in and around sunset. And then a line of storms will continue across the upper peninsula of Michigan and central Wisconsin late tonight, producing damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes. So that'll be our continuing risk there. I'll have another radar scan in a second. We still have a couple areas of rotation right now, heading up towards Marietta. Or Mayetta, Hoyt and Holton. The storm in southern Minnesota still seems elevated. Potential tornado threat does still exist, though, on that tornado warning. Justin asks, do these dry lines increase the chances in northern Illinois? I don't think northern Illinois is going to see much. I'm not going to lie. I don't think they're going to see much. I think the line of storms late tonight would be the main concern. And also, Need to Burn says, if central Iowa is a bust, my anxiety has been all over for not like usual. Let's hope. It's not over, though, yet. We still got a little over an hour for potential storm initiation. The HRRR still shows stuff initiating at 8, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Let's go over to, this is Chelsea Dahlman. This is back up in northern Iowa right now on one of the storms. Let me get a double check on their location here. Chelsea Dahlman's on a supercell that's just outside of... okay, cannot see the town names. Let me go back up to the top. Let's go to Brandon. I think Brandon's on this storm. Brandon's got a little bit of a lowering there. This is going to be the severe thunderstorm warning near Lake Mills and Buffalo Center. There's actually a tornado possible label on this. The storm that Chelsea is on right now. Can't really see much right now. A lot of rain falling. They're kind of in the middle of this storm. Also, we have another view of... oh my goodness, what is going on here? Guys, can we stop? This is ridiculous. This is absurd. We have... I don't know how many cars that is. That looks like a dozen cars that are parked under an overpass here at mile marker 23 on I-35 in Minnesota. I mean, this is just absurd. If there were any more cars, there would legitimately be blocked lanes on the highway, which would be extremely dangerous. It's already dangerous enough. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't even know what they're going under the overpass for. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if this is in the tornado warning or not, but like... what in the world? And another car just parked there. Bro, what is going on? I mean, like, this is unbelievable. Is it hailing? No. There's nothing happening, which makes this even more confusing. That person just got dirt onto the highway. Oh my goodness. They're making a mess. But once again, friendly reminder, do not park under overpass or under overpasses. This is very dangerous for people that are driving on the highway. This is ridiculous.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And honestly, this should not even be a thing. This is absurd. And that person's probably going to get dirt marks onto the road too. And they're not even going to clean it up. They're just going to drive away. Shame on all these people. Shame on them. You should never do this, by the way. I mention this all the time. Don't do this because, one, it's dangerous for other drivers, and then two, you're basically in a wind tunnel. So if there's strong winds or a tornado, all the debris is going to go right through that. Like, it's not safe to be under an overpass. We just got a new tornado warning south of Abilene in Kansas. Really strong rotation south of Enterprise. You're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building south of Abilene, south of I-70. I don't know if we have any chasers near this. Hey, Riley, can you check location of Ben? Just ask him. I'll stream and let me know. I don't know if he's going towards this. All right, well, we're back down to 3 cars now. We're at like a dozen. Now we're back down to 3. Oh, there goes the other one. It's just a train, a domino effect here. Unbelievable. All right, well, that's something. All right. All right, so here's your new tornado warning. Once again, this is in Kansas. We had a really strong uptick of rotation. It's gotten a little bit weaker on the latest scan. Just south of Enterprise and Abilene, heading towards Route 77, south of Junction City. Again, this is a relatively discrete supercell, kind of semi-discrete. It's going to be tracking in the direction of I-70, kind of paralleling it. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as this continues to track east-northeast. They have not issued a tornado warning on our storm back over near Holton, even though we do have a little bit of rotation heading up towards Holton. So if you're in Holton, stay weather aware. Damaging winds the main concern. We already had an unwarned tornado with that storm, at least briefly, not too long ago. Back up near Albert, Lee, and Bancroft, we still have a tornado warning for this area that goes for 2 more minutes. So we'll see if they continue this tornado warning, but 2 more minutes left on this storm. This is currently tracking towards Blooming Prairie. So if you're in Blooming Prairie, you're currently in the path of this storm. I really need Ben Williams' location. I don't know. Wait, let me ask him. Ben Williams is bottom right of your screen. I think he's on the Abilene storm in Kansas, which is the new tornado warning. But I'm getting a double check on that. He's by Manhattan? Okay, never mind. He's on Manhattan. All right, Riley is going to give you guys an update as I go pee. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. Yeah, so I've actually been watching this same line of thunderstorms that we've been talking about for basically the last 3 minutes here. 2 interesting things of note. It's actually moving in the exact same direction. All these storms are just sort of training into each other. And this is why we have that flash flooding warning here. That's because we've already seen a couple of inches of rain, and we're going to see even more as these storms continue to just go over the same exact spots. And actually, these are like the most discrete supercells I've seen all day. I can actually go through here and circle each individual storm and pick out on radar that they are an individual storm. That's not something that we're seeing up here in Minnesota and Iowa. I think this is part of the reason why we have not seen the tornado threat pan out as much as we thought it was going to, is because earlier on models, it looked like this was going to be a lot more of a semi-discrete line instead of a straight up QLCS like we're seeing right now. However, it does show a transitional phase between a straight up QLCS into something where there's a couple more discrete areas of rotation throughout the night. I think Max calls that the sus hour. As we go into the sus hour, that's probably where we'll see this happen. We'll see that wind shear kick up even more than it already is, and it'll basically force any storm that's not rotating already to rotate even further. So that's something to watch out for.
Alrighty, Riley, thank you for the update. So Ben Williams, I just got an update. He is on the tornado warning cell back over south of Chapman, southwest of Junction City. Let's go to Ben. He is the only chaser from my knowledge. Why do we have another car parked under this overpass, bro? What is going on? It can't be that serious here. I don't understand. Like, I don't know if they're. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why people are parking there. Let's go to Ben though. Ben Williams is currently on this tornado warning cell just south of Chapman in Kansas, near Enterprise. This is a live shot of that supercell, and again, it's pretty semi-discrete.
So I've been saying, guys, whenever that wind shear can really come in, it can really take the storm to a different level. So any rotation is probably going to be a little bit. It's probably going to be back behind that rain and those trees. So if it looks like it's going to produce a tornado, we'll start going closer to it.
So again, this is our tornado warning cell north of Harrington, south of Enterprise. It just got issued a few minutes ago. The rotation was really strong. It broadened out pretty quickly. But nonetheless, really impressive looking storm out here in Kansas. Also, here's an update on your underpass cars. The truck just left. I don't know why it even parked there, but we have now another car. That car's been there for like 20 minutes. I don't know what bro's doing, but not helping. Getting a report in the chat of hail and Albert Lee. My cat just ran away. By the way, guys, if you guys have not already seen this, I just want to give you guys a quick little update here on our let me figure out what chaser this is first. All right, Ben Williams, bottom right. So if you guys did not already see, if you're not following us on Twitter and Facebook, I don't know why you guys aren't, but earlier today, oh, the screen's not on the right thing. Earlier today, I had cheese curds. For those that are not aware, cheese curds are pretty much a curse on this channel. I don't know if we've reversed the curse. Hopefully we have. Haven't had anything really crazy yet. I'm hoping it stays that way, knock on wood, but I did actually have cheese curds earlier today. So far though, nothing's happened, which is good. Hopefully the curse has been reversed. We don't know for sure though yet. Back over to Ben Williams. That's not Ben Williams. This is Ben Williams.
Great supercell structure on this thing now. Cannot tell if there's any kind of tornado back there. Based off radar, it doesn't look like anything's developing right now, but it is tornado warning. So
it's just outside of Woodbine in Kansas. It's our tornado warning cell.
Right now, yeah, rotation isn't too strong. But we'll see. Maybe the wind shear, like I said, maybe that wind shear will really start to do its job. And we'll get something.
Over cheese curds are not good quality, bro. If you put them in Southwest Ranch from Buffalo Wild Wings, those things go so hard, so good.
But right now, this thing is coming right at us. We're just to the northeast of it. It's coming right at us. So we will wait.
Thank you, Dave, for the super chat. If Riley had a side channel focused on the meteorology questions, we all have his episodes. I'd fully sub to that. Do you think we'll actually get anything in Grand Rapids, Michigan later tonight? I don't think Grand Rapids is going to see much tonight. I think tomorrow morning into the early afternoon is a little bit more concerning. But Riley does have a channel, by the way. If you guys don't already know, Riley has a channel. You can subscribe to him. I think the link is in the description. If it's not, that is kind of unfortunate, but I think it's down there.
Multiple inflow tails.
And the description below, under follow me on other platforms, he's under that. A lot of the time, after like near the end of severe weather events, if stuff's still ongoing and I got to get off, then Riley essentially will take over with that sort of stuff.
Right
so
under where the inflow's coming in.
Helps continue the live coverage.
Would be wrapped back into that rain.
So once again, this is a tornado warning here in Kansas. This is the supercell that we're looking at.
Circulation will be wrapped up into that rain. I'm a little worried once again. This storm is just getting too many nudgers. Too many nudgers. If this storm was not getting those nudgers on the west side of it, it would go nuts. But
you want to go back to radar? I'm going to keep bottom right of your screen. Back over in Kansas, once again, this is our tornado warning, southwest of Junction City. We're still keeping an eye on that. Off to the north of Topeka, we also have a big hail and windstorm moving through Holton right now. Not super concerned right now with any sort of threat of a tornado with this as of right now. The rotation's been broader. Still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado though as it moves towards Atchison and eventually St. Joseph in Missouri, so stay weather aware there. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa. We do still have a tornado possible label though off to the west of Lake Mills and west of Forest City. This is a storm though that has been fighting a bit more stable environment, kind of right where our cold front is, so I do think the risk here of a tornado is a little bit lower, but we're continuing to keep a close eye on this. We're going to put Brandon Kopic on the bottom left, who is still on this storm here in far northern Iowa. Hey, Corey for the super chat. First time super chat. How does Columbus, Ohio look tomorrow? I think Columbus, Ohio will be big, pretty much a big wind risk more than anything. I think across the board tomorrow, wind is the biggest concern. Low tornado risk, but mostly wind. Is this a bust? I wouldn't say it's a bust yet. Again, we did this with the high risk back in early April, and people were saying bust at 5 o'clock, and then it popped off between 7 and like 8. And I'm not saying that's going to happen tonight, but I wouldn't say it yet. This is tomorrow's risk of severe weather. Again, we'll be live again tomorrow. Large area for severe weather, all the way from the northeast back into the southern plains. 2 enhanced risks of severe weather are significant. A better chance of tornadoes will be in Texas and Oklahoma. Back over to the northeast, we are talking about a more significant wind risk, so be ready for that. Live stream is expected tomorrow. Tornado threat is outlined here, which I honestly think our 2% tornado risk could be a little bit larger once it loads here. Our 2% tornado risk could actually extend more across this entire region, but a few tornadoes will be possible tomorrow afternoon and evening. So I think we'll have a video, by the way, tomorrow morning, just for those that are wondering. Thank you, Marshall, for becoming a member. We actually have a tornado possible label on both of these storms. It's kind of a cluster right now, but we have a couple of different storms here that are both labeled tornado possible. Back over into western Wisconsin, we do have a line of storms now approaching Mondovi and Eau Claire right now. So damaging winds is the main concern out of these storms as they continue to move east. There's also a potential for again, a tornado as this moves in that direction. It'd be more embedded in a line of storms here. We apparently have another cam of cars being under an overpass. What a theme today. Yep, we do. This is live.
It's rotating.
Under another overpass. We got about 4 different cars here. This is once again on I-35. Mile marker 18, 19. Let's get some shame spams in the chat. We need to get a shame emoji for members or something, bro. Shame on them. Once again, do not park under overpasses. I feel like we've reiterated that enough. Hopefully everybody in the stream knows that, but it's dangerous to do this for, again, so many different reasons. So many different reasons. Thank you, Givers, for the super chat. It's been a while. Are you a foster fail? Yes, I did adopt cheese curd back in late December. Or early January, I think it was. Thank you, Heidi, for becoming a member. Shout out to Stacy with a $37 super chat. Keep pushing, Max. You got this. You're a great person. Keep going. Appreciate that, Stacy. Thank you. Yeah, once again, bunch of people parked under overpasses. This is back over to Ben Williams. This is our tornado warning cell near Abilene, our only active tornado warning. This is a live shot. Decent mesocyclone on this. Right side of your screen kind of looks like we got maybe a little meso trying to form here. But as I say that, they have canceled our tornado warning. Velocities on radar were pretty weak. So we no longer have any...
This storm can turn to the right.
We no longer have any tornado warnings. That's the first time in about 3.5 hours. But if this storm can turn right, as Ben is saying, it could become a bit more concerning.
So that storm to the east might be the one, too, because I'll show you guys the radar here real quick.
Mike, I'd say Wichita Falls will probably be fine after like 10 o'clock tonight, 11 o'clock. It'll be quieter.
Enough juice to produce, but
I wouldn't say it's a sleepless night for you guys.
That storm on the leading edge that went outflow dominant. Look at how it took the outflow and then turned right a little bit. So that one might be cooking down there.
This storm honestly still looks pretty impressive. I really like looking at structures of storms, and this one. It's very circular. I mean, that's your mesocyclone that's right in the middle of your screen. Kind of a little wall cloud draping down a little bit there in the middle, too.
Linear mess here.
The rotation aloft is strong. Near the surface, it's very weak. This did have really strong rotation initially.
Really nice storm structure there.
And Ben is now copying what I just said. What a guy. Now you can't even hear me. Will there be a tornado risk in El Reno, Oklahoma tomorrow? There will be a low tornado risk up there. Or down there, whatever you want to think about it.
Look at that guy. It's a nice storm.
Is Ben's audio good, by the way? I know he sounds kind of muffled. I think that's on his end. I doubt that's me. I think he just has a bad mic today.
So any rotation. So see kind of where those two signs are in the foreground. Any rotation is going to be kind of in between those two signs. There's a little bit of a lowering on this thing. Like, I don't really see any like rotation, like rapid rotation in the low levels, but there is a lowering, so we're gonna have to watch just in case.
Huge shout for Roland for the $50 super chat. Congratulations on graduating. I appreciate that. I'll put Ben on the bottom left or bottom right of your screen. Back over in Wisconsin. We actually got a couple updates for you guys. Wisconsin. First off, near Mondovi, we are starting to see a little bit of rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, there's a tornado warning. We do have a little bit of rotation developing near Mondovi. It's embedded in our line of storms coming up towards town of Washington and Eau Claire. So if you're in that area, stay weather aware. Our new tornado warnings for Akin, Crow Wing counties in Minnesota. So that is where our brand new tornado warning is. I'm guessing it's this storm. That's not popped up yet. All right, wait a second. Also, oh, whoa, this is far north. What the heck? It's all the way back up near Aiken. This is outside of our tornado watch. Wow, that rotation's actually strong. This might be trying to drop a tornado going up towards Wakenembo or Abo, and as well as Little Pine. That's pretty strong rotation. Probably gonna have a tornado with this as it moves to the northeast, going towards Highway 169, just northwest of Farm Island. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Ben Williams still has a really solid view here of a wall cloud in the middle of your screen.
I'm telling you guys, if one of these
This is back over near Abilene, Kansas.
Take those nudgers off of it, it could go crazy, but it just doesn't look like that's going to happen today. But you can see the RFD and the clear slat wrapping around the left edge, and you can see the inflow coming in on the right edge. There's just not a ton of rotation. The structure is very textbook supercell structure, but there's just not a lot of rotation to it.
Hey guys, completely unrelated to this, but we need a quick vote. We are going to be releasing our Max Velocity graduation merch here soon. We currently have a t-shirt, sticker, and mug available. Or not available yet, but they will be available here shortly. We need one more thing. What do you guys think? Like a hoodie? Like, what are you guys thinking? Just let me know in the chat. Latest radar scan on our Minnesota tornado warning. The rotation just broadened a little bit on the latest scan. Northwest of Crosby is where we could have a tornado, though. This is get a live shot in Abilene.
It still looks really good.
We do have a wall cloud on this storm.
You can tell the outflow. It's a little bit. You can see on the left. You can see
a lot of people are saying a hoodie.
Appearance.
Do a hoodie. Then.
It's not really a squall line, but you can see it's getting a little bit more linear. And it's trying to hold on to that mesocyclone over there, but that mesocyclone.
Hey, Greg, for the super chat.
Quite a bit, but we have incredible storm structure. Right.
We'll go back to our 3-cam view here. Brandon Kopic's got some ominous skies in the bottom left of your screen too. Once again, our tornado warning is in kind of almost northern. It's really central northern Minnesota. It's really nowhere near any of our other storms. And this is, again, kind of surprising that this thing is even rotating. I mean, this is not an environment where we really have much wind shear left. And that's also more elevated. It's more in the stable environment. But nonetheless, tornado potential going towards Wakenembo, north of Aiken. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we do have some severe weather popping up in eastern Wisconsin. This is nowhere really where we are expecting significant severe weather, but hail and wind are going to be possible. They even have a tornado possible label on this. Believe it or not, we got 2 rotating storms right now. One near White Lake and one near Leona going towards Goodman. And another one going towards Amberg. So we could get tornado warnings on either of these storms as they move to the northeast. Again, kind of surprising, I'm not going to lie. This is not really in an area that we were really expecting much to happen. But we are starting to see an uptick of storm activity out here in eastern Wisconsin. Apparently, we do have a camera near the tornado warning. I'm going to try to get that on here. Yeah, I'll put it up if it has something. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Eau Claire, Chippewa Falls. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible labeled on this. Hey, and if there's any cameras here, just let me know. But Eau Claire, damaging winds being the main concern. Tornado possible label also on this. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Back over in Kansas, we still got some powerful storms ongoing here. It's basically a train of supercells that have formed anywhere from Salina, Kansas, all the way back through the north side of Topeka, with damaging winds and very large hail being a possibility. This is the storm that Ben has been on. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation. Pretty weak as of right now, southeast of Chapman. But if we go a little bit higher up into tilts, meaning higher into elevation, we do have a much more defined little area of rotation.
We're going to go ahead and get...
and again, middle of your screen, that is a wall cloud there. It's not really rotating anywhere near the ground level, but we've had a little bit of a lowering on this here south of Junction City, Kansas, for quite some time.
I appreciate all the support from every single one of you guys.
Shaquille, the warning sound is some sort of proprietary. It's not really proprietary, but it's basically a software that was coded by somebody that
the road situation could be a little bit
we work with.
Here as we head east. This is a relatively good area of Kansas for, we don't really have, actually our road situation might not really exist to the east, so.
So yeah, in middle, kind of just above that sign, that's where there is a lowering. In front of that, that's more of our outflow boundary, aka our shelf cloud.
I think. This storm structure is really weird. You can see the rotation. There's outflow kicking out on the front side, and then you can see there's like rotation still back there on the back side.
Yeah.
This is honestly, I think we should probably just stay south of it. This is a perfect spot to watch it. You can see that kind of like wall cloud we had back there. It's kind of weakening. That's not what it was a few minutes ago, but we're gonna watch it. You never know. We still have about an hour and a half until the sun goes down here.
Thank you, BJ, for coming to member. Thank you, Ashley, for the super chat.
We still have about an hour and a half until the sun goes down, which means that our wind shear is still going to be increasing all the way up until sunset.
So again, that's Ben Williams. Still have a little bit of a wall cloud there. Again, just south of Junction City in Kansas. The velocities have not been overly strong, as it is a bit more outflow dominant, but we do have at least some strong rotation in the mid-levels, which could still translate to possibly at least a brief tornado on that storm. We've had a little bit more rotation developing also near Valley Falls, heading towards Atchison in Kansas, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Hail and wind being the main concern. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued near Alma, and as well as Buffalo City. And also we have a potential tornado risk trying to develop right now near Mondovi. So a little couplet developing right now near Mondovi. There's a chance that they issue a tornado warning on this as it moves into Mondovi and Elva here in western Wisconsin, just outside of Eau Claire. We got a bunch of storms firing off right now in eastern Wisconsin. They're kind of messy, but more warnings have been issued for damaging winds and hail, and tornado possible labels are on these storms. We do have rotation right now east of Crandon, and a little bit of rotation also to the north of White Lake, heading towards Townsend. By the way, this is Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic has some pretty cool looking storms here. This is back over in northern Iowa. Traveling on 169 right now, just north of Fort Dodge. This is a little interesting. We have had attempts at development here in western Iowa. We've actually seen now attempts of convection. We got a left splitter. That's not really going to be anything tornadic. Right here along our dry line, we have 1 and 2. We have 2 different little areas of convection trying to bubble up here. So kind of interesting to see if any of this gets going. I mean, we got about an hour until this threat is really not going to be much of anything. So these storms need to get going in the next hour. If we have a big supercell, it will probably go on for a while. So we need to keep an eye on this near Carolyn Atlantic. This is back over to Ben Williams, who still has an unbelievable shot here in this storm.
I'm wondering if it could maybe even form a new mesocyclone, or if it could
still got a raggedy wall cloud there in the middle. Large shelf cloud here at the kind of on the top of the screen here.
And also, we're gonna have to keep watching to the west, because there's a chance that that guy right there becomes a supercell. I'm not too sure, because right now they're all looking kind of like a squall line, but there's a chance. We're just gonna honestly, this being south of this storm is kind of perfect. So we're just gonna sit here and watch. It's pulling in some inflow.
They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on top of our tornado warning in northern Minnesota. I believe, unless this warning is old. Let me double check. 708, and then this other one is 712. All right, never mind.
Not much rotation going.
Tornado warning in northern Minnesota has had some broader rotation here over the last few minutes.
That's about it.
Does it feel like a moderate risk enhanced maybe? The reason why we have a moderate risk of severe weather today is purely because of the environment. Like, if a storm is able to fire in the next hour, it could still easily produce a strong or long track tornado. It's, again, I still have doubts. I've had doubts really the last several days, but like
Scud. It's still pulling and Scud.
You know, I honestly thought models were just wrong about it. But so far they've been pretty right with what's happened so far.
If this outflow,
for the record, the HRRR has showed initiation in western Iowa. Like, it has showed initiation on that dry line within the next hour. So there's still a chance something could happen.
I'm paying attention to the west.
All right, guys, completely unrelated to the weather right now, but we have now just released our meteorologist Max Velocity graduation merch. Really cool stuff. We have a hoodie, t-shirt, sticker, and mug available at shopmaxvelocity.net. This is one of the best ways to support what we do here on this channel. So if you want to check out any of this, you can go to one of the links in the description. We'll post it in the chat. Again, we have mug, stickers, and a bunch of other cool stuff. Really cool design, by the way. Shout out to Kat for making the design. One of our designers. No AI involved whatsoever, by the way. Again, the link will be posted in the chat. It's also in the description of the live stream, or go to shopmaxvelocity.net. Wall cloud's falling apart a little bit on this storm here in Kansas. We still have a large shelf cloud. We'll keep Ben on the bottom right of your screen. Scholl actually has a good shot of this. Look at Ryan Scholl. He's on a different storm though. This is Ryan Scholl back over in eastern Kansas. This is back on the supercell. Let me double check his location. Yeah, this is back on the eastern supercell north of Topeka. We got a huge storm here producing 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Bottom right of your screen is what that storm looks like. Thank you, Stacy, for the $85 super chat. That's such an odd number. I really appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Stacy.
We're getting the shelf's overtaking the road, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're cooked. I think we might be cooked.
Ryan might be cooked. His windshield could get busted again. Like the most common thing for Ryan Scholl this week. I think he's lost 2 windshields, if I'm not mistaken. One's producing 2-inch sized hail. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning for Manhattan, Kansas, and Wamego for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
It's definitely not a bad view. I guess.
Dude, it's crashing out.
I'm pretty much just driving. I'm literally just driving back home right now. That is exactly what's happening.
Bro's driving home, but he's going to drive right into this.
I just have a storm in the way.
Bro's just going to drive right into the storm.
Quotes, I have a storm, quote unquote, into the way of getting back home.
We'll put him bottom middle of your screen. Ben Williams, I mean, man, this is such an unbelievable supercell. The Kansas ones have been crazy structure-wise when it comes to our supercells. We go back over to Ben. So Ben still has a really nice little curved look to it. It's a big shelf cloud now. It's wrapping around. We had a wall cloud back there in the middle, but it's kind of been kind of dying out.
Sometimes these storms will shed their old
south of Junction City.
Form a new one. They'll form a new one on the east flank of the storm. So we're gonna have to watch if that area on the east flank of the storm starts to rotate and form a new meso. We're gonna have to.
Hey, Pox, to the super chat. Anything for Central Oklahoma tonight? The storms in southwestern Oklahoma are your main concern. Bottom right of your screen. So far, they've really struggled. I mean, even these storms have struggled across the board. Honestly, every storm I feel like has struggled today.
At this point in time, because of how unfair.
Any like supercells that actually have potential today have struggled. Like that's literally just how today's gone. Other than Kansas, Kansas has actually been kind of interesting.
Really kind of ramp up the setup.
And this is again the storm that Ben Williams is on, just outside of Junction City.
So we'll see. It looks like it wants to try and get a new meso to the east, but I'm not too sure if it will. That storm up towards Valley Falls, Kansas, heading up towards Atchison, Kansas, and eventually south of St. Joseph, that storm looks extremely interesting. It shed the outflow boundary. It's still struggling to wrap up, but it's kind of shedded the boundary. This is what we call a whale's mouth. This is a nice whale's mouth. It kind of like a backwards C shape. It kind of looks like a whale's mouth.
A whale's mouth storm out here in Junction City. We had one of those earlier back over near.
These storms might be cooked.
Back over south of the Twin Cities earlier. We also had
be cooked.
A whale's mouth look to our line of thunderstorms.
Watch how that mesocyclone has now. Look at that. We had a mesocyclone back there. Look at how that's decayed. See how it's decaying. It's poof, gone, dissipating. So.
All right, quick update. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in Texas. Supercells will continue to pose a risk of very large hail with an increasing tornado threat this evening. So the Storm Prediction Center thinks that there will be an increasing tornado potential back between Vernon, Texas, and Abilene over the next few hours near Haskell and Crowell. Also, note that the hailstone sizes, if we do have supercells out there, we could still see hail as large as the size of softballs, in addition to the potential for a couple of tornadoes. So, back over in Texas, continue to stay weather aware. We have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings right now, stretching from Salina back into Atchison. Damaging winds and hail are the main concerns as of right now. Tornado risk is a little bit lower. We do have severe storms that are rolling right along I-94 right now near Eau Claire and just outside of Arcadia, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern out of these storms. Near Eau Claire, we are starting to see some high winds. I believe we do have a camera of that. Not what I meant to do.
Right now. Let me close my...
This is back over near Eau Claire in Wisconsin. The wind should be picking up in the next few minutes. We're going to keep that bottom middle, or actually, I'll put it bottom right of your screen. I got to fix these cameras. Bottom left, and then we'll do... Where's this camera? I'll put that bottom left of your screen. All right. But again, damaging winds being the main concern here in western Wisconsin. Back over in eastern Wisconsin, we still have damaging winds and hail being the main concerns. A low tornado potential near Townsend and Goodman, moving in the direction of the upper peninsula of Michigan. Generally speaking, though, I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this activity. It should be mainly a wind threat as those storms continue to move to the northeast. By the way, CJ Ziegler, bottom middle of your screen, has a pretty explosive storm. We've been seeing some storms trying to fire up here west of Des Moines. We got a couple little bursts of convection. This one north of Atlantic honestly looks interesting. If this thing can maintain its intent, if it can continue to intensify over the next 10 minutes, this thing could definitely become concerning. So we need to watch this little storm that's bubbling up near I-80 moving towards Guthrie Center. That storm in particular is definitely trying to ramp up. Again, we got about 45 minutes to an hour until this threat is really going to be pretty low, if anything, initiating. But for right now, storms have begun to try to initiate here just outside of Des Moines. So we're not quite done yet. This is CJ Ziegler's view of this storm. This is the one back up near, this is in northern Iowa. This is west of Mason City. We just had a new storm go up near Alona. That's what that was right there. Or that's what that is right there. We just got a new tornado watch. Brand new tornado watch has been issued. This is going to be for a large chunk of Wisconsin and also northeastern Iowa, southeastern Minnesota. Main concern across this region is that a few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. This goes until 2 a.m. tonight across Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. Still a very explosive storm here that CJ's on right now. The only tornado warning that we have is west of Duluth in Minnesota, north of Aitkin. Velocities have been much broader on it. That tornado warning probably will not continue. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Congrats, Max. How are things going to be tomorrow? And the girlfriend watch you all the time. I think tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day. I just think tomorrow, like, we're just gonna have a bunch of different storms ongoing. Like, it's gonna be a very active, I think, afternoon and evening across much of the United States. Again, we have a large slight risk. I've already kind of showed it already, but essentially just a huge risk of severe weather tomorrow that spans from the New England area all the way back into the southern plains. And so I am anticipating at least some risk of significant damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes, but it's gonna be very scattered. So this is back over in Wisconsin, just outside of Eau Claire right now. The winds have been picking up here over the last few minutes. Winds have begun to pick up. This camera's kind of moving all over the place right now. There was a car that passed by and you could clearly see the wind picking up. It's not super windy right now, but the wind has definitely increased a little bit. But again, if you've not already heard, this is tomorrow's risk of severe weather, kind of on the middle of your screen. Again, enhanced risk across the Northeast and also one in Texas and Oklahoma. Slight risk of severe weather goes all the way from New York back into Texas, and then marginal threat from Mexico back up into Canada. Damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes are all going to be possible. It's going to be basically an all-day threat. We will be live tomorrow. I'm not sure when we're going live, but we'll be live at least for a good chunk of tomorrow since it's a pretty large area that's in the path of severe weather. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, may see a tornado warning soon south of Eau Claire. Look from the La Crosse radar site, looking north, or I guess northeast of Mondovi, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, bottom, just south of Eau Claire, we do have an area of rotation developing coming up on Cleghorn, Allen, and Foster. So potential tornado risk right now moving to the northeast. It'll be heading up towards I-94. We actually had a little tightening there a scan ago near Mondovi. This is not currently tornado warned, but we do have an area of rotation currently tracking to the northeast. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you are in your safe place for the damaging wind threat. May end up seeing a tornado warning on this as well as that moves off to the northeast. And the latest scan just came in, and it's still showing a pretty tight area of rotation right over to the west of Eleva, and it's coming up on Cleghorn over the next few minutes. Actively no tornado warning on this, but the rotation is definitely strong enough for there to be a tornado warning on this. And this has been a storm, honestly, that's been rotating for quite a while. This isn't even just now. It's been rotating for quite some time. And again, a little surprising that we don't actively have a tornado warning on this. I'll check something here. But possible tornado right now heading up towards Foster and Allen. And yeah, we have a tornado in progress. Yeah, we have a debris signature. There is a debris signature right now. This is an unwarned tornado right now in Wisconsin. Latest, oh, that's a big tornado. Yeah, we got a potentially strong tornado right now in progress coming up towards Cleghorn. Completely unwarned tornado in progress right now south of Eau Claire. This is likely a significant tornado right now heading up towards Cleghorn, Brackett, and Nick's Corner. Also going towards Hale Corner. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this warning. This is a completely, again, unwarned tornado that's heading up in that direction. This is a big debris signature. I don't know how we don't have a tornado warning on this, to be honest. I mean, these velocities are really strong, too. This is our debris ball south of Eau Claire. Velocities are really strong. Again, big debris signature going right up towards Highway 93. And it will eventually track towards the Highway 53 stretch. I mean, that's not a small little tornado. I mean, this is definitely a strong tornado that is in progress right now in western Wisconsin. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, this fully warrants a PDS tornado warning.
Thank you for the update. I mean, this should be a tornado warning. I have no clue how this is not warned right now. This is a possibly large, if not at least a strong tornado right now in Wisconsin that is completely unwarned. It's been unwarned for almost 4 minutes now. I think the debris signature that we had came in like 4 minutes ago. So this tornado has been in progress for approximately 4 minutes. The velocities are extremely strong right now. This is very dangerous. Latest scan is still showing a significant tornado in progress heading towards Allen, Cleghorn, Brackett, and Hale Corner. There's still no tornado warning on this south of Eau Claire. If you know any friends or family here just south of Eau Claire, you need to make sure that they're aware of this. A significant tornado again in progress right now. It's a fully rain-wrapped tornado heading up towards Allen. Again, this is significant. Scan over scan, we have been seeing a large debris signature here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the
They just
ground.
warned it.
Seek shelter immediately.
So this has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. This does meet the criteria for a PDS tornado warning, but at least they have warned it. This is a confirmed tornado for Eau Claire County in Wisconsin. This is going to be heading up towards I-94 over the next few minutes. This is a significant tornado heading towards Cleghorn, Allen, Brackett, and also Hale Corner and Foster. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. And this is undoubtedly a strong tornado that is in progress that is heading off to the northeast. Very dangerous storm. Bottom left of your screen is going to be a camera that is not far from this. It's going to be crossing I-94 just south of Eau Claire over the next few minutes. Please make sure your friends and family are aware of this. This is by far the most significant tornado that we've seen today, at least visually on radar. The debris signature is huge on this thing. Still got a significant debris signature coming up on Cleghorn right now. Latest velocity scan should come in here in a second. This is coming up towards Foster over the next few minutes. The camera on the bottom left of your screen, again, is really the closest one to this. And it's on the south, basically on the south side of the polygon. So we're keeping a very close eye on it to see if we can see anything. The tornado, once again, is going to be rain-wrapped. It's a rain-wrapped tornado. It's, again, a strong tornado that's currently approaching Cleghorn over the next few minutes. For the record, this tornado warning was issued a moment ago, and our debris signature is still kind of outside of it. Like, it's barely outside of it. Now, at this exact time, it's probably crossing Highway 93 within the next minute or two. So the tornado warning polygon's a little bit off the mark here. But, again, our tornado is literally entering into the polygon, and it's going to be hitting Allen, Cleghorn, and Brackett just south of the town of Washington. I still think that this is at least a strong tornado. Again, this does warrant being PDS, which means it would technically be warranted as a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning heading up towards Fall Creek and Augusta. Again, very dangerous storm. Can't stress it enough. Very dangerous storm currently heading off to the east-northeast. We'll have another radar scan in a second. The latest scan is showing a smaller debris signature. Velocities are still really strong. Wouldn't be surprised if this storm is trying to cycle right now, approaching I-94. So this might be trying to cycle. But still actively, at least some debris in the atmosphere. Still very strong rotation right now, approaching I-94. Again, on the southeast side of Eau Claire. We do have a tornado warning. Once again, it was unwarned for like 5 minutes, but it is warned, luckily. Hopefully, for anybody that was in that area, hopefully they were at least tuning into this stream, or hopefully they were aware of there being a tornado, because, again, it's really dangerous when we don't have tornado warnings on stuff that is literally producing a tornado. Latest scan does still show a debris signature, so we do still actively have a tornado. Not nearly as large of a debris signature. That could change in the next couple minutes. Still a very strong area of convergence, very large couplet still approaching Nick's Corner and as well as Allen. So you guys are both in the path of this in the next 5 minutes. Foster, Cleghorn, Fall Creek, and Augusta in Wisconsin. You're still in the path of this. Next radar scan's coming in here in just a second. This is our latest radar scan. If we still have a tornado, it's coming up into Cleghorn. Let me pull up weather-wise again. Trying to match this up with velocities and all that. It appears as if we do have a tornado, I don't think we do anymore. I think what we're looking at here is going to be debris fallout. So this looks like some debris fallout here near Cleghorn, just outside of Allen. So I think our tornado has lifted. We still have very strong rotation along the leading edge of this line. I do think that this is going to try to recycle and try to drop another tornado as this comes up near Fall Creek and Augusta. So continue to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Again, this is from the cross radar site picking up this tornado that has been in progress here over the last few minutes. The storms in Iowa so far have not been super concerning. There has been a slight uptick actually in rotation west of Gardner and Forest City. So we're keeping an eye on that. We've had some storm initiation back over in western Iowa. So far it's not really done much, but we're keeping an eye on that activity. And back over in Kansas, we have a slew of storms right now from Salina all the way back into western Missouri, with damaging winds and hail being the main concern. Still potential for an isolated tornado out of that. Going back to our confirmed tornado warning here. South of Eau Claire. Our strongest area of rotation right now is going to be coming up over Cleghorn. It's about to move into Allen and Fall Creek. If this tornado does continue, we'll be approaching Ludington and Augusta, eventually going towards Wilson in Wisconsin. They just did issue a tornado watch, again, east of where this storm is. It includes a large chunk of Wisconsin here for a few tornadoes being likely. And I unfortunately do think our tornado threat is going to be the most significant out of what we're looking at here. It's going to be coming out of any of these little segments in the storm that can basically kind of like whenever we get like a little kind of bulge coming out of our storm. So like a strong rear flank downdraft. What did I just do? Okay, that was weird. But basically, whenever we get kind of like this little surge of like rain out in front, like a big push from our RFD, and then whenever we get a strong inflow going to our storm, that is when tornadoes become more likely out of lines of thunderstorms like this. So a line of thunderstorms like this should continue to produce the potential here for significant severe weather, including the potential of tornadoes as well. So I do think that threat is going to continue here. For the record, by the way, we mentioned this storm about 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure. All the way back over near Mondovi. So when we first mentioned that this storm could become a problem, and it has obviously become a problem. So. Been talking about this for about a half an hour. Very periodically, because there's so many storms going on, but this was rotating all the way back over west of Mondovi, which is about a half an hour ago. By the way, huge shout out to Jocelyn with the very generous super chat. I reported it, almost blew me away. Yeah, hopefully the word got out there. Because unfortunately, I think that, again, this tornado literally was unwarned for about 5-6 minutes or so. You can go back in time all the way back over near Mondovi. It was pretty broad back over in Mondovi. This is about 7:23, so about 25-30 minutes ago. Really intensified over the last several minutes, and then we had a tornado drop just northeast of Mondovi. By far our most significant tornado of the day. And for those that are wondering, it did impact the county road west. There are homes here near Prezzo Creek. And tracked right over FF Road. That is your debris track. And then now it's fallout. So we have debris fallout, likely branches, possibly some other debris that's in the atmosphere right now that is coming out of where we just had a tornado, and that's now lifted. But again, we could see a new tornado develop on this as it continues to move northeast. The velocities are still pretty strong right now near Allen and also just to the north of Strum. So we still have strong enough velocities for a new tornado to drop. But I do think, again, our initial tornado has occluded. A new one, though, could form as this storm continues to move off to the east-northeast. Actually, we might have a new tornado dropping right now. Very strong rotation south of Cleghorn. We don't have a debris signature yet, but very strong rotation just crossed Highway 93, approaching Brackett and I-94. So a new tornado is trying to drop just to the southeast of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. It's going to track towards Ludington, Wilson, eventually Thorpe, and Owen and Longwood. So those areas are in the path, again, of this storm. Next radar scan will be here in a second. No confirmed tornado on the latest scan, but again, there might be one dropping right now near Allen. Velocities are still really strong. So if you're in Allen, you got to continue to be in your safe place. Brackett, Hale Corner, Town of Lincoln, and Fall Creek, just southeast of Eau Claire. You need to be in your safe place. Still a dangerous storm moving northeast. Latest scan, I'm still not seeing a debris signature. The latest scan is as of 7:46. Got our 7:48 radar scan coming in as of right now. Also, quick update. We do have a tornado warning still north of Aitkin in Wisconsin. Again, I don't think this one's going to continue. We still have some rotation north of Aitkin going towards Wakanembo and just to the north of Kimberly. So that's going to continue to be producing the potential of a tornado. Latest radar scan will be here in a second. All right, did I say Wisconsin? I meant Minnesota. Northern Minnesota was the other tornado warning. Latest radar scan, the rotation right over the town of Allen just weakened. We have a new area of rotation attempting to develop right now near Foster, coming up on I-94, moving towards Augusta. So this will be another area to watch for. Potentially a little mesocyclone handoff happening here. That'll be moving over I-94 in the next couple minutes. Bottom left of your screen, I know that camera has nothing happening, but that camera is in the southern side of this polygon. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as it goes over the north side of Ocio, northwest of Price in Wisconsin. So that is one camera that is currently looking in the general area of where the storm is going to be, right along I-94. So again, 2 tornado warnings. We got one in Minnesota, we got one in Wisconsin. We got plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing as well. Mainly hail and wind across the board, but there is still a potential for a couple of tornadoes, especially out of our activity in Wisconsin. I still think Wisconsin's like the main area right now to keep an eye on. Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas still have a conditional potential of tornadoes as well. That camera's in Foster. Is that actually okay? So that bottom left camera, it actually might be in the it might actually be in the warning. If not, it's barely on the cusp of it. Let me double check. Yeah, this is kind of just on the south side of the warning near Foster. Shout out to Gamer with the super chat. Just had a tornado pass me on the ground near County Road F, just west of Cleghorn. Well, that would be the tornado if it is still on the ground. I think we just had another tornado. It didn't have a debris signature here near HH Road, but we likely just had another tornado. Like we had 2 different ones. The first one happened and then it lifted, and I think we had a new one drop, and I think that one's now occluded. I think we're going to see a new tornado try to drop near Foster going up towards Augusta. That'd be the next area to watch for. And honestly, this is probably going to end up being more of a rain wrap tornado. So if we have a tornado with any of this activity at this point, it's almost undoubtedly going to be more rain wrapped more than anything. Let me see if we can go full cam to the I-94 camera. This is what it looks like right now in the tornado warning. This is again a confirmed tornado warning still near Foster and Cleghorn. You can see the wind starting to pick up there. When the truck went by, right to left motion. I think that might be the inflow going into the storm right there that we just saw. The wind is definitely picking up. It's starting to change directions a little bit. Hopefully these truck drivers stay safe as well. So again, wind is picking up. This is in Foster, where there is a potential new tornado trying to drop. The winds were going more from the top right to the bottom left, and they're kind of going more, just kind of paralleling the roadway almost. So they have changed directions a little bit. And now the wind's going left to right. So the wind has been changing directions. I mean, that's literally 3 different wind direction changes from at least what we can see. Obviously, it's nighttime, so it's hard to see everything. But when a car passes by, you can see the wind's changing directions. Now it's going much more left to right. So there is definitely still rotation here. There's no doubt about it. The wind's changing directions. It's a clear, evident look of that. There's a lot of truck drivers passing. Now the wind's really picking up, so we got a big RFD surge now. Moving through Foster. Camera's starting to shake. There's another car that passes by. We might be able to see the winds being a bit more intense. This camera's kind of looking down at the ground, so it's not like a perfect view. It is still a pretty good view of this. Also, we're gonna have another camera coming up here in a second that's on this I-94 stretch. Strongest rotation right now is over the town of Foster, moving up towards Augusta. Wow. Okay, this is a really good shot here. Yeah, the wind has really picked up. We have very strong winds for sure. This is our RFD surge. So again, if we had a tornado, it'd be kind of buried in here somewhere, but definitely very strong winds. They did move the camera, so it has a better view of this. Wisconsin traffic cam. Right in the middle of where this tornado would basically be, going right over Foster, coming up on Augusta. If they do, they might issue a new tornado warning if this rotation continues to kind of go down more to the south. It's been kind of sagging south on the boundary of the southern line of this tornado warning. Latest scan is showing stronger rotation now coming up towards Augusta, so it has intensified a little bit. Again, this is kind of in the middle of this. Pretty frequent lightning, still very strong winds right now. Right along I-94. And it will be coming up on Augusta over the next couple of minutes. It's again on the Wisconsin traffic cam. The warning is still confirmed, by the way, so they are saying that this is still a confirmed tornado, so that we may have had a tornado pass by. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen anything that confirms it, but if we still had a tornado, it would have crossed over I-94, and it would be coming up now towards Augusta in Wisconsin. So, again, things just got really crazy. This is also another live shot, another really good shot of this right now. Back over in the same general area. This is just barely further down to the south, but it's looking at our storm. Back over on I-94, this is near Osseo. And so this is also looking at this storm from the south side. And again, winds have been picking up here as well. This is looking more eastbound. If they can turn the camera left, we might be able to see it a bit more. This is back over on the other camera, and again, particularly in Foster, the winds have definitely calmed down a little bit. So things have gotten a little bit calmer down here. The main view that we need to look at now is this one near Osseo, which would be looking in the direction of Augusta. Some big lightning flashes there. If we have a tornado, again, it's coming up into Augusta. Augusta would be in the path of this. Go back to our 3 cam view. And let me fix this. We're going to put that bottom left. We'll put this bottom middle. So yeah, if we have a tornado, it's coming up into Augusta right now. This remains a confirmed tornado warning. We may have just had, again, one on stream. We're not entirely sure. The winds were pretty strong, though, at the bare minimum. I'm also going to put the other camera bottom right. Again, bottom left of your screen, though, is the closest camera now to where this tornado would be. It's coming up towards Augusta and Rodell, just south of Fall Creek, southeast of Eau Claire. Long term, if this continues, which it probably will, it will be going towards Longwood, Greenwood, Owen, and Thorpe. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to be staying weather aware, as this storm is still producing an active tornado threat. The one good news thing that I have about this is that the southern line of storms has been a bit more outflow dominant, so that's at least a little bit of good news. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, unfortunately, I think this tornado is on the ground east of Foster. There's a very light CC drop, but it is almost certainly a TDS.
Alrighty, so yeah, on radar, there is a small little TDS signature. That would be a tornado debris signature. Likely still a tornado in progress coming up on the town of Augusta. So Augusta, you're in the path right now of a tornado. You need to be in your storm shelter now, basement, closet, bathroom, whatever your safe place is. Again, you've got to be there right now, as we do have a tornado likely in progress coming up into the town of Augusta near Route 12. And the CC drop does reminisce also with our velocity couplet. So likely at least a weak or small tornado. It could be on the stronger side of things as well with how, you know, our environment is today. So you definitely want to be taking this seriously if you are in Augusta in Wisconsin, which again, this is the, not this, this camera is again the closest to our tornado. And so it'll be on the far left side of your screen. We cannot clearly see anything. The camera is now moving. The winds are picking up here in Ocio. I'm not sure if they're going to turn the camera back to the left. If they do, we'll have a better visual of a possible tornado. And there you go. They're turning it more left. Now they're going back right. It would be left. If somebody from Wisconsin is watching the stream, it is more to the left. It would be looking northeast, I think, from this spot. But winds are starting to pick up here. We're kind of on the south side where the storm is with this camera, so the winds are coming more out of the south, which will be kind of your inflow going into the storm, kind of coming from the south. I don't think they're going to change the camera angle, but if they do, we'll go back to it. And yeah, that is a debris signature, I believe. Yeah, that's a bit more clear. So we definitely have a tornado in progress again, just east of Hale Corner. Debris signature is pretty evident there. It's not as large as our initial one, but there is a tornado in progress just west of Augusta. It's essentially right near HH Road, just south of County Highway as well, near VV and HH. Those are the county roads that this tornado's near. So a more evident debris signature now, just off to the east of Foster. And this is going to be coming up into Augusta over the next few minutes. So if you are in Augusta, you need to be in your safe place. They honestly should have a tornado warning that goes a little bit more down here, because the tornado is really hugging the bottom of this tornado warning polygon. So if you're in Hay Creek or Fairchild, I would at least be playing it on the safe side of things, as we do have a new tornado again that's in progress. This is at least our second different tornado on this storm in the last 20 minutes, maybe our third, that is currently moving towards Augusta in Wisconsin. This is the latest scan, and the latest scan is showing the tornado's now not as large of a debris signature, but we do still have a tornado moving towards R Road, and it's going to be coming up on G Road on the south side of Augusta if it does stay on the ground. The velocities are still on the stronger side of things as well, coming up into the town of Augusta. This threat of a tornado should continue. I think the bottom right camera, I can't tell if those are power flashes. I'm going to go full cam to it. That could be, it looks more like lightning to me. There may have been a power flash, though, back in there. It's very hard to tell. This is a camera that's just back over near I-94, near Foster. So that, I believe a lot of this is lighting, but there could be power flashes. It's very difficult to tell. But again, this tornado is right next to HH Road, approaching R Road as well. This is our other camera back over near Ocio on the Wisconsin traffic cams. A little bit further down to the south. They have continued this warning. It is still an observed tornado, so it is still a confirmed tornado warning here in Wisconsin. So nothing has changed there in terms of our warning. New scan will be in here in just a second. Thank you, Deborah, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Tracy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the early warning, Maxim and Cleghorn. I'm glad I could give you an early warning. Again, about 20-25 minutes before this tornado warning got issued, we were talking about this. I should have really outlined the area of where it was going to be going, but we talked about this well in advance. All right, there is a storm just south of Augusta, this right here, south of Augusta, that is attempting to rotate. We should have a new tornado warning on this near Fairchild. They have not issued one, but this should be tornado warned as well. That's pretty strong rotation heading towards Willard, near Fairchild, just north of Price, just off to the north of Route 10. So this should be tornado warned. That is fairly strong rotation right now, moving to the east It's very similar to what we just saw here near Augusta. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, there's actually somewhat of a concerning trend that I'm seeing if you want to pull up my radar. So we've kind of been seeing these tornado warnings occur on the south portion of that line. And I was looking at it closer. I'm like, oh, it's kind of weird. What do we have going on here? And it actually looks like if we play a loop, this line is slowly starting to convect off further to the south. And we can even see that there's a little bubble on reflectivity. This could be something where we're seeing new convection right up along the line. So it's a prefrontal, but not really. So what's happening is right as the storms go up, they're getting forced by the line and they're quickly producing a tornado. So hopefully this isn't something that we see continue, because if it is, we're probably going to see a lot of tornadoes as this area of the line moves east.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, we have now another camera view. They just issued a new tornado warning for this. Excuse me. This is a pretty large tornado warning near Augusta, Fairchild, and Wilson. There is again, new tornado warning for this area. So they did issue it right near Fairchild, where that rotation's really starting to kick up and intensify. We're going to put a camera that's looking northbound, if I can get it to work here. Honestly, I'm probably just going to go bottom middle. So we're going to have all three of the traffic cameras here in Wisconsin on your screen. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to put that bottom. This other camera is just around where this rotation is. So we're going to do this. And we'll put Capucci back. We'll do Hunter Hurley in the bottom middle. So yeah, new tornado warning near Augusta. The rotation's pretty strong right now, going into Hay Creek and Fairchild. That camera bottom right of your screen is looking northbound towards this storm from I-94. This is currently moving to the east-northeast, and we'll be going towards Greenwood, Loyal, Longwood, and as well as Owen and Thorpe. So if you're in any of these areas, you should be ready to go to your safe place. The tornado threat should continue here with this line of storms as it continues to track into central Wisconsin. So again, if you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. This is back over. Let me go full cam to this. This is back over on. This is on US. This is on I-94 at US 10. So it's basically the cross section near Oco, and you can still see. It's hard to see anything at this point, but if we had a tornado, it'd be off to the right side of this camera. I'm not sure why there's a blue bar going across the screen. Let me try to see if I can fix that. A bit better of a view. So this is a live shot on the south side of this tornado warning. Storm near Cherokee, Iowa is rotating. I'll look at it in a second. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit here on the I-94 and US 10 intersection. I still think most of the storms in northern Iowa are pretty elevated. We have some storms, actually. If we go back to radar, wind's picking up now there. If we go back to radar, there are storms that are beginning to fire off west of Des Moines. So the risk of severe weather is definitely still existent if you're around Des Moines, MS, Atlantic. We are starting to see some initiation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that. They have issued a new tornado warning. This will be for Clark County, Wisconsin. It's going to be a continuation on this area of thunderstorms that's continuing to move to the east. It'll be going towards Longwood, Greenwood, just outside of Loyal, south of Thorpe. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Wow, we're getting a lot of lightning too. If we go back to this camera, this is again near the tornado warning. Looking northbound, we are starting to get a frequent amount of lightning. So again, this is back over at I-94 at US 10. The rotation on radar is the strongest near Augusta. Right around Augusta is where our strongest area of rotation is. There could actually be a tornado on the ground near Hay Creek. It's not clear on this scan, but there is a small... This could either be hail, it could be some sort of contamination. Possibly a tornado, though. That is an area that we've had stronger rotation here over the last few minutes. So if there's a tornado, it's going to be crossing over Highway 12, just north of Fairchild, coming up towards Willard in Wisconsin, eventually going towards Greenwood and Longwood. Hey, Boris, for the sewer chat, anything for Sioux City, Iowa? Winds picked up big time. Over there near Sioux City, it's predominantly going to be hail and wind. Those are mostly elevated storms out there. Also, the warning was just upgraded to $half sized hail, so there's hail falling out of that storm. Also, back over in Kansas, we have an organizing supercell near Alma and Newberry that we'll have to keep a close eye on. That's moving in the direction of Maple Hill. Lots of hail and wind storms right now in Kansas that we're keeping an eye on. Iowa, we're starting to see at least some storm initiation. It's really questionable whether any of this will become significant, but this is activity that we need to keep a very close eye on, because if any storms fire and they're able to mature here over the next hour in Iowa, they could easily become very significant. So we need to keep an eye on it. Again, it might be too little too late for these storms. We'll have to wait and see. If it fired an hour earlier, then it might be a different story, but again, we'll keep an eye on that activity. Is this the sus hour? We did enter sus hour about an hour ago, I'm pretty sure. So I think we're still in sus hour. I could be wrong. Thank you, Kodiak, for becoming a member. How about Green Bay, Wisconsin? The main activity over near you right now is just elevated storms. By the time the line of storms gets to you, I think this will still be producing some level of damaging winds and perhaps even a low tornado risk, but I think the risk by the time it gets closer to the Great Lakes will be lower. Okay. That is interesting. That might be a tornado right there. North of Hay Creek. That is a really big uptick on the CC radar. I'm pretty sure that's a tornado that has just dropped. The velocities really don't match up with it, though. We have a new CC drop near Route 12. It's going to be coming up again on Willard. That could be another tornado that has just dropped on this storm. If it is a tornado, it would be the third one that we've now seen. This is back over on I-94. Winds are still picking up here. Still a frequent amount of lightning. This is really the closest camera to this storm. Again, no chasers on this. I'm like 90% sure that is a tornado just to the southeast of Augusta. It really, the one problem with this is like it's hard to verify because the velocities aren't super strong here. We don't really have a close by radar site, but it does match up with where we would have a tornado. It popped up very quickly here. At least on this most recent scan. Velocities do match up with it. So I am leaning towards this being a tornado southeast of Augusta. If I had to guess, it probably is one. So if you're in Willard, seek shelter. I don't know what else it would be because there really isn't anything else it could be. We have a hail core up near Wilson, but that's not going to affect our radar beam from the south. But we'll have to wait for another scan just to verify it. But likely a tornado north of Fairchild, and that does look more significant on the latest scan. So again...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Another significant tornado is in progress east of Augusta. Velocities, again, are the strongest in this area. We have a large debris signature near Route 12. It's going to be tracking towards Willard and Greenwood and Longwood in Wisconsin. That is another big debris signature here on radar. So this is another view of it here over the last couple scans. So they have upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. I'm still honestly, I'm still leaning towards this being a tornado, despite the velocities not really matching up with it. I do think that this is a tornado, especially with how deep our debris signature has been here over the last few minutes. So still a tornado in progress, just crossed over Route 12, leaning, going towards Highway or Road H or County Road H, going onto the north side of Fairchild.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be for the other tornado warning for Greenwood and Longwood. So they're basically just continuing this as a confirmed tornado, moving into the direction of Willard. We'll eventually go towards Greenwood. So we have 3 confirmed tornado warnings, but this is all the same storm right now. Again, big debris signature. This is a tornado north of Fairchild. going towards Willard and Greenwood and Longwood. We'll have another radar scan in a second, but this is likely a significant tornado. This is the latest radar scan just east of Augusta. Still have a debris signature. The tornado's now going right over County Highway M. It's near Coon Fork Lake, coming up on R45, approaching, again, County Road H. The camera bottom right is, again, the closest camera to this storm. It's still moving to the northeast. It's going to be heading towards Willard and Greenwood. This is also a rain-wrapped tornado, so please, if you are in this area of warnings, do not try to go outside. Not go outside if you are in these warnings. It is a fully rain-wrapped tornado right now, moving to the northeast. Or east-northeast, I should say. The event is beginning to take off. I don't... I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if it's really taking off. I really feel like this was already kind of be expected. Again, the thing is with today's setup, like, we were expecting a lot of storms like this, and we were also expecting, you know, potentially strong tornadoes with this line. The thing that's been a big question all day is if we were going to see discrete cells fire off here in Iowa. We really have not seen that much. We've begun to see some signs of supercells forming, but they are still not really looking that impressive as of right now. I just think it's too little too late for them, but we'll see. The storms in Kansas were kind of a given too. And honestly, the storm that's just outside of Alma might be trying to produce a tornado right now. Got a little couplet coming up on Alma right now, heading right along I-70. So that's something to keep an eye on too. But generally speaking, I mean, this was kind of to be expected. Well, these storms going to be coming to Madison. The line of storms is what's going to be moving across most of Wisconsin. I don't think it's going to make it to Madison. If it does, it'll be pretty weak by the time it gets there. All right, latest radar scan is still showing that we have a tornado in progress. Again, it's pretty slow moving. It's going to be moving over County Highway H near R45, southeast of Coon Fork Lake. All right, so this is still a tornado in progress. The camera that we have just to the south of this tornado is still shaking quite a bit. This is back over near just west of Fairchild. And honestly, I don't think it's warranted of a severe warning down to the south, but we've definitely had a little bit of some gusty winds. Definitely some strong storms to the south of this tornado warning. And as Riley mentioned, I do think that this tornado threat will continue here with this particular segment of storms, probably for at least the next 30 minutes to an hour. So if you're in McMillan, Marshfield, or even over near Wausau, you definitely need to be staying weather aware. This storm is all basically heading in that direction as of right now. Also, we do have a new SPC outlook. This is honestly really weird, but we are going to talk about it anyways. New SPC outlook has just come out. This is the general outlook. We'll have more details here soon. They've maintained the moderate risk of severe weather, which honestly to me almost makes no sense for what we have right now when it comes to our tornado risk in Wisconsin, Iowa, and southeast Minnesota. But nonetheless, that is the area where we have the greatest potential of severe weather. Enhanced risk of severe weather goes from the upper peninsula of Michigan back into northeastern Kansas. That has not changed. And then our enhanced risk back over in Oklahoma and Texas has not really changed much either. We will have an update on the probabilities of what all that means here in just a moment. So that should all be coming in here relatively shortly. Tornado is still in progress east of Augusta here in Wisconsin. It's heading up towards Willard and Greenwood. This is still a confirmed tornado warning. Latest scan, velocities are the strongest right over County Highway H now, coming up towards Greenwood. The CC radar is a little bit behind. If we still have a tornado, it's going to be coming up on Willard. Also, we just got another SPC mesoscale discussion. This is going to be across Let's go to the radar here. This can be across parts of Kansas and northwest Missouri, where a threat of a short-term severe corridor will continue here. We still have multiple storm chasers in this area that we're keeping an eye on. These storms have been really mainly hail and wind producers. We've had at least one tornado in Kansas today, possibly another one trying to form near Alma, Kansas right now. They have outlined that the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is between 120 to 150 miles per hour, and then hail could be as large as the size of apples, maybe even a little bit larger than that, and then damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is also a possibility. All right, latest radar scan does show that the tornado is likely occluded. The velocities are not nearly as strong as before. If we have another tornado, it will be coming up on Willard and Greenwood. Again, this is likely the third different tornado that we've had on this storm. I'm pretty sure we've had 3 different tornado debris signatures, so this is the third one now that we've had on this segment over the last 40 minutes, and I do think the risk here will continue probably for the next 30 minutes to an hour. Also, this is the probabilities for tornadoes. Again, I don't understand this, but we have, again, maintained at least the moderate risk for tornadoes in western Wisconsin, which honestly, I could agree with it being a bit more elevated, at least where we're looking at storms. But I mean, everything down here is mostly outflow dominant right now. But they have maintained the 15% tornado risk. The 10% tornado risk does still go through northwestern Missouri. I think generally it could just be a 10%, but nonetheless, strong tornadoes are still in play in the next few hours, and then our 5% tornado risk goes all the way back down into Texas and as well as Oklahoma. So that is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center on our risk of tornadoes. Everything else has pretty much remained the same, by the way. Riley has an update. Go ahead. 1 second. Stupid button. Bruh. All right, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking at Kansas northeast of the hold on, what radar site is it? My radar Omega is bugging. It's over by Junction City, right on the radar tower. There looks like there's a small couplet around northwest of Alma.
All right, thank you for the update. Yeah, right here we do have a couplet that's back over near I-70, and this should be tornado warned. The velocities are actually pretty strong. What's interesting about this is that this is actually anticyclonic rotation. So we could get a anticyclonic tornado here south of I-70, which means it is spinning clockwise, which is very rare, by the way. So there could be a tornado dropping, or we might have one on the ground right now in Kansas near Alma that could legitimately be producing an anticyclonic tornado, which is actually kind of wild. Let's see if we have any chasers on this particular storm. Let me check Ben Williams. Sorry, Ben Williams is not on this. All right, Hunter Hurley is the closest one, and I'm going to try to see if I can get him on here. All right, he's currently frozen. Keep an eye on him. All right, latest radar scan. By the way, anticyclonic tornadoes are very rare. It's only like 2% of tornadoes that spin clockwise. Sometimes not even 2%, so this could legitimately be an anticyclonic tornado. Yeah, no active tornado warning on this. Waiting for our velocities to update. And strongest rotations coming into the town of Alma, Kansas, near McFarland, paralleling I-70, just to the north of Allendorf. The CC radar is updated, and I don't think, yeah, there's no debris signature as of right now. The velocities are still behind, but potentially an anticyclonic tornado trying to form there. In other areas of Kansas, it's mostly hail and wind. I don't really see anything else that really looks that tornadic. Additionally, we just got a new report out of Mayetta of at least building damage in that area at around 7 o'clock. So that was possibly either from some damaging winds, may have even been from some sort of brief tornado. I think there was rotation in that area around that time, so that would match up at least with that. Go to the traffic cam. Is there one here? Let me check. There might be a picture traffic cam on I-70. I'm trying to see, though. Let me go to look. Latest scan, it's gone. It pretty much went away. I mean, we still have a little area of rotation, but it's pretty weak. But again, that was a little anticyclonic area of rotation, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we just had an anticyclonic tornado near Alma. Again, we've already had one tornado in Kansas today. It was pretty brief. That would have been our second one. There are cameras near Alma. This is actually one of them. But it will load. Try to go to it if it loads. There are a couple cameras, though, in this area near Alma. This is actually live in Alma. Look at this. So just off to the north of Alma, looking westbound. Very strong winds currently moving through this area. So pretty strong winds here. This is right around where we would have a tornado, which again, I don't think we have one. The velocities are weaker, but it's not far from where we would have had one. Very strong winds are continuing. Again, that was a live shot there on the camera. But again, I'm not seeing anything on radar that visually looks concerning, at least for right now. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on this storm. We do still have tornado warnings back up into Wisconsin. These are both still technically observed tornado warnings. We are starting to see an increased amount of rotation again back over near Willard and Greenwood. So an increasing amount of rotation again on this storm, which could drop another tornado going up towards Greenwood. We've had already multiple tornadoes on this storm. We could get another one. So if you're in Greenwood and you're loyal in Wisconsin, definitely be staying weather aware. The tornado threat will likely continue here over the next 30 minutes to an hour as this storm continues to track east. We just got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning all the way back over in Kansas. So apple-sized hail is currently falling near Magnum, Granite, and Blair. This is just over the last few minutes, and we have a huge hail core and actually a scatter spike popping up on radar just outside of Mangum, going towards Granite and also Hobart and Willow. So apple-sized hail is falling out of the sky. It's one of the more significant hailstorms that we've seen here. Also, currently in Texas, we don't really have any active warnings. We still have a strong storm northeast of Abilene, but nothing active other than around Vernon, which most of those storms have now moved into the state of Oklahoma. Riley, your camera's off. Oh, okay. It's still not on. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it looks like we might get a spin-up tornado here near TMCI. That is the Kansas City Terminal Radar.
Alrighty. We actually might get one. Yeah, there's actually a hook on this near New Market, near Dearborn, north of Kansas City. Got a little hook echo and an inflow going to the storm near New Market. And this is an unwarned area of rotation. I mean, this is warned right now for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. But we legitimately could get a tornado on this thing right here. Got a little hook. A strong inflow going to the storm. I really cannot draw. I don't know why. My mouse sensitivity is like really off today. But nonetheless, that's the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado. And everything just refreshed. Alrighty. This is a terminal radar site. It's a very localized radar site, so it doesn't pick up on a ton of stuff. Even the rotation, I mean, it's not really that strong. It's not like we're going to get a strong tornado, I'd say, with something like this, but we could get something on the weaker or briefer side of things, going to New Market and approaching Dearborn. So definitely something to watch for there. Again, no tornado warning on that as of right now. Back over near Alma in Kansas. This storm has really weakened a lot. I'm not seeing as much rotation. With this being a bit more of a supercell here that's elongated with this line of thunderstorms, I do think there's still an elevated chance of a tornado. This thing can stay organized, heading in the direction of Topeka, going towards Silver Lake, and as well as Rossville. So those areas are still in the path of this. Go back up to Wisconsin. They have gone ahead and canceled the other tornado warning for those in Augusta and Fairchild. You guys are okay to get out of your safe place in Wisconsin. We do still have rotation near Willard, approaching Greenwood, going towards Atwood and Loyal. So again, if we have a tornado, it'll be coming up on those areas here over the next few minutes. We've already had 3 different tornadoes on this storm. I'll have another radar scan here in a minute.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning for Clark County, Wisconsin. They're going to continue this tornado warning. That's going to be for Loyal, Colby, Abbotsford, Owen, and as well as Longford and Greenwood. This is long-term going towards Warsaw. I think it was Wausau, Wisconsin. Going towards I-39, Rib Mountain, Crowenwetter, and Mosinee and Pine River. You guys are in the path of this in the long term. Again, potential tornado threat heading to the east. I cannot pronounce names in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is literally the death of me on these streams. Wausau? All right, thanks. Wausau is a pretty good sized city. Yeah, I'm aware of its size. Bottom middle of your screen, that is Hunter Hurley. He's going to show up in a second. He's actually on the storm not far from Alma. Once he pops up, you'll see it. Should flip over here in a second. These town names are a tongue twister. Wisconsin is always like that. I mean, dude, we've covered Wisconsin plenty of times to know that. This is Hunter Hurley back over in Kansas. Look at this mean looking storm.
Kilometer, so you know.
A little bit of low clouds there on the right side of your screen as well.
A single visible lightning bolt.
This is out near Alma, so he's near where this area of rotation was somewhat strong not too long ago.
Hi.
Of course, you're gonna park right where we are. Thanks, buddy.
My cat's in the cat tower. Got low clouds on the right side of your screen.
How is the visible lightning already done too?
I just want to throw it out there. This is interesting. This is Matthew Capucci. He's back over in Texas. Look at this storm. This is actually a really cool view of this storm. Back over not far from where Vernon is. I don't know if he's talking at all, but like,
how wide?
Look at the clouds overshooting. It's beautiful. I mean, this is like a beautiful looking storm. The clouds overshooting with the sun setting. It's honestly a stunning storm over here. This is not really any. I don't think the storm's even warned for anything. It's just it might be warned for hail in Oklahoma, but nonetheless, this is a really cool looking storm here from the back side with the sun setting as well. You can almost frame it. Almost frameable. All right, let's go back to Hunter.
East.
Yeah.
This thing's already here.
Yeah.
I'll go east for like 10 miles, 15 miles.
Yeah, if you want to go 15 miles east, we might be in clear air and have good light.
All right, Hunter's repositioning. We'll keep Capucci on the bottom left. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking southwest of Altus, Oklahoma. Looks like we might have a small hook with a corresponding velocity couplet. Probably not a tornado on the ground right now, but something to watch. This is basically going to head just south, if not into the town of Altus, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And yeah, we do have an area of rotation actually developing in southwest Oklahoma. It's been going for a few scans now near Lusty. It's coming up towards Altus, Oklahoma. So if you're over near Altus, definitely stay weather aware here, as there is a potential tornado threat heading off to the northeast right now. And this could actually produce a potential for a tornado. Velocities are actually not looking too shabby for this type of storm. Riley's been locked in today already with the other callouts and the other tornadoes, so definitely going to be a storm that we need to keep an eye on. And Matthew Capucci's not far from this. And I think we might have other chasers not far from this too, so we have to keep an eye on other ones. Let me see if I can pull up this one. We have a few chasers not far from this area. Hey, Taylor, for the super chat, my most trusted weather source. Thank you, Max and mods, for keeping the chat safe. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for the super chat. This is our latest radar scan. Rotation's not nearly as organized on the latest scan, but this is really the closest so far that we've been to tornado genesis. here in Oklahoma. We still have a destructive hailstorm ongoing near Mangum, coming up on Granite and Blair. This is still producing apple-sized hail. This right here is a hail spike on radar. So what you are seeing is hail literally falling in the middle of this thing over Mangum, around apple size. That's at least what's being estimated right now. And this here is all the hail that is falling. That is not a tornado on the CC radar. This is actually hail that is being picked up by radar, and it is being thrown at the ground at very fast speeds in Mangum. It's almost like baseball is being thrown at you at a very high speed in the MLB. That's what's basically falling out of the sky right now in Mangum. So if you're in Mangum in Oklahoma or Granite, you should definitely be in your safe place. Very dangerous storm that's moving off to the northeast, and we'll be going towards Sentinel here fairly soon. Let me go back up to Kansas. Let's check back in on the storm over near Newberry. All right, latest scan. We might still have some rotation here. We're going to have to wait another scan or two to see it along I-70. If you're back over in Topeka, stay weather aware. There's a potential risk of hail, wind, and maybe even an isolated tornado threat heading that direction. I'd say the chances are low, but they're definitely not zero. Also, the storm that is going over the terminal radar site north of Kansas City. Actually, we may have had a brief tornado here. Riley pointed this out too. There might have actually been a brief tornado, pretty tight couplet there, just very brief, near Newmarket. And if we have one now, which I don't think we do, but if we had one, it would be going towards Edgerton, off to the north of Kansas City. And that looks pretty clear right there. That might have actually been a tornado. That's actually pretty interesting. Crossed over I-29. Yeah, this probably wouldn't have been anything strong, but something to keep an eye on. After it gets past the terminal radar site, we'll have a better view of this. I'm going to quickly see if we had a CC drop or anything. And not really evident. We might have had a brief one. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat. Thanks for all the coverage of the Eau Claire area tornadoes. If I can help. And speaking of the Eau Claire tornadoes, we do have a new, stronger area of rotation that's on this storm that's already produced 3 different tornadoes, heading in the direction of Loyal and Spencer. So the tornado threat is going to continue here as this moves to the east-northeast. If you are near Loyal or Spencer, please make sure that you are continuing to heed the warning. There is strong rotation once again heading in the direction of Spencer. We've already had multiple tornadoes on this storm, and another one could drop. The tornado warning is still technically confirmed here for the west side here. What was the county again? Western side of Clark County. I personally do not think this is on the ground anymore, but if we have one, it'll be coming up on Loyal over the next few minutes. Thank you, Kyle, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, we do have a photo that just came in. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I need to find... Somebody just sent me a photo. I'm trying to find it. Also, we are getting reports near Friendship, Oklahoma of a possible wall cloud forming. That'd be on that area of rotation that's in southwestern Oklahoma right now. This is back... this is from Hunter Hurley. Hunter Hurley had an unbelievable shot of this storm near Alma in Kansas just moments ago. Look at that. Stunning shot, especially with the sun setting as well. Quite the view here in central Kansas. And he is currently still on that storm bottom right, or bottom middle now of your screen. VTX asks if Gladstone, Missouri is safe for the night. I don't know where that is, but basically, if you're anywhere in this tornado watch, this is really the main area to watch for. So if you're in the tornado watch, you need to continue to stay weather aware. I'd say if you're in Kansas City, it's still probably like a 25-30% chance you actually get something tonight. It's going to depend on the trajectory of these storms, which so far have been mostly moving east-northeast, so they're not really going in your direction, but I wouldn't rule out something in that area. But most of Missouri is going to stay quiet tonight. Tomorrow will be more active for sure in that area. Over the last couple minutes, the rotation has been still existent near Lusty in Oklahoma, just south of Altus. Still a potential for a tornado as this moves to the northeast. It is a right-hand moving storm, and actually, you can see the hook echo. It's actually clearing out quite a bit here, and a strong inflow going to the storm near Highway 283. So this storm is organizing quite a bit right now in southwest Oklahoma, and could try to produce a tornado threat at some point here in the near future. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. This is actually a relatively fast organizing supercell, and it is moving more to the right. So the tornado threat could increase on this here very, very soon. We at least have one chaser in this area. I'm trying to see if we have another one here. Okay, so we have one here. And I keep opening this. All right. Thank you, Larry, for the super chat. Adding Riley has been an instant win. Can't wait to see this channel and community to continue to grow. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. And I agree. He has been phenomenal. He's been pretty much right about everything today, by the way. I mean, like, every call out that he's had has been pretty much spot on. I've had several different tornadoes, a lot of them kind of in weird areas that many people weren't really expecting them in. This is east of Lusty, Oklahoma. If you're just tuning in, we are watching an area of broad rotation developing just to the south of Altus. We also have another area of rotation that tried to form east of Friendship.
A new tornado warning
that didn't really get going. They have just issued a tornado warning for those in Jackson and Tillman counties in Oklahoma. That is this storm near Altus. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is coming up on Humphreys and Hedrick over the next few minutes. Hey, Dustin, for the super chat, thank you for everything you do. What does Milwaukee, Wisconsin look like tonight? I think Milwaukee will be mostly wind, possibly a little bit of hail, but I don't really think we're going to see much else. I don't really think Milwaukee's in like a concerning place for severe weather tonight. Once again, the last few scans, this storm did not look like much not long ago, but it really has developed a hook echo. I mean, this thing has also a large area of inflow. It's a very discrete cell now. So this thing could easily produce a tornado as it goes towards Hedrick. We definitely need to keep a very close eye on this as it continues to move to the east-northeast here in southwestern Oklahoma. There's obviously other storms as well that have concern, but this is one of them that is... and a bit more on the concerning side of things if it's able to get going. As of right now, I'm not seeing any reports of wall clouds in the last few minutes, but it could definitely produce as it moves east-northeast. Back over in Kansas, we aren't really seeing a whole lot of a tornado risk as of right now. However, if you look back down here south of Maple Hill, we could actually get a little landspout potential here northwest of Dover, which landspout's usually not as strong as tornadoes, but we could actually get a landspout out of this. Might even have one, honestly, just south of I-70. So we'll have to keep an eye on that storm as it continues to move to the east. Hunter Hurley actually has a view of some low clouds here. We are getting some lightning. See how low the clouds are. Middle right of your screen, that almost looks like a wall cloud. It's not really organized, it's kind of broken. This is just off to the east. This is just west of Topeka for reference. Also, confirmed tornado warning in Wisconsin has now been canceled. So we are back down to normal tornado warnings.
Why is there concentrated low-level rotation down there?
Yeah, look at the loop.
Yeah.
Right side of your screen, pretty low clouds here west of Topeka.
Lights, please. Thank you.
All right, let's see.
Interesting. It's gonna be gone next scan, but
probably.
I want to stay here for a second. They're looking more to the south right now, where there could be a potential landspout. See if we can see anything. Back down near where the outflow boundary is, which is where we'd be looking for a possible land spout.
This guy's trying to turn in.
We get a flash of lightning, might be able to see it. The velocities have been pretty tight down there. South of Maple Hill. Bottom right of your screen is what the velocities look like.
See, this isn't even a through road, it's just a dirt patch.
I think he's also a chaser.
We're going to keep a close eye on him. There isn't really enough lightning to be able to see anything there, so it's just kind of spotty as of right now. But we'll have him on the bottom middle of your screen. Back up in Wisconsin, we do still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that have continued. This area of storms could still produce a tornado. The velocities have gotten a lot broader here over the last few minutes. Not seeing as much of a tornado risk, but we are still watching for a damaging wind threat that is heading directly towards Wausau, Wisconsin, near I-39, just to the north of Stevens Point. So a continuing risk for significant damaging winds as this continues to push to the east. We do still have radar indicator rotation here just south of Highway 29 coming up on Wausau. And then I had somebody ask in chat about up here further to the north, like near Rhinelander and north of Merle, and it's mostly going to be wind up here. I don't really expect much of a tornado risk out of the activity that's far north of Wausau. And then overall, again, really this area of storms here is all just strong. This is all outflow driven area of storms right now. That's back over near Rochester and Winona. So that's not as concerning as of right now. All right, back to Oklahoma where we do have a tornado warning. Last couple of scans are showing broader rotation. I mean, this storm honestly looks pretty impressive on radar. There is a wall cloud being reported on this now, but it's not really rotating very rapidly. The velocities on radar are very broad as of right now, so not, again, as concerning as before. But if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place in case this does try to drop a tornado as it heads up towards Hedrick and Snyder in southwestern Oklahoma. Western Iowa's getting no love. There's not really much love to give. There's not really much happening in Western Iowa right now. As I say that, we actually do have a tornado possible label near Atlantic. I'm not sure if these storms are going to do it. Like, I've been talking about this for a while. Like, we have had initiation west of Des Moines. Nothing's really gotten going to the point where it's like, oh crap, this is going to produce something crazy. Like, we haven't really gotten to that point with any of these storms yet that have fired. These have been very slowly growing in size, which is kind of like, when it comes to the storms not going up really fast, it kind of at least says, hey, these storms are not like, you know, super robust. Like, they're not developing super fast. So like, generally here, these storms have not been super concerning here for the last hour. I mean, these started initiating over an hour and 20 minutes ago. The one near Atlantic has actually gotten a bit more organized. Like, we do have a little mezzo on this. But I'm being honest, I don't know if this is really going to try to actually produce. We do have a camera, actually, inside of this warning, I believe. I'm going to put that on the screen. I'll put that bottom left in a second. There is a camera inside of this severe warning. Or no, there will not be a camera there. I got to close this and open everything back up, I think. Let me try this. I'm going to try this. Close everything. And reopen our warning, or not warning, our camera program. You guys just got a sneak peek to our camera program. Let me see if this works now. Hey, Lewis, for the super chat. Do you think, predict anything getting nasty near Waupaca County? I would probably, I mean, it's too early to say, but I think generally, like, if you're in southeast Wisconsin, I don't expect there to be a whole lot of a threat of severe weather. It'd be mainly damaging winds down there if we were to get anything. Try one more time. I'm trying to get the camera that's inside of this warning right now. Quite a bit of lightning. And the winds have been a bit high. Alright, just does not work. A heads up, hey, in the camera for some reason in Iowa is just not going to the program. This is what it looks like right now, though, inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. I've had frequent lightning. Winds have also been gusting a little bit here over the last few minutes, kind of in the dead center where the storm is. So that's a live shot right there in the smack dab middle of this storm near Atlantic. Still have a little mesocyclone there just off to the south of Atlantic. It's going to be going up towards Anita here pretty soon, and Adair. Also near Guthrie Center, we do have a little storm here. This one's not probably going to do much. It's just strong as of right now. Again, tornado risk is still possible out of these storms. Like, don't get me wrong, these could still produce tornadoes. They could still be strong, but so far things have been struggling a little bit with those storms. What in the world is happening up here? The heck? This looks really contaminated, I'm not gonna lie. That looks very contaminated. And I'm pretty sure, again, this storm up here near Spencer, this is on the backside of our dry line. It's not really as favorable. It's gonna be more stable environment. Dew points are also higher. So there could actually be pretty strong rotation, like aloft maybe, but like there probably isn't gonna be anything getting to the surface there. So I'm not super concerned about that storm as of right now. Tornado warning does continue near Loyal and Greenwood. Again, main area of rotations coming up on Spencer as of right now. Rotation's been pretty weak on this storm, but damaging winds are still expected here as this approaches Wausau and Merrill and Stevens Point, perhaps even a tornado. There is a severe thunderstorm warning as well west of Duluth. That is mainly for damaging winds up to 60, half-dollar size hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on this storm as well. And also the tornado warning in Jackson and Tillman counties in Oklahoma is going to continue. It is still radar indicated rotation as of right now. I'm going to go all the way back down to Oklahoma. Just outside of Altus. And yeah, this thing's falling apart quite a bit. Not really much rotation on this. It had a brief stint of pretty strong rotation. It's really weakened recently. Paige asks, what is Leavenworth, Kansas looking like for tornadoes? I think our tornado threat across Kansas is pretty low. Honestly, with this kind of environment in Kansas, what we're mostly going to be seeing is brief tornadoes. We've already had a couple. We had one reported by Hunter Hurley. There might have also been one. There's one near Alma, possibly as well, not long ago. But generally, like, if we get any tornadoes in this environment, it's going to be pretty brief. We also had a couplet, for the record, back up here near Edgerton. I'm not sure if we still have it. It doesn't look like it. But we actually may have had a brief tornado just to the west of this radar site. So, but overall, it's mostly going to be brief tornadoes, I think, down here. Strong tornadoes do not look very likely right now in this area. But still not impossible with how strong our low-level winds are.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning in Wisconsin. This will be including areas just west of I-39. This is west of Crowenwetter, west of Mosini, Rib Mountain, and west of Wausau, and west of Maine. So if you are in this new tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This does include Marshfield, McMillan, and right along Highway 29. All right. Thank you, Andrew, for the very generous $50 super chat. Thank you for accurate, honest, and reliable coverage. Appreciate you. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Let me go back down to Des Moines again, west of Des Moines. Last couple scans are showing a bit more rotation near Atlantic and Iowa. This is west of Des Moines. I still think there's a chance that we get a tornado out of this thing as it moves to the east. It's been a very slowly developing storm here in Iowa, but I do honestly think that here in the near term, this could actually get tornado warned if the rotation continues to intensify. It's near Wyoto right now, and also just to the west of Greenfield, Iowa, which obviously had a significant tornado last year. I'm not saying it's going to happen again, just giving you a perspective of where we are. And again, this is going to be coming up towards Casey as well. Bottom right of your screen, we're going to put a camera there that's near this warning. We do have a little meso that's formed on this just to the south of Sycamore Village. Coming up on Norway as well. And keep in mind that our environment here is still very favorable for the potential of tornadoes off to the west of Des Moines. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a member. Sounds good, Chris. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on him. The tornado warning in Oklahoma right now, the rotation's gotten a lot weaker over the last few minutes. I think this warning will probably end up being canceled. The threat of severe weather, though, here in southwest Oklahoma is still relatively significant. We are still talking about a more significant hail risk with golf ball sized hail being possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds being possible. There is a tornado possible label on this. However, I do think our tornado warning will probably be canceled because the velocities have definitely gotten weaker. If we go to our tilts that are higher up into the atmosphere, basically looking at our rotation aloft, you will notice that there's actually still some rotation aloft, like south of Altus, but it is broad. The surface-based rotation has been very weak over the last few scans, so I don't think this is as concerning for a tornado threat at this point, but if you are in southwest Oklahoma, definitely continue to stay weather aware. Large hail and damaging winds is the main concern out of that activity. Back over near Oklahoma City, things have been quiet for the time being, but this is the activity that you need to keep a very close eye on. That is heading up towards Oklahoma City, Norman, and Shawnee near Edmond. Tulsa area is pretty quiet for right now. Storms in Texas have been really struggling. Not really much happening there for right now. Again, things could change, but for right now, it's kind of quiet. Back over in Kansas, south of Junction City, we do still have damaging winds and hail happening with that storm. Off to the north of Topeka, it's mostly wind and hail with this storm as well. Since our outflow boundary has really gone down to the south, this thing should stay more elevated, meaning hail and wind should be the main concern north of Topeka. There is a low chance of an isolated tornado if for some reason the storm can get back down to where that boundary is located, which again is mainly around and just south of Topeka. The biggest chance of us seeing a tornado is back over near Alma when we actually had a hook connected to that outflow. That is when we had a chance of a land spout or even a tornado. So that has become, at least for right now, a little bit lower of a chance here over the last little while. Latest scan, again, still strong rotation aloft near Atlantic and Wyoto. This is heading towards Adair and Stewart here in western Iowa. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there's a single chaser on this storm, but there could be a wall cloud or something forming on this. Rotation's been trying to intensify. Long term, if this thing were to produce a tornado, it would go in the direction of Des Moines, for the record. So if we were to get a tornado, it would be going in the direction of Des Moines. It's not going to go right into Des Moines in the next hour, but within the next little while, we're watching for that potential of a tornado threat. Anything for Illinois, unless you're in northwestern Illinois, I'm not really expecting much. And even in northwest Illinois, it's a pretty conditional risk of severe weather. So, in my opinion, I'm not really expecting a whole lot in those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a tornado warning in Iowa. So they have gone ahead and issued it. East of Atlantic, south of Adair. This is a supercell, again, that could go big. The rotation has been kind of stronger, at least aloft. And it's heading in the direction right now of Adair and Stewart. We are in a bit of a radar hole, but the velocities are definitely strong aloft to the point where we could end up getting a potential of a tornado here as this moves to the northeast. There was a small funnel cloud southwest of Sioux City. I highly doubt we have anything happening over there. It's mostly just hail and windstorms. Also, there is a severe thunderstorm warning here in northwestern Iowa for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail near Emmetsburg. I want to remind you that this storm is really on the backside of our dry line, which means it's in a much less favorable environment for tornadoes. But we are still watching for damaging winds and hail out of that elevated storm. The storms up near Mason City also are not really that concerning as of right now, but we are keeping an eye on those in case they continue to produce some damaging winds and hail. Not really much of a tornado risk. Tornado warning does continue off to the west of Wausau. Actively no warning for where our area of rotation is, but if we do get a tornado, it would be heading into McMillan over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards Rib Mountain, as well as the Wausau area. That's the general path right now of our area of rotation. Latest scan still showing some rotation here going towards Anita. See if we have any more cameras in this area. We have one in the warning still, but I don't think I can pull it up for some reason. For the record, by the way, we've had about, I think, 7 or 8 different tornadoes now today. I don't think they've really been that long tracked or anything, but we've had 7 or 8 different tornadoes, mostly across Wisconsin and also across parts of Minnesota. And we've also had a couple, I think, in Kansas now. Never had any tornado warnings in Kansas. We had one, but we had 2 tornadoes, I'm pretty sure, in Kansas today. So we've had about 8 tornadoes, I'd say, today. We'll check in on the storm reports here soon as well to see what the reports look like, but we've at least had a few. Bottom middle of your screen, that's another camera near this tornado warning near Wyoda. Ben Williams, bottom right. He's currently located on the storm that's back over near Manhattan, Kansas. Today was a bust. It's hard to say today was a full-blown bust. I feel like it was a bust to an extent so far, but I mean, it depends on if this storm can get going and it does something crazy in the next hour. If this like produced like a big tornado, I honestly think today was actually a valid risk. Like I still think the moderate risk was valid, purely because of the fact that we have had so much wind shear. Like the environment again today is super favorable for tornadoes. So I do think the moderate risk was a little bit of a stretch, but I do think it was still, I still think it was warranted. So let me do this. Let's do Brandon bottom left. Hey, tip for the super chat. Appreciate that. I cannot read it for some reason. My chat is broken. You're just tuning in. This is a tornado warning for Cass County, Iowa, just west of Greenfield. Main area of rotation is near Wyoda, going towards Anita right now. Tip says, I'm guessing this is all going to miss us, but then a moment, future outlook for Central Indiana. Central Indiana is more of a risk for tomorrow. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So there's a lot of people already calling this a bust, and that is definitely not true. If you want to pull up the second monitor, I have a VWP hodograph, or I just lost my remote access. Okay, well, you're still showing it. That is our environment that we have over the Des Moines radar area right now. We can still see that there is definitely a loop in there. So this is still a storm that could produce a tornado warning. It's not, we can't already call this event a bust. There's still storms ongoing. There's still tornado warnings out there. I'm actually like 5 miles away from a tornado warning myself right now. So way too early to call this event a bust. There's still an environment in place for tornadoes.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, that was a hodograph on the screen there, and that basically shows you the spin with this environment aloft. So I'm going to pull this up full cam just so you guys can see this a little bit better because it was a little bit cropped out. This is, let me actually make this enlarged here. So this is back over in, I believe it was Central Iowa, if I'm not mistaken. It's not far from where this storm is. You can see that our hodograph here is very curved. What that essentially means is that our winds are changing direction as we go aloft. We have a very favorable environment still for tornadoes if a storm can actually end up going in this environment, which we have one right now west of Des Moines. So with all that curvature throughout our first 3 kilometers of the atmosphere, which all these numbers indicate kilometers in our atmosphere. So this is our first kilometer, second, third, all that sort of stuff. We have a very curved hodograph, which means that we have a lot of spin throughout the atmosphere. Also, with it being enlarged like this, that also means our winds, especially in the low levels, are very strong. So generally speaking, we still have a very favorable environment for tornadoes. And also the bulk shear is pretty high, and our storm relative helicity values are still between 300 to 400 in the lowest 3 kilometers. So this is still a very favorable environment, especially if a storm can get going, which as of right now, the one near Nita is the closest that we've had in Iowa. I'm not saying this is definitely going to produce, but like it is a possibility that this thing does try to produce as it goes towards Stewart and as well as Adair. Hey, no, I don't need that anymore, but thank you. If there's any other ones, let me know. My cat just sneezed and that scared the crap out of me. Thank you, Kirsten, for becoming a member. They have updated the tornado warning in Cass County, Iowa. It is still radar indicated. The last few scans, we do still have some broad rotation near McMillan coming up on Wausau, Wisconsin. So if you're in Wausau, continue to stay weather aware. Rib Mountain, Crow and Wetter, you guys are all in the path of a storm that is still producing the threat of damaging winds and a potential tornado risk as this continues to move to the east. So continue to stay weather aware. Also, back over near our storm here, I want to go back down to I want to go to a live shot. This is live back over in our storm that is currently tornado warned. And you can actually see all the cars are really slow right now. Nobody's really driving here. This is a live shot. Mile marker 69 in our tornado warning in Iowa in Cass County. Winds are very strong. They're coming from the camera basically and going away from the camera. This is a really good view of how strong the winds are currently. Did the lightning just strike the road, or am I going crazy? I could have just been going crazy there. This is a full screen view here of this. See how the wind's picking up right now. This is mile marker 69, just north of Anita. And look how slow all the trucks and cars are moving. I would give it probably about, like, if this storm west of Des Moines can go for about an hour or so, and if it can stay alive, there's a potential tornado risk out of this in the long term. But it really, I would say right now it has about an hour or two to try to do something. But again, winds are definitely pretty high in this warning. We just saw that here on this camera. I think the other camera's coming up right here. See if I can change the camera. Winds are still pretty strong. Look at the winds, how they're changing direction. They were going away from this camera. Now they're coming towards this camera. So there is definitely, again, rotation here. The winds have been changing directions again in this tornado warning. We've seen this time and time again with other camera views as well. But the wind is, again, changing directions right along I-80. So it's pretty interesting to see this in real time. Yes, Riley. Yep. So yeah, winds are changing directions. This is right inside of the tornado warning. This is on mile marker 70, by the way, which is just slightly further to the east. And we'll have another camera coming up at mile marker, I think, 72. So basically tracking this supercell right along I-80 west of Des Moines. I'm going to go to mile marker 72, which is a little bit further up here in this tornado warning. And once again, these cars are crawling right now. Wind again. Wow, the lightning's crazy. But like, again, barely anybody moving right now. All the wind right now is going from this camera and going out. So all the cameras, I think this is driving. I think everybody here is driving eastbound, if I'm not mistaken. All the wind is basically blowing into their windshield, and they're very low visibility as well. And again, this is a lot of lightning. I don't think what we're seeing is power flashes. I saw somebody say in that chat. I think it is all mostly lightning, but definitely very, very windy right now. And again, the winds have been changing directions. They're mostly going west right now, and then they're going to probably go back down to the south, and then they'll probably come back out from the south going northbound. And that's kind of the general trend that we've seen here over the last 20 minutes or so. Still very, very strong winds here. Give me that bottom left and bottom middle of your screen. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Kansas City for damaging winds up to 60 and $50 sized hail. Tornado warning does continue near Altus in Oklahoma. This storm has not been as organized here over the last little while. I'm not really seeing much here that is too concerning for this at this point, but the tornado warning does continue if you're back over west of Snyder, at least for the next 24 minutes, unless it ends up getting canceled. The bigger concern right now in southwest Oklahoma is the destructive hail potential and as well as damaging winds. And again, tornado warning in Wisconsin's been honestly not too crazy at this point, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking at the Des Moines radar tower, of course, where we have our tornado warning storm. You can just start to see the boundary making its way toward these storms very quickly. That is our front. And once this front gets to those storms, they will have 0 tornado potential. And it actually looks like it's crashing very, very fast towards these storms. I do think it should probably get there in the next 1 to 2 hours. Hopefully the boundary gets there before it reaches towns like Ames, but I'm not completely certain of that. But there is hope that these will be not tornadic in the near future.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So yeah, this is probably still a good hour out, but you can see this right here. That's your boundary that is quickly crashing to the southeast, going towards Carroll and Fort Dodge. So basically, if you're northwest of this line, I mean, at this point, there's still a threat of severe weather, but it's mostly just hail and wind. That's what this storm is doing, by the way, which has looked crazy on radar with velocities. It's very contaminated. It's mainly hail and wind heading up towards Bancroft, Sweet City, and as well as Buffalo Center. So that's generally what we're looking at there. Then the storm that's west of Des Moines is once again the main concern for right now, because this is still on our unstable and moist environment. That's where this is located. So as it continues to track and basically parallel I-80, there will still be a potential for tornadoes. That's what we've been seeing again on these cameras as well. We've been seeing some very high winds with this storm, and the winds have been changing direction. So there is definitely still a potential here for a tornado. At the minimum, we're going to be talking about damaging winds and hail. Once again, this tornado warning that we actively have is going to be for Cass County in Iowa. And if they issue a new tornado warning, which I'm not certain if they will, but if they were to issue one, the next areas in the line would be Stewart and just south of Guthrie Center here in Iowa. I'm changing the camera over. This is another camera. That's mile marker 74. We'll keep that bottom middle of your screen. But no active tornadoes as of right now, but radar indicated rotation does continue here. The mile marker 74 bottom middle should get crazy here in a minute. I do think the winds are going to pick up here in a moment. Is Dane County getting anything? I don't know where Dane County is. Thank you, Gabriel, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, shout out to Rye with the super chat. Yeah, I do agree. You know, a bust is a good thing. I'm not saying today's a bust because I still don't agree with that terminology for today's event, but I do think generally like our 15% tornado risk has definitely not panned out. And again, assuming that this storm does not do anything, that is true. If it does do something, it could be a very different story. We really have two different storms to watch. The one near Guthrie Center does not look very impressive, at least velocities wise right now. We'll have to keep an eye on it in case it does try to become tornadic. The other storm northwest of Greenfield has had a bit more organization here recently. Also, Brandon Kopic is actually coming up on this right now. This is his view right now of this storm. So he is still out there chasing. I don't think he's live anymore, but Brandon Kopic is on YouTube. He's not far from Guthrie Center. You just get a double check on this. Yeah, so Brandon Kopic is coming up on this. He's coming from just north of Guthrie Center. So definitely a lot of lightning here. This is also Storm Runner Media, who also I do not think is live anymore. Are any chasers live? Did they end? I think Storm Runner Media ended too. They don't have audio on either, but they are also coming up on this near Guthrie Center in Iowa. The tornado warning has been condensed. This storm is still tornado warned as of right now. It is again coming up on the Adair area. The tornado warning is very small at this point. It only really includes Anita. So Anita, you're really the only place that is included in this tornado warning, at least for now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have continued a tornado warning. That is for those in Oklahoma. That is for Kiowa, Jackson, Comanche, and Tillman counties. We're going to hop down to that in just a second. All right, let's go down to Kiowa County. So brand new tornado warning. That's gonna be for Hedrick, Snyder, Mountain Park, just west of Indiahoma, west of Cache. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Rotation on this again has not been really that strong. We do have a small little couplet near Highway 62. It's again fairly weak rotation from what I'm seeing, but this will be coming up on the town of Snyder and Mountain Park here over the next few minutes. And I wouldn't rule out at least a brief tornado or a weak tornado with this as it continues to track east. So near Highway 62, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also, shout out to Michelle with a Venmo donation. I do appreciate that. But once again, new tornado warning here in Oklahoma. Thank you, Jay, for the super chat. Apparently, I have a doppelganger on American Idol. I've heard about that. It's very, very strange. Amber is asking about Wausau, Wisconsin. I'm going to check on that real quick. Back over in Wausau, right now the main concern will just be strong storms. There could be some damaging winds and an isolated tornado threat. Really, the worst of the storms are north of you, are going to probably stay north of you. I think what Wausau, Merrill, Crow and Wetter, and Mosony and Rib Mountain are going to have the most significant round of storms here in central Wisconsin. Again, mainly a damaging wind risk. There's also still potential for a tornado. They have continued the tornado warning, at least for now, back over here west of I-39. So at least for the time being, there's a potential for again, a tornado. But I really don't think there's much of a tornado risk on this right now. It's hard to see the radar. It's hard to see the storm though from any radar site. We're in a big radar hole here in central Wisconsin, so we don't have a great vantage point on this. But if we were to have a tornado, it would be near McMillan, just north of Marshfield. And I'm not seeing any debris signature as of right now. That might be an uptick of hail more than anything, but I'm not seeing anything clear on this storm in Wisconsin. Let's go back over to Brandon Kopic. He's coming up on the storm near central Iowa. You can see the lightning has been upticking here over the last few minutes. This is near Guthrie Center. Quite a bit of lightning. This is also another live shot. This is from Stewart, and that's from Stewart, Iowa, looking westbound on I-80. You can actually see the cloud base there a little bit with the lightning that is striking. By the way, guys, I am ordering DoorDash, and guess what? If I don't get a straw this time, I might lose my mind. I don't know if I told you guys, we were live, and when I ended the stream, I got my food. I did not get a straw with that food either. I'm just throwing it out there. We've had no luck with getting straws on DoorDash recently. Riley, we want Riley. Riley does not have anything to talk about right now. This is back over on mile marker 74. The wind has been picking up here over the last few minutes. If we get another car passing by, you'll see it. This is right along I-80 near mile marker 74 near Adair, where this rotation is basically coming up on right now. The wind is really strong. We don't have any cars passing by, so you can't see it yet. But once another car passes by, which will be here in a second, you'll be able to see the wind picking up. See it right there a little bit. We have another car coming from the other direction. The cars that are going right now eastbound are going relatively slow. All right, here we go. Probably see the wind a little bit better here. Thank you, Leo, for the super chat. My first YouTube membership, and I'm from Toronto. Just love what you do, man. Looking forward to some weather through tomorrow, though. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate being a member of the channel as well. So yeah, winds are pretty strong here. Again, coming out of the northeast, kind of circling into where our rotation would be. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on this purely because of the fact the velocities do not look that good on this, and the storm also does not look very organized. I'm being honest, if this storm got going maybe an hour sooner, I do think this would have been significant. Thank you, Philip, for the super chat. I hate to break it to you, Philip, but somebody fan mailed me 100 straws, so I kind of have to go through these a little bit first, you know? Sorry. I do actually have a reusable straw, though, so I already have one. I'm not even kidding. Somebody legit fan mailed me a whole pack of 100 straws. I think it was because I complained about not getting straws with my DoorDash. And we are right now looking inside of our tornado warning in Iowa near I-80. The winds have been pretty strong. They are changing directions again. They were coming more out of the northeast. Now they're coming more out of the northwest. Where do I send fan mail to you? There's a link in the description for fan mail. I'll post it in the chat too. By no means do you guys have to send anything, by the way. It's just there for people that want to send random stuff. I do appreciate, by the way, everybody that sent me graduation gifts. I got a few more. I'll try to open them up here at some point if we have time. We got a few more graduation gifts that have come in. Is Toronto safe? Toronto is safe. There will be a threat of severe weather tomorrow, though, in Toronto. Mainly wind. Thank you, Mandy, for becoming a member. So once again, this is our storm near Dare. Tornado warning is still ongoing for now, but the rotation's mostly been moving out of the warning, so I don't think this warning is going to continue. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking in Iowa as well. There's actually an outflow boundary coming off the two storms that we've been talking about, and that's about to collide with our much stronger front, and this could actually initiate some convection. I don't think it will, but it is something to watch because I have seen situations like this cause a tornado before, so it's something to watch.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Actually, I remember something like this happening back in Kansas about almost a year ago now. We had one situation where two boundaries collided and it exploded a supercell and it produced a more significant tornado in Kansas. And so that it's possible that something like that happens. So, and we're not out of the woods yet right now if you're in Iowa. We still need to keep a very close eye on what's happening, as we do still have storms out there, and we could see more initiate depending on that collision that happens in the next hour. Hey, Reggie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Let me go back to Wisconsin. We do still actively have a tornado warning near Marshfield. Again, there's really no good radar site to look at for these storms near Wausau, or Wausau, west of Crownwetter, also west of Mosinee. But again, this storm could easily still produce a tornado. There is a report, apparently from local TV in Marshfield, Wisconsin, that there is a rotating wall cloud. So if that is true, it would be on the southern side of the storm heading up towards Mosinee. Unfortunately, though, the radar coverage is really bad here, and these storms are not super duper tall, so we're not going to have a great radar view of this, but we do at least have a report of some sort of wall cloud potentially near Marshfield, which I do believe. It is very possible with this segment. We've already had several tornadoes with that segment here over the last few hours. Still a tornado warning ongoing north of Mankato near Snyder. This is a really weird area of rotation. We have really about 3 different areas of rotation right now in this storm. This is really crazy. I mean, I don't think we have this, but there could legitimately be up to 3 tornadoes with how many areas of rotation that we have here near Snyder. They're all pretty broad and weak, but there is a chance of twin tornadoes or even 3 tornadoes being on the ground with something like this off to the west of Snyder in Oklahoma. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This is east of Hedrick for reference. Hey, Sasha, for becoming a member. Looks like a face? Well, I guess it kind of does look like a face. Honestly, on radar, this storm looks pretty organized. It's just... or not organized, but it looks pretty impressive. It has a decent hook. The biggest problem for this storm right now is that it just is fighting a bunch of other storms down to the south that have been forming. So it's going to continue to have these storm mergers, which are really negative storm interactions right now. And I do think the short-term tornado risk here is going to be on the lower side of things. But there could still be a couple of spin-up tornadoes with all the collisions that are happening. Off to the west of Kansas City, we do have a significant storm producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar sized hail coming up on Leavenworth, just to the northwest of Kansas City. If you're in Kansas City, I know we've been alluding to this. There has been a chance of you guys seeing storms, and this one is probably going to be coming into you guys here pretty soon. Near Leavenworth, going towards Smithville. It's not really going as far north as we expected, so this storm is going to kind of be on the cusp of going towards Kansas City. Most models have been keeping storms north of Kansas City too, but I do think there's a chance that this storm does kind of beeline it more, at least towards the north side of Kansas City. And all these other storms also back off to the west near this outflow boundary also have a potential of doing the same thing. So even if it's currently moving off to the east-northeast. So we need to keep an eye on that storm. It's not really much, but it's going to be something to watch for. And these boundaries are not far from colliding here, back over northwest of our storm. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if anything happens there. And as a reminder, we do have a tornado warning coming up on Wausau, Wisconsin, near I-39. There has again been a report from local media of there being possibly a wall cloud. Oh, my internet go out? I didn't even notice.
I think you're dropping still real quick.
Doesn't say anything.
Alright, perfect. Sorry.
Did my, like, what? No, literally nothing happened on my end. My internet did not even say anything. It's still, that might have been a YouTube issue. That had to have been a YouTube issue. There's no way that was anything else. My internet has no issues. Are we still good? Are we still live?
Yeah, I think you're back now.
Am I good?
That's weird.
I'm good?
I don't know.
Okay. That was interesting. All right, well, we're still here. My internet definitely isn't having issues, though, I don't think. I'll have to look back, though. As I was saying, though, there was a reported wall cloud via local media near McMillan and Marshfield. So again, currently moving east, going towards Crowenwetter, reported by local media. Happy birthday, Mandy. Yeah, I think it was a YouTube issue. Because I have Riley on Discord too, and it did not happen on Discord. Again, just refresh the stream if you're still having issues. Thank you, Ethan, for the super chat. What I get from Culver's today, that's probably like the least relevant thing to what's happening right now, but I did get a double butter burger with cheese, fries, and cheese curds. I actually got cheese curds today. And honestly, the cheese curd curse might be over. Because we did not have anything significant today, and I had cheese curds, so. Shout out to Nate also for the super chat. I appreciate that. Update for Lawton, Oklahoma. The main concern for Lawton is going to be this storm. If it can make it to you, damaging winds, hail will all be possible. Still a chance for a tornado. We have a really large area of just little circulations all around near Snyder. If this storm was a bit more discreet, it would probably be producing a more significant tornado right now, but it's very messy. We have all this rain that's coming in from the south side of our supercell. So as long as that continues, we're going to have a lower tornado risk with this storm. But I do think as it moves towards Medicine Park and Apache, hail and wind will continue to be our main concerns with this storm. So, what I'm thinking. I've had a lot of people asking about tomorrow's risk of severe weather, and while we have a quick second, I do want to touch on tomorrow's risk of severe weather because I do think it's notable. I think there's at least something to talk about here because we will be live. Obviously, we're live today, but we'll also be live tomorrow for severe weather coverage to some extent. I don't know when we're going live, but we'll be live at some point tomorrow. So once this pulls up, I'll show you guys. But we do have a risk of severe weather tomorrow. We got another probably long day ahead. This is a much larger area, honestly, than today. It's not as high of a risk, but we do have two enhanced risks of severe weather. One of which is in Oklahoma and Texas, and the other one back into the Northeast, where significant damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes are likely. Our greatest tornado threats will be mainly from Ohio back into New York, and then another area of tornadoes is possible back over in Oklahoma and Texas. Damaging winds and hail is possible across this entire region, though, so make sure that you are staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings, and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel as we will be live tomorrow covering this risk of severe weather. By the way, Brandon Kopic is now coming up on this storm in Iowa. Let's go over to Brandon. I'm getting a lot of lightning here. He doesn't have audio on since he's not live, but he is coming up on this storm right now. And quite a bit of lightning here over the last few minutes. Thank you, April and Elias, for becoming members. Can you give us an update on Wednesday's severe weather outlook? It's mainly Texas and Oklahoma. We will be we'll have a video tomorrow once again talking more about that. So tomorrow morning, I think we'll have a video. I'm going to check the timing of tomorrow's severe weather threat, but as long as it's more toward the afternoon, we should have a video early tomorrow morning at like 6 a.m. Central, kind of like today. Carrie with the super chat asks about Perry in Iowa, as she has some elderly family there. Right now, Perry is mostly just a strong storm. There has been some very weak rotation near Jamaica. I'm not honestly that concerned, though, with this storm being tornadic. It does not look that concerning. Also, as Riley alluded to not long ago, our two boundaries are about to collide here near our cold front. So near Carroll and just east of Denison, these boundaries are about to collide, and this could increase our threat of tornadoes. Or not tornadoes, sorry, just storms in general near Jefferson and Carroll. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. It's about to collide in the next 5 minutes, so we'll see if there's anything crazy that happens there. The storm that was tornado warned near Guthrie Center, that one is not really doing much as of right now, aside from damaging winds and hail. They have left a tornado possible label on this storm, just in case it does decide to try to produce a tornado at some point here down the road. Okmulgee, Oklahoma getting tornadoes. I don't think Okmulgee is going to see much in terms of tornadoes. I really think the main concern across the board here is damaging winds and hail in Oklahoma. If for some reason in the next hour this storm merger actually finishes and we just have one big supercell, we could see a pretty significant threat of severe weather come out of that. But for right now, it's more of a hail and wind threat for the time being. Still potential for a tornado, though. Stay safe, Jocelyn. Also, we still have 3 tornado warnings that are in place. Actually 2 now. The tornado warning in Wisconsin was canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. Our only tornado warnings, believe it or not, are in Oklahoma. But the tornado warning back over to the west of Wausau was canceled. The storms are now moving into Wausau with mainly a damaging wind threat as of right now, up to about 60 miles per hour. That severe thunderstorm warning does not include Wausau as of right now, but you should be prepared for damaging winds even if you're in Wausau, Crownwetter, Mosinee, or Rib Mountain. But otherwise, just a big line of thunderstorms right now. None of this is severe between about Mason City back through Marshfield. Mostly just strong storms. They have issued a new tornado warning, but it has not popped up on my thing. Or is that just an update? Oh, they canceled the tornado warning. All right, I see. All right, so we're back actually down to 1 tornado warning. This is the only one. The other warning in Wisconsin's been canceled. We just had a warning that just ended here. And so this tornado warning near Snyder and Mountain Park is our only active tornado warning. And it's, again, just a few areas of circulation that are over Snyder and Mountain Park. We are continuing to watch some storm mergers happen here. And this could become a more concerning threat if it's able to merge properly here over the next 30 minutes. Shout out to Josh with the Venmo donation. Awesome job. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kirsten, for the Venmo donation as well. Thanks for keeping me safe. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for the Venmo donation. Real quickly, guys, I'm honestly going to forget if I don't do this. We got some fan mail. I just want to quickly thank those. I don't know who actually sent these. I didn't get names with them. But we got a mug called 1 Degree Hotter. This is a graduation gift. Once again, if you don't already know, I am graduating with my bachelor's in meteorology in about a week. It's not official, but I'm pretty sure it's official. I'm pretty sure I've passed every class. So I don't know why I wouldn't. I've had like straight A's and B's most of being in college. So, you know, that's cool. Also, got a t-shirt. I think this might be from Cat and J. I don't 100% know, though. Try to zoom out here. What a cute shirt. Appreciate the fan mail. I don't think I'm wearing any of those for graduation, by the way, but I do appreciate the gifts. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Medicine Park, Cache, west of Lawton near Carnegie for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail. And by no means, again, is anybody required to send fan mail, but if you want to send any, the link's in the description. There's also a link in the chat to the address. Am I leaving YouTube? I am not leaving YouTube. We are not going anywhere. We're continuing. Even though I'm an official meteorologist, there's really no reason to leave YouTube. I honestly think like YouTube is, again, like the future of weather coverage. I think social media in general is really the future of weather. I mean, we get, I mean, I've already said this on other streams, but we really, honestly, in a lot of these streams, we are getting more viewership than even local TV stations are getting. Like, that's how valuable this information's gotten on social media, including YouTube. And it's free coverage. It's commercial free coverage whenever we do severe weather stuff. And I think that's another perk. I mean, you're not watching a bunch of ads, even if there's a tornado warning or anything like that. Like, you can just join, and during the stream, there's never an ad. So it's like, it's perfect. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Kansas City near Kickapoo and Leavenworth. That is for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. There's a brand new warning there. Hey, Jocelyn for the super chat. I don't know what Gainesville you're talking about. I don't think we have anything officially confirmed, though, as of right now for tornadoes. All right, the boundaries have just hit each other here near Carroll, west of Jefferson. Nothing initiating yet, but we'll give it a few minutes. See if anything pops there. Still got a few severe... we got one severe thunderstorm warning west of Des Moines. It does not appear as if this tornado threat is going to materialize, but in case it does, we're obviously going to be here. Damaging winds and hail is the main concern as of right now with this storm. Just off to the northeast of Adair, northwest of Stewart. I saw that, by the way, Riley. Bro's power just flickered. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously I'm near the severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. I open the curtains. I see a bright flash of light. I hear an absolute bang, and then the power just flickers. I'm hoping I keep power, but I talked to you about this earlier. I'm not very confident. The power grid has about the like stability of a wet napkin around this area, so I'm not very confident that we're going to keep power.
Thank you for the update. And as you say that, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area. Wausau, Merrill, Antigo, Crowenwetter, Mosinee, Bevent, Wittenberg. They're all included in a new severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A wet napkin is a crazy analogy, I gotta say. That's one way to put it. Back over to Brandon Kopic, who's out here near Woodward, just west of Des Moines. Is Texas done for the night? I wouldn't say it's done yet, but things are definitely not too shabby right there, or down there right now. Riley is saying that there's debris falling out of the sky, by the way. Back where he is, so it's not looking promising. I don't know why debris would be flying out of the sky, guessing from winds or something. Maybe, honestly, it's possible that there's debris falling from the tornadoes that happened earlier. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but I mean, it's actually possible because the winds are so strong aloft. Maybe we'll get another update from Riley unless he loses power. Maybe there are wet napkins falling out of the sky. This is, again, Brandon Kopic, just west of Des Moines. This is also on the Iowa traffic camera, mile marker 93, looking westbound on I-80. This camera's a little bit laggy right now, but keeping an eye on that. There's been a decent amount of lightning in that area, so. Will I be live tomorrow? We will be live at some point tomorrow. I don't know how long we'll be live tomorrow. I honestly don't know when we're going live tomorrow. It's like it's a really weird day. The threat of severe weather is really going to be pretty much all day tomorrow. Not all day, but a good chunk of tomorrow, so. Yeah, I think we're gonna have a video tomorrow morning talking about it. I'm gonna check the timing here in a second. I'm gonna go back to Oklahoma, though, real quick. Latest update on our tornado warning in Oklahoma. Still have some rotation near Mountain Park. Honestly, this does not look that impressive. I think the tornado warning really doesn't need to be here, but tornado warning does go for 9 more minutes, so doesn't really hurt to have it here. Again, golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, the biggest concerns out of this storm right now. This is what it looks like tomorrow in the Ohio Valley, just for perspective here. So tomorrow, right after lunchtime, storms really start to ramp up here across the Ohio Valley, damaging winds and hail being the main concerns here. Severe weather will also ramp up back over in the Northeast. So those storms will be ongoing. Let me go back up to the northeast here. I don't think that area is going to be that concerning when it comes to tornadoes. It's more hail and wind. The northeast will have a bit more of a tornado risk with our low-level jet being a bit stronger in areas like northeast Ohio, back into western New York and northwestern Pennsylvania. These storms will ramp up just after about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon and will continue all the way into the mid to late afternoon and early evening hours as more of a line of thunderstorms. And then back over in the southern plains. Southern plains to me looked much more interesting for a tornado risk, and this is what it looks like by around 3 to 4 o'clock. Things really ramp up back down here in Texas, and these could be big hailstorms. They could also produce maybe an isolated significant tornado in this area, especially since we have a new low pressure system that's going to be coming over from the southwest. Significant tornado parameter values are a bit more elevated in this area tomorrow afternoon, and that continues into the evening. And then another tornado threat should materialize on Wednesday. I'm going to be honest, I honestly do think there's a chance that we do get a hatched tornado risk in Texas tomorrow. I think it's in play. So Texas, maybe southwest Oklahoma, going to be an area to watch for that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So just a little bit of interesting local knowledge. If you look at the radar right now around Wausau, Wisconsin, you can see there's a new thunderstorms developing, and there actually appears to be some sort of rotation on these as well. We actually have something called Rib Mountain, and it's not that much of a mountain, but it is a topographical change in elevation nonetheless. So it sort of forces clouds up into the atmosphere. So I think we have convection occurring on the backside of this mountain because of that change in elevation, and it's sort of turbulent. So that's why it looks like there's a couplet on velocity. I've actually seen NWS Green Bay warn this once or twice. I really hope they don't, because it never has produced a tornado, but there is the potential to see a tornado warning from this area.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Interesting local knowledge. But the area of interest right now would just be east of Wausau. There's actually a little bit of an area of rotation here that's moving in the direction of Antigo, and will eventually go in the direction of White Lake. So those are the main areas in the path right now of that area of rotation. So if you're in Wisconsin, continue to stay weather aware. We got a tornado watch again in effect here for still another 4.5 hours. Like, this threat is not really going anywhere. We still got a risk here at least through midnight tonight, possibly even later. So we'll see if they issue a tornado warning on this. I didn't know I was neighbors with Riley. There's people that are neighbors with me, and I just can't say it. Like, I don't publicly say that stuff. Try to avoid it. Can you confirm if there's a tornado in Snyder, Oklahoma? I just saw a photo of it. I don't think there's a tornado near Snyder. There might have been one earlier. I mean, if there is one, it is literally not moving. This thing is really just broad, in my opinion. We have like an area of convergence here, just northeast of Snyder, but it's relatively broad. In my opinion, this is more of a wind threat. There is a little bit of rotation, so maybe a potential tornado here in the next few minutes, but I highly doubt it. The storm, once again, is undergoing a storm merger. We got a storm coming out of the south, and as long as this storm is hugging the hook echo and it's going into it, it's going to probably not really produce much of anything tornado-wise. Thank you, Cassidy, for the super chat. When would the storms hit Adams County, Wisconsin? We're under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. I don't know where Adams County is, but I am going to go ahead and just do a quick little general overview of timing here over the next few hours. For those in Wisconsin and also Iowa. So this is right around 10 to 11 o'clock. Line of storms will continue to push through the Keshena area, also back over near La Crosse and also north of Waterloo. Eventually by around midnight to 1 in the morning, this line will continue to push south, with damaging winds being the main concern, maybe an isolated tornado. And then by around 2 to 3 in the morning, this thing's falling apart as it approaches Sheboygan, north of Milwaukee. So if you're in this area, that is the main concern. Also, they just added a tornado possible label to this severe thunderstorm warning. So Riley was alluding to the potential, maybe a tornado out of this storm, and we could still see one. There's a little rotation there just northwest of Burnham Wood going towards Antigo. Now you need to burn for the super chat. I can help you. Yeah, I mean, for the record, I mean, Iowa has basically been a bust. I mean, you can say it at this point. I mean, it's not officially over, but like, if these storms don't do anything in the next hour, it's basically a bust. We have an outflow boundary actually coming off of this storm, so that's probably going to keep this thing just hail and wind. The storm north of Des Moines is mostly wind and hail as well. Riley also pointed this out. We have a cold front and an outflow that basically collided with each other, and we do have storms now initiating off to the north of Des Moines. These are mostly going to be hail and wind producers, not really much of a tornado risk as it's more on the stable side of things. But yeah. Thank you, Marissa, for the very generous $50 super chat. Will the Chicago suburbs get any rain? That's a great question. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of rain in the Chicago area, despite there being an elongated line of thunderstorms. Early tomorrow mornings are your really only chance, and then after that, it's pretty much just going to be quiet. So, generally what we're talking about. Tornado warning does continue for 3 more minutes near Snyder, Oklahoma. 3 more minutes. And then you can get out of your safe place. But I would still stay there for the 70-mile-per-hour wind threat, in addition to golf ball size tail, honestly. Is Max from Chicago? I do not live in Chicago. Tornado chances in Madison, Wisconsin, very low. Very low. Wind is getting brutal in Grimes, Iowa. Let's see if we have a camera up there on that storm still. Kopic's actually driving into this right now. Let me go to Brandon Kopic. He's driving into the storm in Iowa, just west of Des Moines. This is what it looks like. No audio since he is not technically live on YouTube, but definitely some strong winds, lots of lightning. Rain's coming down pretty heavy as well. Hey, Angel for the super chat. Thank you for making me laugh through my nerves. So I'm glad I can help you laugh. I don't honestly know what was funny in this stream, but I appreciate the super chat. Tornado risk in Kansas City? It's very low, very low.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. They have continued the tornado warning in Oklahoma. Alrighty. Well, we have a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. West of Medicine Park, west of Lawton. I honestly don't know why. The velocities have been pretty weak on this, but if we have a tornado, it would be right here going up towards Indiana-Homa Y. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So apparently there's reports from my area that there's a tree that caught on fire and fell on the power line. Strange things going on. The storms aren't even here yet.
Alrighty. Thank you for the update. This is back over in the Wausau area. Apparently there's a tree that fell down and now there's a fire. So, just a heads up. Power outages are very possible with this area of thunderstorm activity. Heading towards Antigo as well. This is the power outage map across Wisconsin. Currently have about 8,000 without power in Vilas County and also about 900 without power in Iron County. Down in Lincoln County, Marathon County, and as well as Oneida counties, some isolated power outages are coming out of these storms. And also back over near Sawyer, Washburn, and Barron counties, some isolated power outages as well. Really, this is the only state that we have at least some power outages. Like Iowa and Minnesota have been pretty chill. Still have an area of rotation coming up on Antigo, going towards White Lake and eventually Townsend, so we're keeping an eye on that. This storm is still mainly a wind threat. Still a potential for a tornado, though, as it moves east. It would be a very low tornado risk. And also, line of strong thunderstorms is now approaching La Crosse, Mason City, and it just went through Black River Falls, basically parallel, going right along I-94. That's mainly going to be strong storms, not really much severe. The severe thunderstorm warning that was west of Des Moines has now been canceled. I would still keep a close eye on this storm west of Des Moines. I'm not saying we're going to get a tornado here, but there is a very small area of weak rotation west of Dallas Center. And this is right where our outflow is. So if this storm can organize, there is a low chance of a tornado going in the direction of Polk City, just to the west of Des Moines. Back off to the northwest of Kansas City. It's mainly hail and wind as of right now at all these storms. The outflow boundary is well down to the south, so I do not really foresee there being much of a tornado risk out of these storms in Kansas or Missouri. It should be mainly a hail and wind risk here over the next hour or two. There's still a low chance of a tornado if one of these storms can latch to the outflow boundary, which I think is still, again, a very low chance at this point. I just want to give you guys a heads up. If you're back over in western Oklahoma, back over near Hennessy, these storms are splitting off to the northwest, or northeast, excuse me, which means these are left-hand moving storms. These are not really ones that produce tornadoes. They're usually more of hail and wind producers. Going towards Canton and Hennessy. The ones that could still become tornadic or stay tornadic would be the ones here near Mountain Park, going towards Medicine Park. If this storm merger is successful, we could see a more significant tornado come out of a storm like this. For the time being, the rotation's very weak as of right now. There isn't really much here that is indicating that this is imminent for a tornado, but we are going to continue to keep a close eye on this. Actually, this is interesting. This is moments ago back on this tornado warning cell. This is from Falcon Storm Chasing, showing a actually pretty definitive little wall cloud, it looks like, on this storm. So there's at least a lowering. From what Falcon Storm Chasing was saying, it does not seem as if, or it's hard to tell, I should say, if there's actually a tornado, but there could be a rain wrap tornado on this. And if there is one, it would definitely be weak because of how weak the velocities are. But that is a little bit of a wall cloud here, back on this storm here, just to the west of Lawton in Oklahoma. Also, you can check out Falcon Storm Chasing over on Twitter. A gamer for the super chat. Any severe storms for Janesville in Wisconsin? I'd say the chances are pretty low, not zero, but they're pretty low. I don't think we're going to see much there in southeast Wisconsin tonight, I'll be honest. Getting a report from somebody in the chat that hail is just starting in Kroonwetter, Wisconsin. Thank you for the report. Don't forget, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do live streams just like this all the time. Make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Additionally, if you're not already, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. So the links are down below. You can also join our Discord server, which is also linked down below, and join our community on and off the streams. Again, we do have a tornado warning right now in southwest Oklahoma, just east of Mountain Park, west of Medicine Park. Hey, Riley, check chat. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Anadarko west of Chickasha for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So severe weather is continuing here in southwest Oklahoma. We got still some storms back over in the center part of Iowa that are still going. Wow. Okay, wait. I actually want to show you guys this. This is from Falcon Storm Chasing as well. Again, potentially a rain wrap tornado here back over just to the in southwestern Oklahoma moments ago. It's very hard to tell. That could also be a rain shaft, but I wouldn't rule out maybe a possible tornado here. That was moments ago. Again, Falcon Storm Chasing with the photo here. Very suspicious. Definitely had a wall cloud, though, in the other photo. All right. Riley's going to have an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it looks like we are very, very quickly initiating storms where our two boundaries collided. They're going to be elevated because they're so far in between, but we can see them ripping down from Mason City almost all the way down to Omaha. I would expect them to convect where our boundaries collapsed or connected with each other. Let's see if this next scan's even crazier. Yeah, they're definitely initiating very, very fast. So this is not going to pose a tornado threat. It's most certainly going to be a damaging wind threat, but nonetheless, it is a threat. So let's go ahead and keep an eye out for that if we are in Wisconsin, or not Wisconsin, in Iowa.
Thank you for the update, Riley. I got my DoorDash, by the way, and guess what? No straw. I don't understand how this keeps happening. I am actually losing my mind. Again, huge shout out to whoever mailed me a bunch of straws, because this has come in handy way more than enough times now whenever I get DoorDash. There's no way. I mean, this is unbelievable. I'm not even kidding. This is the 3rd straight time I've not gotten a straw, and I've clearly put on the order to get a straw, and it just doesn't come. That is wild. I'm losing my mind with these straws, I'm not gonna lie. Unless it's in my little kids meal box from Wawa. Look at this. I got a kids meal. Wow. Ooh, ah. Let me see. Nope, not in there. It's the driver's error? Is it? Okay, if it's a driver's error, that's crazy for 3 times in a row. I'm not gonna lie. Riley, you're good. Thank you, Anto, for the super chat. From St. Pete, Florida, we have a massive drought in Florida. What are we expecting for hurricane season? Hurricane season, it's a little too early to tell what's exactly going to happen. I do think it's still going to be pretty active, like, in all honesty. I think it's going to be a pretty active season. To the extent, it's just too early to tell. But I do think it's going to be pretty active. With that said, it's been pretty dry. I do think we're going to start to see more rain as we go into next week. We're going to get a bit more troughing out there in Florida. On our tornado warning, we have a little bit more of a couplet forming now, heading up towards Black Bear Mountain, India, Homa, Y, and eventually going towards the Holy City and Mears, just west of Lawton. So there is still some rotation here, potential tornado risk as this continues to move to the east-northeast towards the Holy City. It's about to go over Sunset Peak and Elk Mountain. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't know there were mountains here in Oklahoma, but apparently there are. What I got a strawberry banana smoothie. It's honestly the only thing I can really have on streams and be able to continue talking for a while. Buy a metal straw? Dude, I mean, somebody fan mailed me 100 straws. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just throw them away? Like, it's literally more wasteful to just throw them away than not use them. You got a tip for extra straws. Hey, Storm Chaser, for the super chat. Riley is the assistant that we have. You'd have to ask him, though. By the way, don't forget, obviously Riley is here. Don't forget to subscribe to him on YouTube. We do have him do live streams and stuff sometimes at the end of events or beginning of events. Definitely recommend you check out his channel. It is linked in the description under like the follow us and more platforms section of the description. So make sure to subscribe to Riley. He's about to hit, I don't know how many subscribers he's at. He's about at 18,000. So make sure to subscribe to him. If you want to as well, you can look him up on YouTube. Mr. Dibble is his name on YouTube. What I get from DoorDash, I got Wawa. So honestly, I've gotten Wawa almost every one of these streams so I can actually get a smoothie that I can drink. For those that are not aware, when you are a broadcaster on air, you're not supposed to drink milk. If you do, your voice gets coated over and you'll basically lose your voice very fast. That's just how it works. I've had it happen to me in the past and I had no clue what was causing that to happen. And I figured out it was milk. So basically, I don't drink milk anymore, at least on a day that I stream. Strawberry banana smoothie, I think, has at least some level of milk. Or dairy base is what they call it, but I've not felt any effect from it, so at the minimum I've felt like a minimal effect, but not anything crazy. It's enough for me to at least have it. A milkshake would be terrible. So can we get a Wausau update? Yeah, right now back over to the west of Green Bay near Wausau and Burnhamwood. It's mainly a damaging wind threat. These storms have just crossed over I-39. I don't think we're going to see much of a tornado risk out of this, but it's still possible. There's actually a little area of rotation north of Wittenberg that is here, moving off to the east towards Alman and as well as Neopit, and Keshena is also in the path of that. But generally speaking, the threat here of a tornado is fairly low. It's not zero, but it's on the lower side of things. Wawa is a gas station, by the way. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Congratulations on graduating. Are you going for masters next? I'm not going for masters. That would take a lot more time. And also, I just want to focus on, you know, what I'm doing right now. Honestly, we should have a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Dallas Center and Minburn. Going towards Polk City. Got a little downburst area of damaging winds right along our outflow heading towards Polk City. It's going towards Maxwell as well in the long term, just north of Des Moines. Definitely a damaging wind threat here near Minburn. Velocities are measured near 70 miles per hour. So at the minimum, we should be seeing 60 mile per hour winds approaching Highway 141. We actually had a couplet too at one point that tried to form. Now it's more of a wind threat. Let's check and see. There are cameras, I think, up here. There's a couple cameras not far from this. I'm going to try to pull one up here. See if we can get a view of this. Yeah, we should have a severe warning, in my opinion, on this storm just to the northwest of Des Moines. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find a camera. Alright, this one should be good. Boom. Alright, we're going to put this camera that I'm going to put on bottom left. Oh, never mind. It's broken. W. Try a different one. Thank you, Amanda, for the super chat. I don't think Galesburg, Illinois is going to be too bad. I think the main concern, again, is going to be back over in Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, also in the southern plains around Kansas City as well. Those are like the main areas to watch for severe weather. All right, I guess we're just not getting a camera there. My camera program's broken right now. Nothing visually seen right now. If there is something, we'll go to it full cam. I just can't put it into the program. As we've talked about a little bit, we do have a elongated line of thunderstorms developing northwest of Amos, mainly with hail and wind. These are all behind our cold frontal boundary, and as long as it stays that way, we are not expecting these to really produce much of a tornado risk. With that said, damaging winds and hail will continue across central and northern Iowa, especially if those storms continue to stay organized. Back over near Kansas City, we do not have any active warnings, but we do have plenty of strong storms in and around your area. We should see some storms knocking on your doorstep if you're in Kansas City or Overland Park, Overland Park here within the next half hour or so to an hour. The main storm to watch for would be this one right here east of Topeka with some gusty winds and also a little bit of small hail as well. This tornado warning still has broad rotation. There's not really a whole lot to this. It's broad rotation at this point. Still keeping an eye on it. It's going to be moving up towards Medicine Park over the next few minutes. Yeah, we did have at least a photo not long ago from Falcon Storm Chasing, who was on this storm of a possible tornado. This was as of about 9:30, so about 30 minutes ago now. But they just updated the warning. It is still radar indicated here. Just outside of Oklahoma City, or not really even near Oklahoma City, southwest of Oklahoma City, again in southwestern Oklahoma, west of Lawton. I want to see if they have any more updates here. See if there's anything new on this. Yeah, their latest update was about 29 minutes ago, so at least for right now, we don't have any new reports of anything on this storm, but still a broad area of rotation near Sunset Peak coming up on the Holy City. This is once again for Comanche County in Oklahoma. Thank you, Nick, for the Venmo donation. We'll talk more about, again, we'll have another video tomorrow morning talking about Ohio and all that, so stay tuned for that. They'll be out at like 6 a.m. Central. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member. Is this a bust? Yeah, I keep seeing this question. I'm going to be honest, I still don't think this is a bust. If we didn't have any storms, it would be a bust. Or very little storms. I think we've had plenty of storms to at least justify this as a, maybe a severe weather outbreak. Like, that's possibly what this could be justified as. Definitely not a tornado outbreak from what we've seen. I'm going to see what the reports look like, though. We'll put those up on screen. This is all of our storm reports, if I can pull them up. Thank you, Benny, for the super chat as well. Love your stuff, Max. My family and I are in Mason City, Iowa. What are you seeing for us tonight? Mason City is mostly just damaging winds, low-end threat for some hail as well. Not really looking at much of a tornado risk. All the storms up there in northern Iowa are mostly right now just wind. They're also all elevated, so the tornado threat should stay low. It's also north of our boundary, so honestly don't expect much there. All right, here are all the storm reports for today so far. And honestly, this is a little bit surprising. We've had no tornado reports so far, so if anything, we could, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a bust for tornado specifically, but assuming this stays as is, which it will not, we'll have more reports coming in late tonight into tomorrow. No tornado reports so far. We've at least had, though, 3 or 4 tornadoes in Wisconsin, and reportedly some tornadoes south of the Twin Cities earlier. Those were pretty weak overall. We also had a brief tornado on Hunter Hurley's feed back over west of Kansas City earlier, and then back over in Oklahoma. We may have had 1 tornado. It's unknown at this point. Generally speaking, we've seen severe weather. So again, I'm not calling this a bust for severe weather. For tornadoes, I would say yes, this has basically been close to a bust. Wisconsin, though, I think if we did not have a tornado, at least we had 3 tornadoes in western Wisconsin. If we didn't have any of those, this would have definitely just been called basically a bust. But the tornadoes that happened in Wisconsin, and one of them being almost undoubtedly strong, has kept this kind of being away, I would say, from that, you know, name. But I don't usually call things busts unless they literally nothing happens, so. Or very little happens. Thank you, Antone, for the super chat. Cheese curds protect Wisconsin. Well, so far, Wisconsin hasn't been too bad. We are still watching for a low-end tornado risk with this little segment of storms heading towards White Lake, Gillett, and Keshena. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this as it moves east. Thank you, Cassidy, for the super chat. NOAA had a post saying that Wisconsin Dells would be in the way of severe storms. For anyone asking about the Dells, I don't know where Dells is, but yeah, if we have any severe weather, again, most of it is going to be up here in northeastern Wisconsin. Still a low chance back near Stevens Point through Appleton and Oshkosh as well. Still have a tornado warning in Oklahoma. That is our only active warning as of right now. Do you have any chasers up here on this storm? I'm just curious. Alright, none as of right now. Get CJ on here, just in case. There's still a storm here north of Des Moines that is producing hail and wind. Not really much of a tornado risk at this point, but just west of Marshalltown, we're still watching for a damaging wind threat moving east-northeast north of Highway 30. Generally speaking, our risk of tornadoes is looking very low at this point in Iowa. It's not 0, but it's pretty low. We still have a lot of storms forming right now near our cold frontal boundary. These will continue to produce damaging winds across central and northern Iowa over the next few hours. And this is an update on our tornado warning. I honestly think this tornado warning will probably be canceled. Despite us having a hook echo, it just is not looking very favorable. We don't have much of an inflow going to the storm at this point. We still have a hook on it. I mean, it looks organized, but the low-level wind shear does not seem to be cooperating with the storm. And we've also had a lot of storms around this thing. So as long as that continues, I do think our tornado risk here is going to stay on the low side of things in southwest Oklahoma. But if anything changes, obviously we'll be here. In the meantime, though, we'll be answering chat questions and stuff. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. How's East Des Moines look? I think it's going to be mostly a wind threat for tonight. There's still a low chance of a tornado. I know we have...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I know we have a moderate risk of severe weather in place still for parts of Iowa, but I just don't think it's going to perform anywhere near that. Brand new tornado warning has been issued near White Lake and as well as Neopit near Lakewood and Townsend. This is going to be the storm that just came from Wausau and is moving now towards Crivets and as well as Beaver and Coleman. This is a storm that has already had a history of producing tornadoes and actually a very strong couplet right now near Mattoon. That's going to be moving over Zor and also near Neopit, also eventually going towards White Lake. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a strong area of rotation right now that is moving off to the east-northeast. And this could easily drop a tornado, and again, with today's environment, I would not rule out a strong tornado still with a storm like this. So Mattoon, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. White Lake, same thing, and if you're back over near Mountain, Wisconsin, you need to be in your safe place. Pretty strong area of rotation right now, moving to the east-northeast. This is eventually going towards Crivets for reference. Thank you, Cassidy, for the super chat. Dells is also known as the water park capital of the world. It's about 50 minutes north of Madison, bordering Columbia. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate the insight. Do I have water? I need more water. You're just tuning in again. This is a tornado warning in northeast Wisconsin near Neopit and White Lake. Pretty strong area of rotation moving towards Lakewood. Could still produce a strong tornado. We're keeping a close eye on this. Thank you, Jaden, for the super chat. Oops, just hit my mic. Sorry that you guys heard that. All right, we don't have a debris signature as of right now. The velocities are still really strong. We have a hook echo and a strong inflow. Moving into Zor right now in Wisconsin. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Does Max like swimming? I mean, I've gone swimming before. All right, new radar scan should be in here at any second. Interesting view on Kopic's feed. Yeah, Kopic is... I think he's in Iowa. Not really anything crazy here. I think this is just off to the... Yeah, this is back near the storm that is near Waukee, west of Des Moines. And this one did have a tornado warning at one point, but it has fallen apart. Thank you, Cindy, for the super chat. Appreciate all the efforts. I watch your channel, not local news in Oklahoma City. Appreciate the super chat and glad I can help. Also, shout out to Allison with the Venmo donation. I don't think we're going to see much there in the Twin Cities tonight. I think we'll be kind of chill. I just rewatched your golf live stream. That's kind of crazy. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Still got a hook echo and a strong inflow northwest of Neopit. This has been strong for the last few minutes. Just awaiting a new scan on the velocities. Did I stay away from the milk today? I didn't yesterday. Before yesterday's live stream, I had a whole glass of milk in addition to cookies. And that was the worst thing I could have done because I had no intention of going live yesterday. In case you guys have not already heard, again, we had a wedge tornado yesterday in Nebraska. And I'm not going to lie, I had literally no intentions of going live at all yesterday. And I had a whole glass of milk before going live. And I was able to feel it today. Like, I honestly didn't think I'd make it through the stream today without my voice completely, dying out, basically. But yeah, this is why we went live yesterday. We had this huge wedge back over near Ashby in Nebraska. This is from John McKinney, who's a storm chaser, and it was a mile wide. They have officially confirmed this as a 1.25 mile wide tornado from yesterday in Nebraska. It was an EF2 tornado. Maximum sustained winds, I believe, were somewhere around 135 miles per hour. With it being an EF2, I mean, again, the wind speeds were no doubt, undoubtedly higher than 130 miles per hour. This thing was huge. But again, tornadoes are based off of damage. So that right there is not based off of, that's not based off of the wind speeds, because that thing was almost undoubtedly a violent tornado. But it was based off of the, again, what it damaged, which it mostly damaged trees, it mostly damaged some power lines, and there were a few other things damaged. There was a train derailment as well, but that was definitely not, again, an EF2 when it comes to wind speeds. It was, though, when it comes to its damage that it produced. Latest radar scan does have a broader area of rotation right now, approaching White Lake. So not as strong as before, but still a chance for a tornado as that moves off to the northeast. Back over to the west of Oklahoma City, we still have a tornado warning near Medicine Park. But the rotation on this storm has been much broader over the last few minutes. The tornado warning should be allowed to expire. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo, Kiowa, and Comanche counties. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball size hail. It'll pop up here in a second. It's going to be for this supercell here. I do not think they're continuing this tornado warning at this point, but yeah, here's the new warning. So Apache, Elgin, and Medicine Park just north of Lawton. Army, I honestly think tomorrow looks pretty significant. I think tomorrow's risk of severe weather is more concerning for Oklahoma and Texas than today's. Tomorrow's more guaranteed, and I think we're going to see a lot more significant activity when it comes to hail and even maybe some tornadoes. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got a 10% hatch tornado risk tomorrow. We actually still have one severe warning back over west of San Angelo. Not really too concerned about that one, though. Thank you, Anna, for the generous super chat. Just want to thank you for everything you do and support Cheese Curd Fund. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Poplar Blood, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Is Oklahoma City good? I mean, Oklahoma City's not good. You're still going to have a chance of hail and wind here in the next hour or two, but at least for right now, the threat is low for probably the next 60 minutes or so, and then it should increase a little bit closer to midnight. If you're just tuning in, this is our really only active tornado warning. The other one, Oklahoma's about to end. I think it actually has just been canceled. So we are back down to one tornado warning. It'll update below me in a second. The only tornado warning is the rotation that's coming up towards White Lake and Lakewood right now, going towards Townsend in Wisconsin. We're still keeping an eye on our Iowa storms in case anything fishy happens. They have issued a new warning for the Marshalltown and Eldora areas for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We still have some storms ongoing near Fort Dodge, right near our cold front, which those are mostly going to be wind producers. Not expecting much of a tornado risk there. Kansas City area, we got a mess of storms here. These are all going to be producing a lot of lightning. Some wind and hail is also possible. I'm actually going to see if we have any Kansas City cams here, because we might have a good view of something here with how much lightning is coming out of these. I would have to assume we have some good views. I'm going to see if we have anything. Thank you, Ross, for the super chat. Is the Culver's curse gone? I don't know, man. It might be. It honestly might be. You guys might have to decide. I don't know. All right, bottom left is one camera that is west of Kansas City. I'm going to see if we have one more closer to the town of Kansas City. Hey, Shelly, for the super chat. All right, I got a good view. Let's do this one. This bottom left or bottom right. All right, we got two different traffic cameras on your screen that are both here near Kansas City. Can I go over tomorrow's outlook? We can. Do it real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna have a video tomorrow morning, basically in 8 hours, not even 8 hours from now, that'll talk all about our threat of severe weather that's upcoming for Tuesday, which is tomorrow. But this is your general risk of severe weather for tomorrow. We do have an enhanced risk again in the Northeast, another one back over in Texas and Oklahoma. We have a 5% tornado risk in place right now around Wichita Falls, back into Abilene. I think this is going to be increased to a 10%, just my opinion. Looks pretty favorable for tomorrow for at least a few tornadoes. Also a 2% tornado risk in the Northeast. I also wouldn't be surprised if we got a small 5% tornado risk in Ohio and Pennsylvania. We've been pretty right this last few days about our SPC outlook, so I think I might be right, but I don't know. We'll see. Back over our wind threat, significant damaging winds is more of a possibility if you're back over in Texas, where we could have some damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then damaging winds possible across Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. That will be more numerous at times, and then large to very large hail is likely anywhere from around Springfield, just south of Springfield, Missouri, back through Fort Smith, Arkansas, and then also back over into northwestern North Texas, back over near Wichita Falls and near Abilene. So again, tomorrow's threat of severe weather. We're going to be live at some point. I don't know when. We'll just kind of wait and see how it goes. Again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning, and then we'll see about a potential live stream. I think tomorrow's live stream would start sometime. If I had to guess, it'll probably start sometime around like 2, 3 o'clock. But I can't really put a number on it because you just never know. You never know with these types of events. So don't know for sure as of right now. Don't know for sure. But once we know for sure, you will know, because you'll probably get notified when we go live. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. I don't usually put a time out there because I legitimately do not know when I'm going to go live. I do want to point out, I don't intentionally not say when I'm going to go live. It's just because I don't want people to all of a sudden rely on me right at 4 o'clock p.m. today. You're definitely going to be live this time, because I don't know if I will be. If I schedule streams in advance, people are just waiting around. They don't know when I'm going live, and I could change the time, because if nothing's happening, I'm not going to go live. So we just kind of wait. Today, by the way, I was going to go live earlier, but we had a problem where we actually had 3 videos / live streams within a 24-hour period. So if I went live before we went live today, we would have had a big issue where nobody would have gotten notified if we went live. So I tried to avoid that. I wanted to push the stream back as long as possible, and it honestly worked out because we didn't have anything confirmed in terms of tornado warnings beforehand. But we actually went live, I think, at a good time, because storms actually really start popping off around 4. So just letting you guys know for full transparency, I had no, I didn't think we're going to have a live stream yesterday, for the record, and I made another video, so it kind of messed up with the notifications on YouTube. So if we went live again any earlier, nobody would have gotten notified, and probably half of you would not be here. So just wanted to make sure everybody could get notified. Thank you, Need to Burn, for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Prita, for becoming a member. I mean, you got to prepare for worst case scenario. Again, today could have easily been way worse, but we are kind of lucky that this has been a much quieter day than it could have been. It's still been pretty active. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's actually been, I would say this is still a pretty decent severe weather event when it comes to hail and wind. We just haven't had many tornadoes, but even then, it's a good thing. I mean, some people complain about busts, but it's a good thing that it did not perform the way it could have, We also got to prepare for a potentially worst case scenario, which, if worst case scenario happened today, it would have been a very long day, to say the least. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Yeah, we'll see. It could be pretty active in Oklahoma. Could be pretty active. It's already been pretty active in areas like Illinois and Indiana have been pretty active this year. Hey, you Need to Burn, for the super chat. Yeah, I know. I appreciate the super chat. I know you're joking. Some people might not get that, though. By the way, this is what it looks like over the next several days. Again, we are going to have a pretty active day tomorrow, but I do want to point out that in the long term, on Wednesday and Thursday, more severe weather will continue in the southern plains. We could have another significant day of severe weather on Wednesday. Thursday, some more severe weather back into the Ohio Valley and also into the Dixie Alley. By the weekend, things should get at least a little bit quieter, and then by early next week, a low pressure system will try to move here into the Great Plains, where more severe weather is a possibility, but it's a very uncertain sort of time frame, really, beyond the next 4 days. We'll talk more about this in tomorrow's video as well. The GFS model has been hinting at more of a potential for a low pressure system to move into the Great Plains, and if that happens, tornado threat would be a lot more elevated there in the central and southern plains. But as of now, it's pretty uncertain. Has Riley been on? Riley's been here. Riley did not lose power from my understanding, so W. Velocities near Townsend. This is probably contaminated, if I had to guess. I don't know. Is it Townsend in Kansas? I thought it was somewhere over here in Kansas or Missouri. A lot of this is going to be contaminated, but everything is basically north of our outflow boundary. So as long as it stays north of our outflow boundary, this will be mostly just wind and hail. The tornado risk would be pretty low out of this activity. Riley's wet napkin stayed strong. Yeah, pretty much. This tornado warning, still broad rotation at this point. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning, but it'll probably be allowed to go for another 23 minutes. Still a little bit of rotation approaching Mountain in Wisconsin. So if you're in Mountain, Wisconsin, continue to stay in your safe place. The strongest area of rotation is coming in that direction, just off to the west of Breed, south of Lakewood. Thank you, Trudy, for the super chat. Appreciate your morning reports and live streams. So much of my family over the United States. Congrats on your degree. Well done. I appreciate that. Thank you, Trudy, for the super chat. Speaking of my degree, by the way, I do want to remind you guys, we just released our meteorologist Max Velocity merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. This is a limited time collection. We have hoodies available with this design. We also have t-shirts, mugs, and stickers, all available at shopmaxvelocity.net. It is one of the links in the description below. Again, this is out for a limited time. These are really cool. Highly recommend you at least get a sticker or a mug. And you know, this is pretty cool stuff. Again, our artist Kat made these. No AI involved at all. It's all hand drawn and all that good stuff. So you want to check that out at shopmaxvelocity.net. The link is also in the description. It's also gonna be in the chat. Need hats? We can't do hats for that design. If we did hats, they would look terrible. Like we only do embroidered hats. So classes did I take? What, for meteorology? There was a lot of classes that I took. A lot of classes. You would have to give me like a topic because there's so many. Tony is asking about Tazewell County, Illinois. We're not going to really see much in Illinois tonight. I mean, we could see a few passing storms, but we're not talking about anything that significant in terms of severe weather for tonight. What the timing looks like here for the next few hours. Again, storms will try to make it to Burlington and Bloomington, but I mean, none of this is going to be that significant. It'll just be some gusty winds, and that's really about it. And this line of storms will be falling apart over the next few hours. Honestly, a lot of this should be falling apart in the next few hours. Then tomorrow will be pretty active. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to like the stream as well if you've been enjoying the stream so far, hopefully finding it informative and all that good stuff. And don't forget to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. And also, don't forget to join our Discord server. Link is down in the description. Again, we'll be live here as long as the weather still looks active. We still have one tornado warning right now in Wisconsin. This is back over near Lakewood. And just to the south of Townsend, you're going to be coming up on Beaver and Crits. Not really talking about much rotation near Townsend. It's mostly wind. Our main area of rotation is still along the line of storms. It's very broad as of right now, not as strong as before, but we could still see a quick spin-up tornado as this continues to move in the direction of Mountain and Breed. I'm shocked you're still live. We've only been live for 6.5 hours. I mean, for the record, this is not honestly that long of a live stream. Like this, I mean, it feels kind of long, but it's not really that long. 6.5 hours is nothing. It's kind of light work at this point. Should we be ready in Indiana and Kentucky tomorrow? Yeah, you should at least be ready for wind and hail. There's a low-end tornado risk as well. It should be mostly wind and hail in those areas. Latest radar scan still showing some rotation, moving towards Highway 32, going towards Logan and Kingston and Mountain. How's Kansas City looking? Mostly going to be wind and hail, if anything. Other than that, the tornado risk is pretty low. But as a reminder, we will have a video tomorrow morning. And then a live stream sometime tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. I can give a shout out to my wife, Jenny. I think it's Jenny. She finds you more accurate than the news. I'm glad I can help, and shout out to Jenny. Tornado watch just issued in Oklahoma City. We have no new tornado watches. The only watch that we have is the one that was already issued for Oklahoma City. And it goes for 1 more hour. It's out of these storms here near Chickasha. Which most of these are just damaging winds and hail. We've had a hook echo on the storm near Medicine Park, but I just don't think this thing's going to get going. They have a tornado possible label on this storm just in case something happens north of Medicine Park. The velocities have been pretty broad on this for quite a while. We did have some wall cloud reports earlier, maybe even a brief tornado in southwestern Oklahoma, but I don't think this thing's really going to produce anytime soon if it did. Thank you, Austin, for the super chat. Is Dallas fine? Dallas is fine today. By Wednesday, we're going to see more significant severe weather, I think, in North Texas. And honestly, I think tomorrow and Wednesday, we could have tornado hatched risks, which means strong tornadoes could be possible. That would be mainly for Texas and Oklahoma both days. So I honestly think, I mean, we're going to probably be live every day for the next 3 days, including tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. At least by the looks of it right now. Could change, but that's what it looks like. Where's Thursday's threat? It would be more in the Ohio Valley and the Dixie Alley. They don't have any risk outlined right now, but if we were to get one, it would basically be this entire area. It's just going to be more isolated to scattered, I think, across this entire region. And it will not include this entire area, I don't think, but it will at least be some of it. I think Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama will probably be the main 4 states, but I don't really expect anything that significant. Mainly a wind and hail threat. A few tornadoes possible as well. Tornado warning does continue for 16 more minutes. They did issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Crivets near Iron Mountain in northeastern Wisconsin, so this will continue. We still have some rotation coming up on Breed and Mountain as of right now, and a little bit to the west of Suring. So there's still some rotation here moving off to the northeast. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This goes for 16 more minutes. Also, I'm getting a report from Storm Chaser Max Archer, who is near the storm that's over near Medicine Park. There isn't really much of a wall cloud, and also the inflow winds are fairly weak. So the storm in Oklahoma is pretty far away from even producing a threat of a tornado at this point. So just a little heads up there. Can we see Cheese Curd? She is currently sleeping. I don't know if she's going to wake up. Maybe I can show you guys. All the cameras just went out as I said that. Wow. Yeah, see. Get the cheese curd emojis going in the chat. Have a good night, Linda. Appreciate you tuning in. Cheese curds save the day. Can't believe I had cheese curds today, and today did not pan out. That's actually like one of the craziest things that ever happened. I'm not gonna lie. It's a she. She is 6 years old. 6-year-old cat. Thoughts on Green Bay? Green Bay, probably gusty winds. That's probably about it. You're not even in a tornado watch. I don't think there'll be much in Green Bay. Mostly just gusty winds. A little bit of lightning as well possible. New severe thunderstorm warning southwest Oklahoma City. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and a little bit of quarter-sized hail. A little bit of an uptick on our velocities here in Oklahoma. Just a small one. I'm not really convinced, though, that this is going to be doing anything anytime soon. Definitely have a little mezzo aloft, so there's a chance that the rotation's picking up a little bit here in Oklahoma. Thank you, Olivia, for the super chat. Appleton, Wisconsin. I think most of Wisconsin, if you get any severe weather tonight, mainly wind. Very low tornado risk at this point. But make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan also ready to go. And Jess asks, how is extreme northeastern Oklahoma going to look overnight into tomorrow morning? Not really going to see much overnight into tomorrow morning. But tomorrow afternoon and evening will probably be pretty active, I think. And again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So make sure you are subscribed and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest video. Will I live stream my graduation? I probably will not be. It'd just be too hard to set up. I honestly don't even know how they're streaming it, so probably not. This April's been the slowest I've ever seen in Dixie. Yeah, Dixie's been pretty quiet, honestly. Dixie has actually been very quiet. March was pretty hot. We had that couple days in March that were really hot in the Dixie Alley, but we've really only had maybe 1 or 2 events this month that have actually been active. I think it was all really in the first week of April. Otherwise, it's been very quiet the last few weeks. I mean, Florida is in one of the biggest droughts that they've had in like almost a decade. So, but I mean, for the record, April ends here soon. On May 1st, I was about to say May 1st, I think that's Thursday, right? Thursday is one day that we'll have to watch for in the Dixie Alley. But aside from that, I mean, there is really not much that's going to happen there between now and the end of the month. 95% chance your cat is sleeping? My cat was sleeping. She's now fully awake. Tornado warning was just updated again. You'll see it condensed in a moment. Still radar indicated rotation. I don't see anything here that looks like we have a tornado or even imminent tornado. The main area of rotation will be coming up on Highway 32, moving towards Beaver and Critz. Also heading in the direction of P and W County roads. So again, generally speaking, the tornado risk still low, but not zero as this storm continues to move northeast towards Crivets, excuse me. This is once again in Oconto and Menomonee counties in Wisconsin. Our only active tornado warning. There's no rotation near La Crosse. Again, all the storms that we have across the board here in this entire line, this entire thing right here, they're all behind our outflow boundary. And also behind, I think, actually the frontal boundary as well. So all these storms are going to be mostly elevated, meaning some, you know, gusty winds, some small hail are possible, but they're not surface-based. So the tornado threat here is pretty much 0. So, I mean, the velocities could show something on radar. Like, I could pick out, like, if we go to the velocities, like, you could probably see, you know, maybe something in here that looks like rotation. I mean, none of it is. It's just, again, all these storms are elevated, and there is some contamination with them being behind the front. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. We'd love to see you walk across the stage and graduate. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. I keep having people ask this. I mean, I don't know how to even stream it first off, and second off, like, I don't also want my entire, like, location to get doxxed in one stream, so that's the other thing. Especially with over 1 million people that have subscribed to this channel now. It's a bit different if you have a smaller audience, but when you have a large audience, it's kind of like, you know, you just stream it and then people would show up, you know? Huge shout out to Deidre with the very generous super chat. Please do a cheese curd max velocity merch combo. I know, I've been asked a lot. We're going to do it at some point. I don't know when. It's coming, though. It's coming at some point. Aren't they streaming it? I have no clue. I don't know who's streaming it. I didn't even know it was being streamed, to be honest. So I don't know. Not entirely sure about that. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat will continue to spread to the northeast. This is in northeastern Wisconsin and the upper peninsula of Michigan. The tornado threat here, I'm not really talking about more strong tornadoes at this point. It'll mostly just be storms that are producing potential for maybe brief tornadoes in this area. Tornado threat should continue to stay on the lower side of things. But mainly a wind threat. Hey, Ava, for the one get to member. Hey, Ashton for the super chat about Mustang, Oklahoma. Again, I don't think there's much left here in Oklahoma. With what we have right now, it's going to be mainly hail and wind going towards Norman and Moore and near Lindsay. But I'm not anticipating really much of a tornado risk at this point. So these storms should continue for the next hour or two before they kind of weaken out as they go towards Oklahoma City and Shawnee. But once again, I do not expect much of a tornado risk out of this activity at this point. It's all, for the most part, weakening out. Hey, Brandon for the super chat. YouTube just crashed. Also, thank you, Heem, for the super chat. You make weather fun and great to provide a public safety service. You're much more than just a meteorologist. Congratulations on your graduation, and cheese curd is adorable. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Go and do this. Let's do that. Right. Why is that camera bottom middle so weird? I gotta figure that out. There's like so many blue bars going around it. Try this. We're doing some technical fixing on live stream here. We're gonna try to fix this camera because I don't know what's going on with it. Let's do that. It's always been an issue. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. I think we fixed it. Maybe. I can't tell. That bottom camera always has some sort of like weird blue bar thing going on with it. Hey, Willow, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Can we help you with cheese curd merch? I mean, you could. But we do have a designer already. And no, it's not Riley. It's not Riley. But we do have a designer already. Tiny blue line on the left. Let me try to fix that. Alright, is that better? I don't know if there's one on the right now. I can't tell. Minnesota storms were a bust. I mean, it was mostly just wind. We had maybe a tornado or two, but I don't think we had really much. We had a lot of Gustnadoes up there. A lot of Gustnadoes. Is Riley's wet napkin power grid still up? It is still up. The storms are not as significant where he lives. They have some power outages though in Wisconsin. They've been pretty isolated though for the most part. Tornado warning does officially expire in 4 minutes. 4 minutes left on this tornado warning. After that, it's done. Is Riley still up? He is still up. Yeah, Riley will continue coverage after we're done for a little bit. Whenever we're done. Tornado warning expires in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we'll have no tornado warnings. We literally only have 5 warnings, or 6 warnings. I talk about tomorrow's storms for Pennsylvania. I'll do a quick little overview again real quick. We already went kind of through the timing earlier in the stream, so if you want to go back and watch that, you can. You can also watch today's video. I talk about it there with the timing for tomorrow. But again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning bright and early talking all about it. Again, there's no reason to panic. Just stay weather aware. Tomorrow's risk of severe weather again across a very large area. Approximately 73 million people are in the path of potentially severe weather tomorrow. And honestly, tomorrow is going to be more active than today. I'll just be honest. Like, I don't think like today was active, but it will not be anywhere near tomorrow, I think, when it comes to the amount of warnings that we're going to have, because this is covering a much larger area. And it's also 2 different low pressure systems, one of which is in the Midwest and then another one that's coming out of the Southern Plains. So it's going to be a very active day tomorrow. We got one hazard during the afternoon in the Northeast and the Ohio Valley. And then in the afternoon and evening, a continuing risk of severe weather in the Southern Plains. All hazards of severe weather will be possible, with damaging winds and large to very large hail being the main concerns. The tornado risk is more elevated in the Southern Plains tomorrow, and as I've mentioned, I do think a 10% hatched tornado risk is a possibility tomorrow in Texas and Oklahoma, where we are going to have a more favorable environment for a few hours for a tornado threat, but definitely a lot of hail tomorrow for sure. 2% tornado risk in New York, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, where a couple of tornadoes, maybe even a few, are a possibility. I think they'll add a 5% tornado risk in this area for tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, this risk is mostly during the mid to late afternoon, and then the threat in the Southern Plains will start ramping up in the mid to late afternoon and going through the evening. Interrogation asks about my opinion on Toronto tomorrow. I think Toronto will be mostly a threat for damaging winds. Do not expect much of a tornado risk, and I honestly don't know if we're going to see much there in the Toronto area. I think things are going to be pretty tame. Baiting the weather to go to bed. Waseca, Wisconsin. I think I looked this place up earlier. I don't think Waseca is in any trouble. Let me double check though. Yeah, Waseca, you're good. It's mostly just gusty winds. If you have any trees nearby that can fall down from some gusty winds, then, you know, that would be something to stay up for. But otherwise, it's just 40 to 50 mile per hour winds right now, and that's really about it. I don't really expect these storms to intensify either, west of Green Bay. If you're in Oklahoma, you're good too. Or not good, but if you're like in northeastern Oklahoma, you're good. If you're in the tornado watch, you still have a risk of hail and wind. The tornado risk, again, has been decreasing here. The Apache storm, which was producing golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds at one point, has also been kind of weakening. So thank you, Marlena, for the super chat. Can you please explain the percentage regarding the tornado risk? Yeah, so when we have a 2% tornado risk, that means within a 25-mile radius, there is a 2% chance of a tornado. 5% means there's a 5% chance within a 25-mile radius, etc. That's what that means. So it's basically within a 25-mile radius. That's how the percentages are calculated. If you've ever seen whatever the Weather Channel calls it, I can't remember the name, Tornado Torcon or something like that, that is a probability within 50 miles. It's basically just a revamped version of the SBC outlooks and stuff like that. So Unbiased Potato for the 20 months. I really appreciate that. Is Northwest Arkansas safe tonight? You are safe tonight. Tomorrow we'll be a bit more active. So tonight you are chilling. Also, shout out to Potato for the 20 months. Congrats on your graduation. I feel like just yesterday you said you had 2 years to go. It's crazy. Can't wait to see what you do in the future. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 20 months. Tulsa tomorrow. Tulsa's gonna be active tomorrow. I really think all of Oklahoma and Texas will be pretty active tomorrow. Not all of it, but like this general region. This is the area where I think the greatest threat of severe weather is going to be tomorrow. So. Max, I need your help. That has no context. Thank you, Purple, for the 18 months. I appreciate that. Once again, big shout out to all of the members on our channel. Really do appreciate all of your support. We gained 100 members today. Helps keep what we do here on this channel going. We have a lot of chasers and, you know, all that good stuff. It wouldn't be possible without you guys, so I really do appreciate the support of all of our members. Also, big shout out to all the mods. Really appreciate you guys keeping the chat safe and all that good stuff. But again, we only have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have any tornado warnings anymore. I forgot to change our screen. We have no tornado warnings anymore. We're back down to normal storms as of right now. Thank you, Ava, for the gifted membership. Is Illinois good? Illinois is chilling. I don't think we're going to see much in Illinois tonight. These storms that are forming behind our cold frontal boundary, by the way, along this like outflow, those are weakening as well. So honestly, those aren't even that concerning. The main storm at this point will be the one north of Marshalltown for 60-mile-per-hour winds in Iowa. The storm north of Green Bay will continue to produce some wind. Tornado risk is fairly low at this point. The Kansas City area, I mean, you know, there really isn't a whole lot here other than just some strong storms. We got a lot of rain coming. With these storms training from west to east, there could be a localized flooding threat that comes out of this activity. So that's just something to keep an eye on if you're back over near Kansas City and Topeka. Localized flooding is a possibility. We have 1 flash flood warning as of right now, but we could see another one issued if the rain continues to train from west to east. But generally a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, and again, a low-end threat for damaging winds and maybe a brief tornado are possible. But again, I'm not really expecting a whole lot else otherwise. And southwest of Oklahoma City, it's mostly just hail and wind as of right now. That's the main threat as of now. Hey, Louis, for the switch, I'm a truck driver, but I am sure to keep your live streams on because it helps me so much with the radar and up to date and keeps me safe. I'm glad I can help, Louis. Appreciate the super chat. I'm glad I can help you with your truck driving. Anything happening in Norman tonight? You got a storm coming towards Norman right now. So if you're over in Norman, there is a severe storm heading your way, which is actually not severe technically anymore. The storm itself just has a special weather statement. Gusty winds and some small hail are the main concerns for your area. Can I get an update on Lawrence, Kansas? Mostly just strong storms over there. There isn't really much severe left. I mean, again, we only got 4 warnings at this point. I'm glad today's risk was a bust because of people's safety. I agree. There's nothing wrong with a bust. Makes our jobs easier too. We don't have to be, you know, live for 12 plus hours. I mean, today was like about a 7-hour stream, so don't have to be live for a super long period of time. You think the storm in Chickasha could produce a tornado? I don't. I really don't think there's much of a tornado risk left for tonight. I think it'll be mostly just gusty winds at this point. As I'm saying that, there actually is a little bit of rotation here north of Oconto Falls. Not really much. It's really not a position where I would think there's going to be a tornado out of this, but something to keep an eye on. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado. I mean, we had a similar looking storm earlier back over near Eau Claire that did something similar where it did produce a tornado. So I wouldn't rule out something coming out of a storm like this, but generally speaking, this is going to be eventually moving towards the Great Lakes, and once it gets there, it's going to be going to a more stable environment. So it shouldn't be nearly as concerning over there. Hey, KY out in Discord, message me that thing that you made. It's actually pretty funny. Can tornadoes happen in southeast North Dakota? Not today. North Dakota still has some time until we really start to see our severe weather risk, you know, ramp up in the future. Hey, Kendall, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Merch idea, a bust is a win. Pretty much is. The less, the merrier, if you will. Is Dallas, Texas going to be okay? Dallas, Texas is okay today. Should be fine tomorrow. Again, Wednesday is really the next risk, I think, for North Texas. That's significant. There could be some severe weather tomorrow, but it'll be mostly western North Texas. So I think generally speaking, our biggest risk of severe weather over the next 3 days, not today, but over the next 3 days for Tuesday through Thursday, will probably be tomorrow. It could also be Wednesday. I mean, tomorrow's the biggest area in terms of square mileage. Wednesday has a high ceiling, in my opinion. We could definitely see some strong tornadoes on Wednesday, depending on how things set up. It's going to depend on our morning convection. But I think on Wednesday, we could have actually a bit more of a long day of severe weather in North Texas. Not really a long day, but like a long period of severe weather, probably during the mid to late afternoon and early evening. So that should be significant enough to carry a potential threat of maybe a few strong tornadoes. I honestly think a strong tornado threat, though, exists both tomorrow and as well as on Wednesday. And Thursday maybe too. It's too early to tell about Thursday, but I definitely think the chances of it tomorrow and Wednesday are going to be a bit more elevated. So... Hey, Truly, for becoming a member, welcome to the Velocities. If you were offered a job at a local news network, would you take it? I would not. Not right now. I mean, there's no reason to. I've been offered before, at least once, or twice, I mean. But I'd much rather do this. It's more interactive. You can do your own thing, too. Thank you, Booty, for the super chat. Texas is pretty much safe at this point for tonight. I think there's one storm left in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. There's one storm left, and it's no longer severe. The one storm was near Garden City, and it has now fallen apart. Our only storms that are left are near Oklahoma City in the southern plains that are still somewhat significant, and even these are not severe warned anymore. They are back down to special weather statements. And so I'm pretty sure the warnings have not updated. The warning counter is not updated fully below me, but we're actually technically down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's it. So it's pretty chill. It is pretty chill. What got me into this? I mean, I've been into weather forever, ever since I was little. Been into weather since I was like 3 years old. It's been a passion ever since. I mean, I've always been passionate about it. I mean, for the last 6 years, I've been doing weather stuff on social media, but it really took off in the last like 2 to 3 years. So, thank you, Hurst for the super chat. Who is that? Isn't that the guy from The Office? Oh, that guy. There's some other guy from The Office that people refer to me as. I mean, you can refer me to whatever you want. I don't really care. We got a tour of your studio. I mean, we're gonna have a new studio in a few months. Like, this is honestly temporary right now. It's gonna look a lot crazier in a few months. So, I mean, once we're done our new studio, we'll definitely do a tour. It'll probably be members only. If anything, we'll try to put it on like Twitter and stuff like that. Try to put it on Twitter and Facebook and all that good stuff. Jess asks, what was lacking today to make it a bust? Well, there's many factors. I mean, our convergence zone in Iowa never really panned out. Like, we had some storms try to initiate, but they never really did. Mid-level moisture kind of seemed to be lacking too at times. Like, we didn't really have a whole lot of that. A lot of our storms initiated behind or along our cold front, so those didn't really do much. So, I mean, generally speaking, there were some fail modes today. Our biggest thing, though, was just we didn't really have much of a convergence zone in Iowa, where if we had storms fire there, if there was enough forcing and they were able to, you know, take off, we would have probably seen at least a few significant tornadoes, but none of that happened. So, also, this severe thunderstorm warning probably will not continue much longer. The storm moving now into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, no longer that significant. Still have a little bit of rotation north of Mankato Springs. Again, I wouldn't rule out a quick spin up before this thing goes into the Great Lakes near Preshtigo in Marinette. But generally, again, our threat of severe weather is dying out. Am I tired? I'm not tired. I went to bed last night at like 4 a.m., so pretty much chilling. Hey, Steve, appreciate that. A bust is good. A bust is a good thing. This is literally our only warning. This is it. We got one warning. The one in Iowa just got canceled. I mean, it hasn't updated yet. I think they update in like 2 seconds. But this is legitimately our only warning. Do I have my own storm chasers? All the storm chasers that we have are licensed. Technically, Riley, once we do some storm chasing with Riley, he will be a storm chaser for us at some times. But other than that, we don't have like any in-house people. Can Norman, Oklahoma go to bed? Yeah, you're probably safe to go to bed. Just strong storms as of right now. That's really about it. Just strong storms. That's about it. How's the kitty doing? She's doing good. I mean, she's not really a kitty. She's a full-grown cat. She is 6 years old. Coming up on 7. I don't know when she turns 7, but I think it's a few months from now. Glad you liked the sign hat, Jeff. Glad you liked it. Well, as a reminder, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live tomorrow. We'll have a video again tomorrow morning, all that good stuff. What we're going to go and do is continue our live coverage as long as there's still something on radar. Riley's going to continue our live coverage on his channel. You don't have to do anything. You can stay on the stream, and Riley will continue our coverage here for the next hour or so. So make sure you stay on the stream. And if you guys want, you can go ahead and stay here. We'll put the link in the chat in case you guys don't get redirected. But again, if you'll be redirected automatically, you don't have to go anywhere. Just stay on the stream. Riley will continue his own live coverage. So stay tuned to the channel. Make sure you're subscribed as well. Subscribe to his channel on your way over there. And yeah, we're going to give it to Riley. So thank you guys all so much for watching. Thank you also, Olivia, for the super chat. I think Appleton's good to go. All right. If anything happens, Riley will be live here for at least the next hour. And if there's anything on radar that's concerning, he will be here. So make sure you go ahead and tune into him. Stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to him automatically. And if you have any more questions about weather in general, he'll be able to answer them for you. So he'll be there here for at least the next hour. So thank you guys all so much for watching. Thank you all to the mods and all of you guys that supported our stream today. Really do appreciate it. Stay on the stream and you'll be redirected over to Riley's coverage. All right. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again in the next one.